This is a great staff, but it's only a level, 62 staff.
His weapon is, I kid you not, one of the best, if not the best staffs on the entire hardcore trade league. You cannot even buy it. Insane weapon.
Not only does Elon have a staff that you can't even buy, but it's so good that second best one, which is missing 2 of what makes a staff so powerful for an invoker, which is the crit and crit bonus, is still 20 divines, and that's obviously very expensive.
Here I am, like, level 95, but my staff is only level 62.
That is something that you learn pretty early on into the game, that the actual level of gear isn't the most important part about it. That's just the requirement to equip it. Quinn gave an example that one of the strongest, most meta builds at the moment uses a weapon that is level 1 requirement. A level 1. If Elon Musk had that on his stream, he would have probably blown a fucking gasket. He would have had a conniption, thinking that his boosters were doing a bad job. But they're doing such a good job that it has become blatantly obvious that Elon is not the one behind it at all. His weapon is nuts, yet he is fixated on it being level 62, thinking it's beneath him because he's a much higher level. He doesn't grasp the concept that it's not the level that makes the weapon good, it's all of the blue stuff there. You can't reach this point in the game without that basic understanding. You just can't. Like, he's talking like he needs to upgrade his weapon soon. Like, yeah, I need to get myself a better weapon, one that reaches my potential at level 95. But for now, this is getting the job done. I'm able to do all of this with such a low-leveled weapon. It's fucking insanity.
My helmet is level 56.
Int, lightning, and chaos resist. Okay. It's only 56.
Amulet level 61. Ring is only level 48, 49. At least a level 75 jacket.
It's a jacket with 6 things. Yeah, tell us how bad the item that only drops from the highest difficulty of the hardest boss. Just tell us that it's only level 52. Did you find this at level 52? That's impressive.
Level 52 here.
They can only ever be level 52. Bro, Elon Musk is a fucking fraud, bro.
Pretty low level compared to my character level, but it seems to work pretty well. In softcore, you can get much better equipment.
Seems to work pretty well is an understatement. He is a fucking force of nature with this gear. He is beyond juiced. The actual pilots of this account have done an extraordinary job of making an absolute deity with this gear here. And yet Elon can't recognize that because he's not the one that did it. He only mentions the item's level, the least important part about items in the game. And once again, the excuse of, oh, he's just being lazy and he's trying to put it in layman's terms so people can understand. People know, like, level 62 versus level 95. Well, no, because that doesn't work because the 62 is extremely good regardless of him being level 95. He could be level 1000 and that level 62 weapon is still going to be fucking unbelievable. He just doesn't understand how the game works. He just doesn't. Like, if he didn't want to go into detail on everything for his gear during the stream, that's fine, but he is actively saying that the gear isn't really good because of its level, which is so false, it's laughable. That's why he is being giggled at by both Crip and Quinn during this, because he is beyond clueless as to what he's even looking at and what he's talking about. And from his gameplay, it seems he doesn't even really know how to play the game itself either. I would wager a guess he's maybe spent a couple of hours actually playing the game, but only, like, clearing maps. I don't think he has ever picked up a piece of fucking gear in his life or worked on a build or anything at all. I don't think he even knows how to use, like, skill gems or support gems or anything. I bet if you asked him to bring up, like, certain things, like explain why this gym is where it is, he would have no clue why. If he brought up his skill tree, he would have no idea what's even on it. And, like, if you asked him about trials, he would hit you with big fucking question marks or just ignore it and move on. He doesn't know the game. And he proved it with this live stream here. But the question needs to be asked, why? Why even lie about this in the first place? Again, this isn't something cool to people who don't play Path of Exile. But anyone who plays Path of Exile is going to recognize that you're a fraud. This is not your account. If he was honest about it, saying like, hey, I tried Path of Exile, I really liked it, but I don't have time to grind it, so I paid people to grind it for me, I think people would have a little bit more respect for that, as opposed to him cosplaying as one of the top players, pretending he's the one actually putting in the work and doing it, when he's definitely not.
And if you needed any more proof that Elon is 100% boosted, he was playing the game today inside of maps, blasting, while simultaneously on a X space.
Yeah, RIP. So Elon's account, Percy, did die, and in hardcore that is permadeath. And I'm not sure if it was Elon that died on it, or if one of the people he paid to boost it made a mistake while grinding. I'm not sure. But I love the idea that it was Elon who bit the dust on it and bought the farm, because the people that actually put the hundreds of hours into getting this account so juiced out the wazoo are probably fucking furious. Like, they set Elon's maps aside, which are very easy maps for him to clear for the sake of flexing on Twitter with this account that they're actually putting the work into, and yet somehow this bumbling buffoon still finds a way to die on this overpowered character, just reverting all of their hard work to zero. It's just a beautiful thought, because they set aside easy maps for him. And maybe he got a little too big for his britches. Maybe what happened is he saw all the people, calling him out for obviously not playing this game. He's like, okay, I'll put on my big boy britches and I'll do some hard content, and immediately just gets fucking washed. Like, just actually rinsed. I'm very excited to learn how exactly this account perished, because I feel like he'd probably mention it, like, what happened? What went so wrong? But yeah, I wanted to talk about this a bit. It's such a weird, stupid thing to even lie about in the first place, and yet here he is, telling blatantly obvious fibs. He's got all the money in the world and all of the insecurity imaginable. He has this desperate, insatiable appetite for unconditional love from everyone, and in this pursuit makes everyone hate him through being just a lying cringelord. Like, this is such an unnecessary lie to even tell. He just wants to be viewed as the smartest person to ever grace this fucking space rock that we live on, and the best at everything he even attempts to do, even when he's just not. He could have actually probably scored a ton of brownie points with gamers by saying, hey, Path of Exile 2 is a really good game, I'm learning it right now, watch me stream the early game content. And people probably would have actually really applauded that, because he's playing it on his own two legs here. He's playing and learning it, and that could have been a really easy way to relate to gamers. Like, hey, this game's great. I'm going to start learning to grind it. I'm not very good right now, but if you want to check out my early game, here's the stream. And I bet it would have been received far better than this dog shit. He is poorly playing an account that has never actually been piloted by him. But it's an account with a lot of prestige because it's so high ranked, and that is like the most appealing thing to Elon. It's just, it's nonsensical. He's so fucking cringe, it's crazy. That's about it. So yeah.
Meet Panera's new Ciabatta Dippers, a duo built for dipping. Here for a limited time.
Once again, this is like the LA fire chief is like in a unique predicament here, where she obviously doesn't want to boulder Karen Bass too much because they have to collaborate in times of need.
With Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, who's in charge of the department's more than 3,200 uniformed personnel. We began by asking her how they're doing.
They're resilient. They're putting everything into this. I can guarantee you that. I'm extremely proud of their dedication and commitment to this mission. They're doing everything in their power to save lives and protect property.
I must ask you, because a lot of people are talking about the warning that you sent last month that the budget cuts have, quote, severely limited the department's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies, including wildfires. You sent that warning about these budget cuts. Was this preventable?
I tell you, from the budget cut side of things, when there's a $17 million cut in our budget, operating costs, immediately from that point, I had to make some tough decisions. I looked at some other duties and responsibilities that we do as a fire department and had to focus right back on the training of our firefighters and also our ability to respond to the everyday fires and EMS
it's also a unique position because, again, because the fires are so expansive and everywhere at the same time, unless you have firefighters, like every single citizen is also a trained firefighter, it's going to be quite difficult to combat all these fires. Like, there's always going to be larger problems that they cannot tackle. Do you like this person, or is she another government crony? I don't, dude, she's the freaking fire chief, man. She's the Los Angeles Fire Department's fire chief. What do you mean government crony? As far as government cronies goes, like, these are the people that you're supposed to defend unconditionally and vociferously, okay? Who can you defend if not the fire department? What are we doing? Like, I get being skeptical of all public servants or the government or whatever, but Jesus Christ, dude.
Would that $17 million that had been cut from your budget have made a difference in this fight?
I would say with the lean forward posture that we took, knowing that a $17 million cut, we had to take from somewhere, and that was from the non-essential duties and responsibilities that as the fire department we have taken on over the past many, many years.
But with all due respect, in December you had warned that the budget cuts would severely limit your ability to respond to large-scale emergencies. Is that true or not?
Yes, so I would say yes, we were limited to a certain factor, yes.
And let me ask you about how that limited your response, because in the early hours of the wildfires, especially in the Pacific Palisades, we had a team on the ground, a crew there with our reporter, and witnessed a number of homes burned to the ground, and there was not a fire truck in sight. How did that happen?
We pre-deployed the most amount of emergency resources that we could with what we had. With the pre-deployment, when the fire takes off, we're going to push as many resources that we can at that particular incident. And that's what we did. We did exactly what we could with what we had.
So you're saying you didn't have enough resources?
I would say in a win event like this that we are living today in day 3, something that is as
You said that the fire department cuts were minimal. It's minimal in comparison to the ginormous budget spent. Yes, if the overall budget is like around 800 million, then yes, a 17 million cut is going to be minimal in comparison. But it doesn't matter because they need 100 extra million on top of that. And if it's going in the opposite direction of their need, that means that they're underfunded. That's the point. But having said that, obviously more firefighters that are better equipped, more training, more preventative measures, especially with like communicating with the public in dangerous areas that are at risk for wildfires. You need to have a constant upkeep to ensure that there is like dry brush that's cleared out and things of that nature, right? Like all of that stuff, even if you did everything right, even if they got $100 million extra, there is no 100% certainty that they would have stopped all of the fires. You understand what I'm saying? There is always going to be a limit. How many resources you could throw at a problem when the problem becomes too large? Blame the gardeners, eh? It's not, that's not what I'm saying. Use James Wood tears to negate fire. Like, her point here is that regardless of the underfunding, it's 100-mile winds. A 100-mile wind will carry embers to unpredictable places. That's precisely the reason why the Palisades fire basically erupted out of nowhere and carried it all the way to the coastline in a matter of like 2 hours. That's insane. It was basically a fire hurricane. You understand?
As significant as this particular fire, I would say we threw exactly what we could with what we had. So if I had 1,000 engines to throw at this fire, I honestly don't think 1,000 engines at that very moment could have tapped this fire down.
Yeah.
Chief Crowley, thank you so much for your time.
I don't know why they cut her answers, but yeah, she's basically saying that. That's her final conclusion, is that like it's a fire tornado. So even if we had 1,000 additional engines, like we don't know if we could be able to stop this. Even if they have unlimited water, they don't know if they could be able to, they don't know if they could stop it. Like one of the things that a lot of people are talking about are the fire hydrants, okay? And due to pressures and due to electronic pump mechanisms being out of commission because they cut electricity to certain areas in order to mitigate, like in order to take extra precautions to ensure that more power lines don't go down and expand the area of fire. There was issues with the electric pumps that actually are supposed to push water into other fire hydrants. The problem, however, is that fire hydrants are there for structural fires. So if you have a large area, or if you have like sporadic structural fires occurring in certain areas, certain neighborhoods, That's what the fire hydrants are for. Fire hydrants are not there to stop a wildfire that has engulfed the entire city, that is in an area that is erupting in fire in a fire tornado. You can't fire hydrant your way out of that problem either. So that's precisely the reason why a lot of the professionals kept saying you can't combat this kind of fire with fire hydrants. That's why they were dumping salt water on the problem, even though salting the earth is obviously devastating. Devastating in terms of using that land in the future, making the land potentially even more hostile to the elements, making, creating even more dry brush potentially down the line that will make it even worse because you're basically killing the land. That's a last ditch effort at that point. It's also bad for the planes unless they're built for it. No, those are planes that are built for it. Why are you trying to justify the current mayor? Wait, what? Big question for me is why the Democrats don't care about LA. Why Ember started at first place given 50 degrees? Great question. Why did the Ember start? I'm not justifying the current mayor at all. I've already criticized the mayor and continue to do so. I think it's difficult for you to understand that I'm just explaining to you how complex the situation is, and a black and white solution to this kind of issue is always going to be endlessly reductive and also will cause you to hyper focus on random things or greatly overemphasize certain aspects of the problem while refusing to recognize other contributing factors.
And we're thinking of you and all the firefighters.
I want to make sure the community knows our firefighters are absolutely doing everything that we can, and I am certainly proud of how hard and dedicated they are working to save lives and property.
Well said. Thank you, Chief.
Using salt water, using planes at night is a clear indication of the gravity of the situation. It's incredibly dangerous to fly over a fire at night, especially when the wind conditions are so crazy. In many countries in the EU, no matter how bad the fire is, the planes are grounded at sunset. Yeah, it is an act of desperation when you're dumping salt water onto the fire. Understand that the situation has gotten completely out of control. That's my point. Yeah, the misconception here is that fire department funding would have stopped this. This is land management fuel issue. Even another 100 million probably wouldn't change anything. No, fire department funding also plays a role in land management, though. For example, I'll tell you this much, and I briefly covered this earlier, but it bears repeating. The fire department, for example, could communicate with neighborhoods like the Pacific Palisades on what the best practices are in terms of like harm mitigation, in terms of like the likelihood that this is a potential area of impact. They can go in ahead of time and make sure that, certain types of trees, for example, are not so close to the houses or clearing, making sure that there's like rigorous fire prevention, fuel prevention, in terms of like clearing out the dry brush out of your houses, things of that nature. Funding would help in that regard as well. This is a very complex situation where more funding does absolutely help, not just in prevention, but also in mitigation. But at the end of the day, if there are 100-mile winds that are carrying embers all over the place, then yeah, you're going to run into a problem regardless. You're going to run into these issues regardless. But funding always helps. That's the point. A resident who lives right by Eden Canyon captured the moment the Eden fire sparked right into the transmission tower on the east side of the canyon. We don't know yet. We do not know if this is the responsible party. I don't think that there's any reason to just like speculate at this point. They will obviously conduct rigorous examination, rigorous investigations to figure out exactly what the source of the fire was initially. My point is, when you have above ground wires with really old infrastructure, historically in the state of California, the highest likelihood is probably 100-mile winds pushing the above ground lines directly into the brush that is already directly into the vegetation that is overgrown, and most likely that is the most likely contributor to this to the spark initially. That's usually what it is. Yeah, here, this is a great example of this. Obviously, California's deadliest wildfire in history started when an uninspected 100-year-old metal hook holding up a high voltage line wore out, dropped the cable, which sparked against the steel tower holding it up. 85 people died. I'm not saying that this was yet another instance of this exact same thing happening, but make no mistake, this is usually a major contributor. I'm not saying that this is the responsible factor here. We don't know yet, but understand that in the past, that was the contributing factor. That was the inception point. So, It's something to consider. The other side of the story is arson. Okay, a lot of people immediately speculated that arson was responsible. Let's take a look. There was a man detained near Kenneth Fire. Initially, everybody reported it as though he was responsible for the arson. A lot of Republicans did victory laps around this, saying, oh, this is not climate change. Or this guy that was arrested here, where is it? Where Shiraz also posted something like that. Good news, they just arrested climate change. Apparently climate change is a Guatemalan dude in this country illegally. So let's take a look at what the authorities have actually said about it.
All right. Good morning. On behalf of the Los Angeles Police Department, I just want to extend our deepest sympathies to all those affected by our fires. And that includes many of our own LAPD officers who've lost homes and property in this fire. And they continue to serve these communities, and I appreciate all their work. I have a number of important updates for all of you today, and I'm going to start by an arrest that was made late yesterday afternoon. So yesterday afternoon, the Kenneth Fire started at the border of West Hills in the city of Los Angeles and Ventura County. At 4:32 p.m., we received a 911 call that a suspect was attempting to light a fire in the community of Woodland Hills and was being detained by residents. Officers from LAPD's Topanga area responded and took that suspect into custody. And once we learned that this suspect was a possible arson suspect, our Major Crimes Division responded to Topanga Division along with Ventura County sheriffs, who is the lead in the Kenneth Fire investigation. But they responded, they interviewed this suspect. After the interview and additional investigative steps, looking at some additional evidence that was present, they made the determination that there was not enough probable cause to arrest this person on arson or suspicion of arson. And therefore, this person was arrested on a felony probation violation.
Anyway, Los Angeles, a man who was detained by citizens shortly after a wildfire exploded near Calabasas and West Hills is not accused of starting the fire, authorities announced on Friday morning. Los Angeles police responded to Woodland Hills around 4:30 p.m. Thursday when a 911 caller said a man was attempting to light a fire in the 21700 block of Ybarra Road, police said. Residents who spotted the suspect held him down until officers arrived. Photos shared on the Citizen app show officers surrounding a home where the man was handcuffed. We were sitting in the backyard and suddenly we hear a car coming to a screeching halt, and the guy is running out saying, "Stop, drop what you're holding. Neighbors, he's trying to start a fire. Call 911, called Renata Grinchpun, who witnessed the incident. At the same time, several miles to the west, firefighters from Los Angeles and Ventura counties were racing to contain the Kenneth fire. The fire was ultimately halted at 1,000 acres and no structures were lost. At a news conference Friday morning, LAPD Divisional Chief Dominic Choi said police investigated the case, interviewed the suspect, and ultimately decided he would not face arson charges. After the interview and additional investigative steps looking at some additional evidence that was present, they made the determination that there was not enough probable cause to arrest this person on arson or suspicion of arson. Instead, the man was arrested on felony probation violation. The investigation is ongoing, Choi said. I would like to thank those community members that were involved in bringing this person to our attention. Blowtorch just a coincidence? See, that's the part I don't understand. Did he actually have a blowtorch or not? Like, people are saying he had a blowtorch, but and I saw photos of him being arrested, but I don't know if he actually had a blowtorch or not. Like, I don't know what his deal was. But even then, like, dude, cops are incredibly aggressive. This would benefit them. This would benefit them tremendously if he was responsible for the Eaton fire. Are you kidding me? They would take, even if there isn't enough evidence, they would still bring him in to be like, no, this is the guy. So the very fact that the same authorities are saying that this is not the guy, at least we don't have enough evidence to pin the blame on this guy, leads me to believe that it might not be. That's all I'm saying. The cops will fly a mission accomplished banner if they caught the guy that started the fire. Exactly. And there are people that are, I mean, there's like some photos about like what the Eaton fire sparked with, or how the Eaton fire started, that are leading people to speculate that it was an electrical fire rather than one that was born out of a random arsonist, if that makes sense.
Appreciate every federal agency, from the Department of Defense on, every federal agency be part of this. And the other thing is, look, you know, I think you're getting a bad rap. I know you're getting a bad rap about these fire hydrants don't have enough water in them. Give me a break. Give me a break. What this is all about is the utilities understand what they did is they cut off power because they're worried about these high tension lines coming down and causing more fires, right? When they do that, guess what? They shut off the power that controls the ability to pump the water. And so now you're getting generators here. I mean, this is complicated stuff. You're going to have a lot of demagogues out there trying to take advantage of it. But you're doing the right thing.
California voters approved $7 billion in bonds for state water supply infrastructure projects. Of that, $2.7 billion was designated for water storage projects. For more than 10 years later, there are no new dams or reservoirs or other water water storage projects to collect and store California's winter runoff, 80% of which is sent to the Pacific Ocean for environmental purposes. Ah, yes, water starts fires? No, he's not. I mean, he is a delusional old man, but he's not wrong in regurgitating the information that others have given him. With respect to the way that these water hydrants work, for the record, yes, water doesn't magically appear in the water hydrants, especially when there's not a lot of pressure. You need electric pumps to move water around into areas of need. When the electrical pumps are no longer working because they cut electricity to certain regions, especially regions where there is a fire, an existing fire. The reason why they cut the electricity is so that there aren't additional fires that take place. This is yet another issue with our overall refusal to harden the infrastructure against wildfires, because the electrical lines are above ground in areas where they are super close to the vegetation. When you have 100-mile winds that move these power lines around and cause electrical short-circuiting, they can end up lighting the shrubbery on fire. So they cut the electricity. But when they cut the electricity and there are no backup generators for the water pumps can't function and move water around to areas of need. That's how you arrive at water hydrants not having enough water. Having said that, there's another problem here. A wildfire this size, it cannot be combated with water hydrants anyway, or at least that's what firefighters say. Water hydrants are there for structural fires. They're not there to literally stop a massive area like this from being engulfed in flame.
When you get it done, God willing, and I say to people in Southern California, God bless you. Stay strong. Stay strong. You're not going to. You're not going to.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for everything.
You know, all kidding aside, you both have my phone number. So,
Yes, we do.
I'm for real. And you have any idea.
He's for real.
And if you didn't, I got a California vice president.
Yeah.
She's wild and focused.
Having access to both of you is
Perhaps too specific, but if the fire hydrants wouldn't even be usable, why is this a point of discussion? The real reason why the fire hydrants became a major point of discussion is because, and this is going to dovetail into the other argument that I wanted to talk about, private fire brigades. Rick Caruso is a multi-billionaire real estate developer that owns numerous malls all around Los Angeles. He also owns a mall in the Pacific Palisades. Rick Caruso, being the unimaginably wealthy person that he is, of course, hired private brigades to protect his mall in the Pacific Palisades. He also ran for mayor and almost won. He's a Republican that swapped his party loyalty, his party, right before this election, specifically so that he could turn around and potentially win the mayoral race. Now, he hired private fire brigades to defend the Pacific Palisades Mall, and they actually did defend the Pacific Palisades Mall. Here it is. Here's a video of the entire Caruso property in Palisades Village remains untouched while surrounding homes and properties have been completely destroyed. People will say, oh, this is because this is a newer structure and is up to standard on the new fire codes that were implemented in 2008 and onward, but that is not the only reason. The other reason is because, like I said, he hired a private fire brigade to ensure that his property remained intact. In that process, he found out that there was limited amounts of water that his private fire brigades could use. He made a big stink about it. He said, this is, there's no fire, there's no water in the Palisades. What the hell's going on? And then obviously everyone went along with that. But that is the reason why a lot of people started talking about the water hydrants running out of water. But that is also the reason why, as you can see here, these structures are intact, whereas everything else in the surrounding region is engulfed in flame. Private firefighters. It sounds dystopian. It sounds illegal. It absolutely is not. If you recall, this is something that I've covered before when Kanye West hired private firefighters to defend his Calabasas neighborhood a couple of years prior. They make $7,000 an hour as well? No, they don't make $7,000 an hour. They make $7,000 a day, which is still insanely high in comparison comparison to like what even Los Angeles Fire Department employees make, even though they are definitely, that's definitely one of the most sought after positions that you can get in public service, and infinitely more than what the wildfire prevention teams get. Wildfire teams are comprised of federal employees that get paid the lowest possible salary. Anyway, as far as I understand, they do also, of course, utilize the existing fire hydrants as well for the rest. Now, if you know anything about the history of firefighters in this country, that's how we originally started off. Throughout time, there's always been private fire brigades. As a matter of fact, it used to be the only game in town. One must ask the question, why? This was a structure that was inevitably socialized, funded by the public. It is one of the best arguments for socialization because there is constant market competition amongst fire brigades and fire insurance that was privately purchased for certain certain structures in the city that created problems for everyone. For example, fire spreads. I don't know if you know that or not. Fire has a tendency to spread. It really likes spreading. So you might have a structure that is on your block that was not covered by fire insurance and defended by a private fire brigade. So they wouldn't actually put that fire out, but because that fire would spread, it would inevitably spread to structures that were covered. So you ended up cooking all of the structures in the city.
Have you ever gotten so caught up in a good movie that you forget you're watching a movie and you enter the imagined world? Hypnosis has been called believed-in imagination. It's a state of highly focused attention. So it's like you're looking through the telephoto lens of a camera. What you see with great detail, but you dissociate. You're less aware of what's going on around you. You turn down the salience network that warns you that something else might happen that's more important. You're going back to what your assumptions are about who you are, what you should be.
So I'm listening to your voice.
Yes.
And your voice is melodic. It's low register. Like, would Fran Drescher be able to hypnotize us? Like
that woman's voice alone. She made a whole career on that voice.
You're getting very sleepy.
This is Star Talk Special Edition. Neil deGrasse Tyson here. As always, when you hear Special Edition, not far behind that is Gary O'Reilly. Gary, all right. Soccer pro, third announcer,
yes.
And we're borrowing you. Okay. And of course, Chuck Knight, Chucky Baby.
Hey, what's happening?
All right, these special editions get inside the human condition, in ways that I had never previously imagined.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting.
What is it to be human in the big picture?
It's busy in here.
It's busy.
Yeah.
Psychologically, physiologically,
right.
Emotionally. You know, so Gary, set the stage here. What do you have?
Well, in recent shows, we have ventured inside the human mind to discuss consciousness, which was both enlightening and fascinating. One takeaway from those shows is there is apparently no user manual for the human mind, which said mankind has found ways to navigate and maneuver through the matrix of neurons to facilitate change in our mental state. Psychotherapy is nothing new, and neither is hypnosis. But what is hypnosis, and how the bloody hell does it work? Does it take away control or give control? It's got to be expert time.
So, join me in welcoming our special guest today. We've got Dr. David Spiegel. Dr. Spiegel, welcome to Star Talk.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here.
Yeah, a clinical and research psychiatrist. So that makes you an MD in there.
And also
That's
means
correct.
that you have access to all the great drugs. Well, let's just be honest
Let's
here.
just put that right up front.
Put that right up front. Okay, that's the difference, kids. So that you know, when you see psychologists, you're like, as somebody who's going to talk you to death. When you see psychiatrists, as somebody who's going to give you some good drugs.
Is that okay? Chuck figured that all out.
Interesting, you went straight to drugs, not food.
So you're the Wilson Professor and Associate Chair of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Stanford. That would be Stanford University, right? And
That's
you're
correct.
Director for the
You got
Center on Stress and Health.
Ooh.
Long
Yes.
overdue.
Yes.
Think about how in the old days we just say, just suck it up.
Yes.
Just get over it.
Right. What's your problem, mister?
What's your problem?
Yeah.
Right. You're also the Director of the Center for Integrative Medicine at the Stanford University School of Medicine. So you got all the right pedigree here, But what we're going to focus on is a part of the mind that so many of us are intrigued by, and that is hypnosis. Ooh, I left out. Wait, you're the author of 13 books?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he hypnotized somebody to write them all.
I will find out.
Yeah, he only wrote one. The other 12, he was just like, you want to write a book.
I'm actually hypnotizing people to read them.
Hey, good one.
Nice.
Good one. So you're here because this entire episode will focus on and pivot with hypnosis. And I'm skeptical. And so you're going to hear to undo my skepticism. Because I've seen hypnosis acts with magicians on stage, and there's pageantry to it, and I don't know, but that's why we have you here. So first tell us what is hypnosis so we're all on the same page, please.
Well, I'm glad you're curious, Neil, and you're the expert on outer space, and I'm the expert on inner space. So,
from what I can tell, outer space is easier than inner space.
Could well be. Have you ever gotten so caught up in a good movie that you forget you're watching a movie and you enter the imagined world? Does that happen to you?
Yeah. I don't.
So that's a state of self.
It's like, no, because he's not saying that you lose touch with reality. It's just that you're so engrossed that you feel like you are an extension of the movie. Like,
okay, so maybe the closest I can give you on that is, yes, I have felt emotions of characters that are well acted, with scripts well written, in stories well told. But no time did I think I was in the movie.
Yeah, but it's not about thinking you're in the movie. So it's not this matter of suspending disbelief where it's like, wow, I'm part of the Matrix, right? But while you're watching the Matrix, you can get so engrossed and so consumed with what's going on that when Morpheus is in a chair and his head is hanging and Agent Smith is talking to him, you feel like all the tension.
I agree. I'm just saying I credit good acting for that.
Right.
So keep going.
So hypnosis has been called believed in imagination. It's a state of highly focused attention. So it's like you're looking through the telephoto lens of a camera. What you see with great detail, but you dissociate. You're less aware of what's going on around you. You turn down the salience network that warns you that something else might happen that's more important. This intensity of focus is a key part of hypnosis, and we do it all the time to some extent. Right now, you gentlemen have sensations in your bodies touching these very comfortable chairs you're sitting in. Hopefully, you are not even aware of those sensations until I mentioned this. Is that right?
That's correct.
No, I have hemorrhoids.
Thank you for sharing.
TMI.
Full disclosure, sorry. Sorry, guys.
Well, I am a doctor, but I'm not going to help you.
Wait, so you used a reference, a network? What network are you referring to? It's a neural network in your head?
It's a neural network in your head called the salience network. And so it's what fires off when you hear a loud noise and suddenly you think, is that a gunshot? What is it? I better pay attention. You're easily distracted when that network is activated. So in hypnosis, you turn that down. You allow yourself to give yourself to whatever it is you are focusing on, put outside of conscious awareness things that might ordinarily be in consciousness. And you can try out being different. That's the third and most interesting part of hypnosis. So you had a producer who said she was on stage being hypnotized. You do things, the football coach will dance like a ballerina. It's what scares everybody about hypnosis. But it's actually a very important lesson that you can try out being different. You can suspend yourself. So it's highly focused attention, dissociation, and trying out being different.
So David, if Neil doesn't think it's a real thing, what can you say to him to make him understand in your mind that it is a real thing?
Why are you starting a fight between us? All I said was I was a little skeptical.
That's you don't believe in it.
It's not a matter of faith. It's not a matter of faith. It's a matter of
Is the
reality.
evidence is there or not?
And the evidence is there. And I'm guessing you're probably not very hypnotizable, but whether you are or not, the phenomenon exists. It's the oldest Western conception of a psychotherapy. It's been around for 250 years. And it is a very robust phenomenon. And the majority, all 8-year-olds are entranced all the time. If you call them in for dinner, they don't hear you. We lose some hypnotizability as we get older, as we get into our adult years. but the majority of the population is hypnotizable.
Well, how do you test? Is there there's a standard hypnotizability test? Is there?
Yes, there is. Yeah, we have one called the Hypnotic Induction Profile. It takes about 5 minutes. We have it on our Reverie self-hypnosis app. You can try it for yourself. All I do is do a hypnotic induction. So I ask you to look up, close your eyes, take a deep breath. To breath out, let your eyes relax, but keep them closed, let your body float. And then I give instructions about having one hand or the other float up in the air like a balloon. And many people are surprised that the hand starts to feel different, that it feels like it wants to be up in the air. It feels different from the other arm. You pull it down, it pops back up. They feel less control. And we score that on a 0 to 10 scale, and that's how we measure hypnotizability. In essence, a test of being able to turn inward and alter the way your body feels and reacts.
All right,
Now, if somebody's actively resisting all of this the entire way, would that negate their susceptibility to being hypnotized?
Well, not resisting. There are some people that just aren't hypnotizable. You can try to fight it for a while, but why bother? And the funny thing is that there are people who think they're not hypnotizable, and that hand is up there in the air and you pull it down and it just wants to go back up. And they'll look at it and say, what is going on here? They're surprised. So sometimes you think you can put up resistance, but you don't, because you're just going along
Resistance
with
is
the hypnotic
futile.
instruction. It is futile. You don't have a chance. You're just
David,
lost.
why are some people more hypnotizable than others? Because I know we're all different in a certain way, but there must be something in some part of the brain that is operating in a different way at a different scale.
That's right. And we know that one of the things that happens when you go into hypnosis is that you turn down activity in the dorsal part of the anterior cingulate cortex. The cingulate cortex is like a C on its ends in the middle of the center of your brain. And the front part, the dorsal part, is part of a network that fires off when there's a mismatch, when suddenly something's happening that shouldn't be happening. And you turn down activity in that part of the brain when you go into hypnosis. We know now that there are some genetic differences that are related to hypnotizability. So people who have a variant of the gene catechol-O-methyltransferase that metabolizes dopamine have a particular variant that has a moderate speed of metabolizing dopamine, turn out to be more hypnotizable than those who are heterozygous for methionine or valine and who either metabolize too quickly or too slow.
We know there are many drugs that influence dopamine in your brain. So is it possible to take a drug and make you more susceptible to being hypnotized?
Well, it's a good question. People have looked at that. The trouble is it's a matter of control as well. And so there are stimulants, for example, that may make you a little more hypnotizable at first, particularly if you're somewhat anxious or depressed, but will also inhibit your control system. So you probably will not respond as consistently. So there's no reliable drug change that can alter hypnotizability. However, we've just published a paper showing that you can use transcranial magnetic stimulation over a particular region of the brain, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, and transiently increase hypnotizability a bit.
And just so people understand, when you say transcranial magnetic stimulation, you're talking about placing magnets over a person's head, and then what happens with those magnets in that process?
You can either stimulate or inhibit depending on the frequency that you're administering. But you know that when electricity flows through a wire, there's a magnetic field circulating around the electricity.
Yes.
Right.
For every electric current, there's an associated magnetic field, and vice versa.
And that's how we make electricity, by the way.
And that's why it's called electromagnetism.
That's right.
That's right. Okay.
All right, good. We're all agreed on that. So you can inhibit activity in that salience network, the dorsal anterior cingulate cortex, via the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. So you can slow down activity in that region, which is the same thing that happens when people go into hypnosis. So it is possible to inhibit activity in the salience network and enhance hypnotizability.
So if I go back to the original hypno, Greek for sleep,
yes,
you're not putting people to sleep. So are you then manipulating the subconscious?
Manipulating is one word for it. I would say you're probably enhancing access to parts of people's thinking and experience that they don't ordinarily think about. And so you're getting them in a frame of mind where they're less likely to be guarded, they're less likely to want to protect themselves, and they're more likely to suspend their usual expectations about themselves. That's another part of the brain in the back of the cingulate cortex called the default mode network. And it's a part of the brain where when you're not working or thinking or doing anything else, you're just reflecting on who you are, what am I, what do people think of me, what did my mother want me to be. It kind of keeps us... I'm starting the psychotherapy now, but...
I know, right? Yeah. Tell me about your mother.
Yes. What it does is, it in a way, imprisons you in the sense that you're going back to what your assumptions are about who you are, what you should be. And in hypnosis, you can inhibit activity in that region by activating the prefrontal cortex. And that inhibition is a kind of suspension of self. So when the football coach dances like a ballerina at one of those stage shows, I don't like making fun of people, I don't like making them look silly, but there is a message that he's able to let go of his usual assumptions about himself. So we suppress activity in hypnosis in the default mode network, and it makes you open to thinking differently about yourself. And that has great therapeutic potential.
Absolutely. Yeah. We'll get into the therapeutic value.
Yeah, for sure.
Towards the end. Let me just slip something else in. Very important. Your community of psychiatric professionals have been tapped in the legal circles to testify on behalf of or against someone's memory recovered in hypnosis. And this is a fraught industry because of what could be implanted memories, and there's no end of people in the 1970s who, under hypnosis, would recount being abducted by aliens and having anal probes. So
we went there again.
Sorry, Dave. So it's one thing to get inside my head and show me as a ballerina. It's another thing to get inside my head and say, tell me what happened in that part of your life that you don't remember. And then we're gonna use that as testimony and put someone in jail because of it.
Well, I mean, there's a very key part of that puzzle that is missing, and that is we now know from research that memory, no matter who you are, if you're a human being, your memory sucks.
Well, I get that. But I'm saying,
no matter who you are.
I'm going a little back in time. There were decades over which people's testimony that comes out of hypnotic trance where they're remembering something was counted as evidence in court. And so where does that all stand right now?
There's a law in California that says that a witness or victim who's been hypnotized cannot testify except under certain circumstances. And the circumstances are that it's done by an independent psychiatrist like me, for example, and it's video recorded. So you can see whether people are implanting information. The idea of implanting information goes far beyond hypnosis. There are studies that show that if you show a movie of a car accident and you ask them, did you see the stop sign? When it really, in fact, is a yield sign, about a third of people will say, yeah, I saw the stop sign, when it was not a stop sign. Right. So people can have information suggested, or, please where were you when you did this? And there have been cases of people, forget hypnosis, who confess to crimes they actually did not.
Very bad part of it. So apart from those, because we know that's the failure of memory, but it's not a failure of memory if under hypnosis someone says they were abducted by aliens.
I think it is. Because...
Well, I got a guy here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I forgot. Yeah, we have an actual psychiatrist who is an expert on this.
We got the real guy here.
Exactly.
So are we suggesting that in those cases, the alien abduction might have been implanted by the questioner? That would show itself in the video.
Sure, it's possible. Now, the alien abduction stuff is not closely tied to hypnosis. I mean, there are a lot of people who reported this who were never hypnotized.
Exactly. That's why I said it's a failure of memory.
Yeah, but the psychiatrist, John Mack, wrote a book with the cases of people who recounted this under hypnosis. So that's what I'm getting at.
So just bear with me here. If you are a person who is under the impression, for whatever reason, had an experience, it could have been a very vivid dream, okay? And that has become, in your mind, a true experience that you had. If someone places you under hypnosis, right? And puts you in a state of being very receptive to going back and recalling this memory. You will recall it without them implanting anything. You'll just relive the very vivid dream that you had.
Right, but we have professionals asserting that this recalled memory is evidence of a true thing that happened. And that's, getting back to your point, I mean, this is, and it's up, and I mean, lives have been ruined by this.
Okay, so
let me finish. I want to make sure he's got everything he's got to say about this.
Well, you're the expert on outer space, so maybe there are aliens out there.
I'm not authorized to comment further on that.
Would you like me to hypnotize you? But I knew John Mack. He was one of my professors when I was training, and I had great regard for him, but I disagree with him completely about this alien abduction stuff. Most of the people who did it were having like dreams as they woke up, and they were in this transition period from waking up in REM sleep to waking up, they start thinking these things. I think I admired and respected John, but I think he was just flat out wrong about this. But let me give you a counterexample. Do you remember the school bus kidnapping in Chowchilla, California? It was this terrible thing where two guys overtook a school bus full of kids, buried the bus in a ditch by some factory, and were trying to hold them for ransom and get money. And for 2 days, the kids were gone. People were totally scared. And when the school bus driver finally got out, they found them, they got them out. And they said, well, who were these guys? He says, I don't know. He said, well, they overtook you in a car. You remember the license plate? And he couldn't remember. And they hypnotized him. And they said, now you're looking at the car overtaking the bus. You can see it in the rearview mirror. And he remembered all of the numbers and letters of the license plate for the first time in the wrong order, but he got them, and that led to the arresting conviction of these guys. So there are situations that are the exact opposite of what you talk about with alien abductions and John Mack. Memory is associational. It's like you go back to your elementary school and you start having memories of things that you hadn't thought about in 40 years, and the lockers look the funny size and all that, and you remember some friend you'd forgotten about. So you can use hypnosis and you can use just interrogation to get people to recall things that otherwise they're not consciously aware of. Doesn't mean it's always right. It doesn't mean it's always wrong.
What makes people more receptive to a verbal suggestion?
In hypnosis or just in general?
Under hypnosis, yes.
You're narrowing your focus of attention. The premise is simply, I'm going to guide you through an experience you can have. And I'm going to show you that I can do that by helping you feel that one hand is lighter than the other. And if you pull it down, it wants to go back up. So what I'm asking you to do is narrow your focus and focus more on the experience than some evaluation of the experience and what it means and why you're asking me this and have I ever done this before. You're just immersing yourself in the experience and seeing what happens. And that allows people to accept unusual things sometimes.
Interesting. So is it kind of like you're filtering out the noise that surrounds, suggestion?
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
You're accepting the premise that you're telling me something interesting and useful, and I'm going to follow it and see what happens.
Interesting.
Now, we do that all the time anyway, but we do it in a more complete way in hypnosis.
So what happens if you do not bring someone out of their hypnotic trance?
Are they a chicken forever?
Or ballerina forever?
If people need eggs, they will remain being chicken. It's the worst thing that happens is they go to sleep and then wake up in ordinary consciousness. But normally people, after a few minutes, and I don't do that, I don't just leave people that way, but they will just they can bring themselves out. You don't lose control, you actually learn to gain control. You can put yourself in our hypnosis app, Reverie. We're teaching people to do this for themselves. You get to hear my mellifluous voice. I ask a question, you respond, but you're doing it for yourself. And we've had tens of thousands of people doing self-hypnosis, and we haven't lost anybody yet.
Very good to hear. Tell me the name of the app again.
Reverie, R-E-V-E-R-I.
Reverie.
Just go to reverie.com or the App Store or Google Play and download it.
And how does this differ from meditation with regard to how your app treats it? That's what specifically. Because they're meditation apps, and they each try to get you introspective, some peaceful introspective state. So,
well, hypnosis is it's there to focus on a problem, change the way you and your body react to it, and deal with the problem. So if you're stressed, for example, I'll tell you to first get your body comfortable. When you get stressed, your muscles tighten, your heart rate goes up, you start to sweat, and then you notice that, and you think, oh my God, this is really bad, and you feel worse. And it's like a snowball effect. What you do in hypnosis is you can get your body floating in a bath, a lake, a hot tub, or floating in space. Notice that your body's more comfortable, and then I help people use an imaginary screen to picture the problem on one side and a possible solution on the other. So you can deal with the part of the stressor that you can do something about, which is how your body reacts to it, and then figure out what to do about it. Meditation is different. Meditation is, you're not trying to control or change anything. It's open presence. If you have thoughts or feelings, you just let them flow through you like a storm passing by. You will do a body scan and see how different parts of your body are acting, and you cultivate compassion. They're good things, they're changes in states of consciousness, but hypnosis is more like an antibiotic, and meditation is more like a vitamin. You just do it every day to be better and feel better. Whereas with hypnosis, you use it to deal with a problem.
So if the entry and exit of a hypnotic state is important to, as it were, under the hypnotic do no harm, self-hypnosis in the hands of the untrained, is that possibly not the best thing, or is this a benign situation and state?
Let me put it this way. Hypnosis is, for example, highly effective in controlling pain. People, even during surgical procedures, can reduce substantially their pain. We've done randomized clinical trials demonstrating that. 88,000 Americans died of opioid overdoses last year alone. And we are just awash in dangerous drugs, fentanyl-laced pills, and people are dying. Hypnosis has not yet succeeded in killing a single person. The worst thing that happens with hypnosis is it doesn't work. And so I think it's a tragedy that we are not making better use of our own inner resources to deal with problems like stress, pain, insomnia, smoking, learning to eat better.
Or addiction in general.
But we're
you say smoking,
addiction in general. Yes, yeah. Addiction in general. You can help with that too.
Are these benefits temporary, or can they remain as a permanent mental state for patients?
Or do they need ongoing maintenance?
Yeah.
Many people, they make the change. We've had people, for example, who learn to stop smoking. I just tell them, for my body, smoking's a poison. I need my body to live. I owe my body respect and protection. They think of your body as if it were your baby. Would you ever put tar and nicotine-laced hot air in your baby's lungs? Hell no. So learn to respect and protect your body. 1 out of 4 people who use it don't smoke. They stop for at least a year.
You just brought to my recollection of a very good friend of mine who I asked him, hey man, how did you quit cold turkey and you just really quit? Like, you're around people who are smoking, you go out and you have a cocktail and you still don't want a cigarette? And I said, what happened? He said, I did self-hypnosis and it worked. So, and by the way, what you're talking about, that was one of the exercises is, for him, they were talking about, it was like fresh air. Like, think about the air that you breathe and what you want it to be. And it was all about fresh air and his lungs. That was one exercise. Then think about your lungs as, something pristine and untouched, and then polluting it. It was like pretty, involved, but really simple. And to this day, Greg Charles does not smoke. Shout out to Greg Charles. To this day, and that was like 14 years ago.
You'd be a good hypnotist. That's, what we focus on with hypnosis, you focus on what you're for, not what you're against. You don't tell people, don't think about purple elephants. That's what they'll think about. Instead, you have an exercise that makes you feel good from the moment you started, because you can be a better parent to your own body, just the way you're talking. I had one woman she said, I came into your study, you didn't even want to stop smoking. I've been smoking for 25 years. And she listened to our exercise the first time. She said, I don't like it. She went home that night. She did it again. She lit up a cigarette. She looked at it and said, who needs this? She put it out. She hasn't had a cigarette since. Her friends can't believe it. 25 years she smoked. And she said to me, this is some kind of crazy-ass voodoo shit. And I mean that in a good way.
Best compliment ever.
So I got one really out there question, okay? So I'm listening to your voice.
Yes.
And your voice is melodic, number one, and dulcet. It's low register, and it has a very even quality to it. Does the person's, like, would Fran Drescher be able to hypnotize us? Like
that woman's voice alone. She made a whole career on that voice.
You're getting very sleepy. or Jerry Lewis, you know what I mean? Lady with the sleep and the Flavin.
Yeah, please. I would say that people with some kinds of voices might be pushing you away instead of pulling you into it. I could see that.
Okay.
But in general, you know, I have lots of colleagues and their voices are different, but I do try to speak to people in a way that puts them at ease, that makes them feel calmer and more open to accepting what it is I'm trying to do with them.
So, David, why doesn't hypnosis have a greater presence in general practice?
Yeah.
Why did it just completely evaporate out of the landscape?
Is that what your affiliation is attempting to, the integrative medicine at Stanford?
Well, that's part of it. And Reverie, I've been doing this for 50 years now. And I thought at the beginning of my career that if we all just do enough research, we prove that it works, we show how it works using functional magnetic resonance imaging.
fMRI.
fMRI, that people would come around. And you know what? That hasn't happened. And I think some people are scared of it. But the other thing is big pharma, guys. You know, I don't have money to hire a bunch of ex-cheerleaders to go around to doctors' offices and talk them into using hypnosis.
Interesting. Is that how that sell the drugs?
And there's a, you know, and I'm a physician. I use medication. There are a time and a place for it. But we tend to undervalue any intervention that is not incision, injection, or ingestion. You know, if it's not real, if you're not using a drug. And that's just wrong. It's just not true. It is real. We can help people live their lives better and far more safely using hypnosis. And that's why I built Reverie. I thought it's never going to happen the way I've been doing it. And I want to go direct to consumer, to have people try it for themselves. Try it, you'll like it. And we've had 850,000 downloads. Right now, there are 27,000 people using the app. We're getting 4 out of 5 reduce their stress by 20% in the first 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. We get a 35% reduction in pain over a 3-month period just using the self-hypnosis. 1 out of 4 people stop smoking, and the rest of them reduce their cigarette consumption by half.
And it makes sense for the pain. It just dawned on me that as much as pain is a nerve stimulation firing a synapse, it is also happening in your brain. Because people will lose a limb and then still feel excruciating pain in a phantom limb, something that is not there. So at that point,
it's all in the brain.
It's all in the brain, yeah.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that's pain that's not even connected to a nerve. Mm-hmm. So that's 100% in the brain. So clearly, you could be able to do something to your brain to manage your pain without even taking a pill.
You're from England, if I may take from My Fair Lady. The strain in pain lies mainly in the brain. You're exactly right.
Oh, well worked,
Joe, I think he's got it.
I believe he's got it. Splendid. Splendid.
And now you say it. Strain in brain, the brain.
All right. Okay. Don't forget to get tickets for our Broadway show. So you mentioned fMRI. You mentioned the fMRI scans.
Yeah.
How much? Because
just remind people. So there's MRI where you just lay yourself in there, but the fMRI, the person is actively interacting with you, the professional, and you are seeing how their thoughts manifest in whatever are your measuring devices.
Right. You can see blood circulates throughout the brain, but where the brain is more metabolically active, there's a bold signal, blood oxygen level dependent signal that changes. And so you can see where the most activity is in the brain. So what we see is reduced activity in the dorsal anterior cingulate cortex, which is part of the pain network too. And there's another thing that happens. The prefrontal cortex controls activity in the insula, which is a little island of tissue, Green's Island, in the middle of the front part of the brain. And it's a mind-body conduit. So the brain can control pain perception by regulating activity in the insula and can more accurately perceive pain signals. And so hypnosis actively controls regions of the brain that have to do with pain and fear.
Okay, I got one issue. I got an important issue. Okay, if I step on a nail, I don't want to hypnotize myself so I don't feel the pain. I want to remove the nail from my foot. I mean, at what point does this distract you from solutions to what's causing the pain, rather than neurological pathways so that you don't notice the pain anymore?
I would say that kind of problem is far less common than the converse problem, which is that you feel every pain, even if you've had it for 5 years, as if it's something that just happened, as if you just stepped on a nail again. And it's because, from an evolutionary point of view, we're pretty pathetic creatures. We're not that big, we're not that strong. If we weren't very sensitive, hypersensitive to being injured, we probably wouldn't have survived. So we need to protect ourselves from injury. But then there comes a point where you got the message, you got the nail out, it's not crushing substernal chest pain, you're not having a heart attack. And so that's the much more typical problem, and that's where hypnosis can help. And I'll tell you, with the example of the phantom limb pain, there's a hypnotic treatment for it. And what you do is you hypnotize people and you have them imagine that they're moving the limb they no longer have. And just feeling that they're controlling it, using those nerve roots, which are still connected to the brain, actually can help relieve the pain that people were feeling. We took a group of Stanford students, gave them a series of electric shocks to the wrist, and measured evoked potential. What we did was we hypnotized them and told them their hand was in circulating ice water, cool, tingling, hot. And 2 of the 3 components of the evoked response to the shocks were substantially reduced. The first, the P100, just disappeared. So this was within 1/10 of a second of the shocks being administered. The recognition there was gone. And the P300, which is a signal that you get when you're supposed to do something in response to what you're feeling, was half as big. So it wasn't just that they were getting the pain signal and changing it later. They were changing the way the brain received and processed the signal from the beginning.
In real time?
In real time, just like instantly. So 1/10 of a second later, their brain response is different. So pain, if you think about it, there's input coming in from the body, from the periphery, but then there's the evaluation of the pain and what it means. And so, like you were saying, get that nail out of my foot. And if that's what's going on, you want to pay attention to it. But afterwards, as it's healing and you've gotten the nail out, you don't need to pay as much attention to it as our brains often do. And hypnosis can help you change that.
What you said about the hypnosis moving into the salience network, are there other executive networks within the brain that you could possibly be able to start to play with? I don't want to say manipulate again, because you seem to sort of rail up against that term.
The literature suggests that it can be playful, but the 3 major networks that are involved in hypnosis are the salience network, turning down activity there, which also involves turning down pain perception. The executive control network, that's mostly the prefrontal cortex, that tells the body what to do. And so some of your activity that involves controlling pain also involves activity in the prefrontal cortex that stimulates activity in the insula. We talked about that with the brain-body thing. The third is the default mode network that I mentioned, where you reflect on who you are. I sometimes call it the mindful mode network, where you're just thinking about yourself. The more active the prefrontal cortex is, the less active the default mode network is. And that's how you suspend your usual presumptions of who you are and what you are when you're active in hypnosis. So those 3 networks, executive control, salience, and default mode, are the 3 that are affected by hypnosis.
So we've got stress, pain. There's a nice list here of the successes of hypnosis. What about phobias and other kind of clearly irrational behavior that's exhibited among people? And is that just neurodiversity that we accept, or should that be fixed in some way? And what has hypnosis done about those?
Like, I have an irrational fear of being hypnotized.
Okay.
How do you treat Chuck?
Look up slowly, close your eyes. You're gonna love it.
Wait, Chuck, I got a better one than that. It was Stephen Wright. He says, I'm getting an MRI to see if I'm claustrophobic.
That's pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, that was good.
I've treated people. I had a woman who was afraid to have an MRI. You get in that tube, there's a collecting of the magnet, and she had possibly a tumor in her spinal cord in her neck and was very frightened about it. Just couldn't do it. And it turned out that she liked the water ski. So I had her imagine that when she'd go into the tube, she'd look up, close her eyes, and the noise of the magnet clicking on and off was the motorboat. And I just want you to imagine that you're water skiing. And she got through it fine. So you just focus on something else.
You know, I'd be afraid to hang out with you. Because I don't know.
Yeah.
This guy sounds dangerous. Let me cast that into positive. We're all pleased to learn that you have these powers and you're using them for the greater good. Because if you were the nemesis to a superhero, you would be completely dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, what if you had the ability to hypnotize more than one person? You get a mass hypnosis.
That's what I'm saying.
Coming down the villain road.
Guys, I'm doing that right now through the app.
Look at that transparency. we have transparency.
Through Reverie. People are using Reverie now. Hopefully they're listening to the program for the moment rather than using Reverie. But absolutely. However, all hypnosis is really self-hypnosis.
But tell me more about phobias now.
So, flying phobias, for example. The airline industry figures they lose 15% of their business to people who are afraid of flying. If you want to have a rational phobia, don't get in a car because the number of deaths per mile traveled is far greater in automobiles than it is in airplanes, even if it's a Boeing.
Nicely done.
Oh,
I like that.
See what you did there.
Yeah. What I tell them is to do three things. I say, I want you to practice this as you prepare for your trip. Look up, close your eyes, get your body comfortable. When you get in the plane, buckle your seatbelt, and then concentrate on number one, floating with the plane. Most people get tense, they fight the chair, they don't like being buckled in. And I just said, imagine you're in a roller coaster ride at a fair. You're having a good time, you're floating with the plane. Don't fight the plane, float. Secondly, think of the plane as an extension of your body. If you want to get from one place to another, you can walk. If you want to get there faster, you can ride a bicycle. The bicycle's an extension of your body. If you want to get there even faster, you can get in a car. That's an extension of your body. So you're not trapped in a tin can at 35,000 feet. You're using an extension of your body to do what you want to do. And one of the things you did was you chose an airline that has responsible and trained pilots, and he's an extension of your brain.
So it's not Southwest.
Which one of us is going to get sued first? And the third thing is to think about the difference between a possibility and a probability. It's always possible the plane's going to crash, but it isn't probable. We tend to confound the probability of something with how vividly we can picture it.
Ooh,
so you can picture a plane crash. It freaks you out.
Oh, yeah,
that doesn't mean it's likely to happen.
All right, real quick, because we're running out of time, which I can't believe.
Oh, yeah, we just started talking.
We just, this is crazy.
What?
Okay, so we talked about, fears and so forth. Let's go in the opposite direction. Performance.
Yes.
Can you enhance performance through hypnosis?
Yeah.
You bet. And there are very good athletes who do it. So the best known way, because what you can do is calm your body. Use your muscles only for what they're supposed to be used for. Excess tension can be a problem. The Stanford women's swimming team coach, they're a fabulous team. A lot of these young women go to the Olympics.
After he electrically shocked them.
In the pool.
In the pool. Drop the toaster in. Y'all at Stanford, I don't know what you guys do. Okay.
You guys are terrible. No, when the coach discovered that they were swimming faster in practice than they were in heats. And you would think it would be the opposite. And it turned out when we talked to them, in practice they were just concentrating on relating to their body, on making their muscles work in coordination as well as they could. When they're in the meet, they're thinking about the girls on either side and sort of competing with them. Now, swimming isn't a contact sport. It doesn't matter what the other swimmers are doing. What matters is what you're doing.
Yeah, I used to wrestle. It really matters what your opponent is doing.
Well, in wrestling, yes, indeed. Yeah. But not in swimming, and not in golf, for example. Tiger Woods has used hypnosis since he was 14. He hypnotized himself every day when he was playing.
He became the ball.
Yes. Good reference.
Be the ball. Yeah.
Yes. No, it's got to be a smooth swing. You don't want to think about anything except what you need to do to connect with the ball. So these girls swam faster in meets once they discipline themselves to practice self-hypnosis and just focus on their relationship with their own body. So there are a number of Michael Jordan used hypnosis to train. He was fairly good at basketball. He's not bad. Not bad.
But just to be clear, there's a statistical element here that we should say. Okay, the good doctor here is not listing all the crappy athletes who also hypnotize themselves, and it didn't make a damn bit of difference. I just wanted to make that clear.
No, they were crappy because they didn't learn to use self-hypnosis.
Oh!
Gotcha. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So tell us, do you have a social media presence other than your app?
On Instagram and Facebook.
And the name of the app is the handle.
Is Reverie. Reveri. Yeah, and it's at Reverie.
We will totally look and find you. Find you online. Sure.
I hope so, and I hope people will benefit from it. It's that's my legacy project. I want that to happen.
Yeah, this has been a delight. Yeah. To know that you exist out there, that you're using your powers for good. Right.
For the moment. Not being a Marvel villain who takes the masses and turns them against Gotham. Wait, that's DC. I'm sorry. I'm mixing my...
No, don't mix. No.
I'm mixed up.
Gotham?
Well, we're in New York, so yeah. We're in New York, so everything is Gotham.
Yeah, send the mail to Chuck.
Don't do it, guys. No, I know better.
Okay. All right, excellent. Well, thank you, sir, for joining us.
You're most welcome. And I want to thank you for one other thing, Neil, and that is some of the best hours of my teenage years were in the Hayden Planetarium.
Oh my gosh!
I loved it. I loved learning about the stars. I bought myself a little lamp that could project the stars out on the walls.
I wasn't director at the time you were describing here, but I'm pleased to know that I'm carrying forth a legacy that has granted you such fond memories.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Hayden Planetarium right here in New York City. We're in my office.
We're here.
We're here.
This is where we are.
It's in the office. Right. My office here at the Hayden Planetarium.
Stars all over.
All right, Chuck. Gary.
Always a pleasure.
We're good here.
Pleasure.
All right, that's another wrap. This is Neil deGrasse Tyson for StarTalk.
And you're out of the room.
Meta's new policies: open gate to hate. Here are some of the horrible things that you can say. Meta now lets users say women are household objects. Oh my god. Yeah, bro, like there's an overcorrection.
Facebook and Instagram and Threads has ignited controversy with sweeping changes to its moderation policies. New guidelines allows users to accuse LGBTQ individuals of mental illness, shocking many who once viewed Meta as an ally. This dramatic shift starkly contrasts with the platform's 2021 ban of Donald Trump for inciting violence.
Meta was never on your side. Zuckerberg it's not like he nowadays, it's not like he just randomly started doing jiu-jitsu and tanning and now he's a pro and he cares about the Constitution. He never cared about it. He doesn't care about it now. He cares about being congruent with what the leadership of the company wants him to do.
Violence.
He's a survivor. That's what he is.
Critics have called the move a dangerous rollback of protections for marginalized groups. There's more on the about face of the social media giant.
Yeah.
Social media platforms bridge gaps and connect people.
It's
worldwide.
crazy for me to see Instagram and not see it filled up with hoes. Like, why do you even have Instagram if that's not what you use it for? I can't even imagine that. Like, yeah, really. I mean, I don't get it.
However, they also serve as tools for hate, misinformation, and abuse.
Oh, here we go. Misinformation again.
And Meta's latest policy changes have raised significant concerns, especially among the LGBTQ+ community and human rights groups. This Tuesday, Meta updated its moderation guidelines for Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. The changes now allow accusations of mental illness against LGBTQ+ individuals, specifically regarding their gender identity and sexual orientation. If that wasn't enough, Meta's revamped guidelines will now also tolerate terms like weird, address women too.
I mean, like, what is this hall monitor shit? Comma, non-serious usage of the words weird? So you can say that being gay or being transgender is weird now? Oh my god.
Like weird.
Wow.
Address women to be household objects and black people as farm equipment. Of course, just like many other times, Meta justified this move and cited political and religious discourse around homosexuality and transgenderism.
So we built a lot of complex systems to moderate content.
Yep.
But the problem with complex systems is they make mistakes. Even if they accidentally censor just 1% of posts.
Farm equipment is crazy. No, what's crazy is the fact that that's the abbreviated term that they use. I've been on the internet a long time. Like, that's not the full thing that they say.
To millions of people, and we've reached a point where it's just too many mistakes and too much censorship. The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech.
Yep.
So we're gonna get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms.
Policy
This
should be
adjustment has
temporary.
sparked outrage among advocacy groups, which accuse Meta of enabling hate speech.
Well, they are. They are enabling hate speech. That's absolutely what they're doing. But hate speech is protected under the First Amendment. That's the way it is. And I think that the majority, I do think it's the majority of people, at least here in the US. I don't trust Facebook or Instagram or Twitter to tell me what the rules are for what I can and can't say. I didn't elect them. They're not accountable to me. These are companies that have no accountability, no loyalty, no sense of accountability to the American people at all. I do not want these fucking people telling me what I can and can't say. That's it. I don't want them making these decisions. It's a private company that can control anything you want. It's not about whether they can or not. Everybody knows that they can. It's about whether you think it's a good idea or not. Saying something can happen, yeah, of course it can happen. That's why you support TikTok over them. Well, I support all of them because it's freedom of speech. That's it. Yeah, it's the First Amendment. It's that simple.
Without these necessary hate speech and other policies, Meta is giving the green light for people to target LGBTQ people, women, immigrants, and other marginalized groups with violence, vitriol, and dehumanizing narratives. With these changes, Meta is continuing to normalize anti-LGBTQ hatred for profit at the expense of its users and true freedom of expression.
No, that's not true freedom of expression. People can say anything positive they want. Like saying, I don't like this logic that people are using now, that because people can disagree with them, there's no longer freedom of expression. Well, it's like if your ideas can only exist in an ecosystem where they can't be attacked, then I don't think that it's almost like, so in order to have freedom of expression, other people can't express themselves. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Oh my goodness.
Meta's overhaul extends beyond LGBTQ+ issues. The company has also scrapped policies prohibiting insults based on race, ethnicity, national origin, disability, and gender identity.
Yeah, big surprise.
I think that this is a bit politically motivated.
And then also, like, so there's another huge component about this that's, like, really big, is that when you have the politicians and the rhetoric in the country politically that is discussing these topics, and if you can't discuss these topics on social media loses its value. So, because the culture has shifted a lot towards people being more accepting of, opinions that people would say would be discriminatory or hateful, if you can't platform different politicians that are saying that stuff, well, here's what's going to really happen. Those politicians are going to get together and they're going to make a law and they're going to destroy your company. That's what's going to happen. Because now that they're in control, if you start banning all of them, they're just going to remove your Section 230 and destroy your entire company overnight. And do you think Trump would do that? Absolutely he would do that. And you know what he probably would do? He probably wouldn't do it. He'd just say he was going to do it, massively tank their stock, and then not even do it in the first place.
But I also think there has been a huge push worldwide for these changes to happen. The oversight board, for example, with Meta was an interesting experiment. Obviously, it's not going to continue in its current form, but there will be implications from it.
After the major policy reforms, CEO Mark Zuckerberg also announced a major shift in fact-checking.
Yeah, big surprise.
Zuckerberg explained Meta will replace its trusted organizational partners with a community-driven system similar to X's community models.
First, we're going to get rid of fact-checkers and replace them with community nodes, similar to X, starting with us. So over the next couple of months, we're going to phase in a more comprehensive community node system.
Yeah, we looked at this already.
Atera is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management, remote access, help desk and ticketing, smart automations, patching, software deployment, scripting. And the amazing thing is that it does all this while still being easy to use. It's magical. Just as cloud, intuitive UI, everything is where it's supposed to be, and does what it's meant to do. Sorry, I get emotional. Not to mention, with predictive alerts, you solve real IT issues before they become IT problems.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of how awesome I am at fixing your computer.
And with advanced reporting and analytics, management can finally understand why I'm the real MVP. Also, per technician instead of per device pricing, that saves us 50% of our IT costs and makes me the new company hero.
Lines show up. Real heroes wear headsets. And you be...
maybe you're not buying this, and that's fine. Because you don't have to buy anything. You can try it out right now for free. Set up as a breeze. Just hit the link. Try the thing. It's glorious. Atera. It's what IT ought to be. Except cookies. Cookies accepted.
Meta's current stand contrasts sharply with its previous policies.
Surprise.
In 2021, the company suspended President-elect Donald Trump's accounts on Facebook and Instagram for 24 hours and then extended the ban for 2 years.
Yeah, see, this is about, remember this? This is a real good time. And anyway, so the fact is that Meta and these companies are like nothing next to the government. And this is why, you want to know why every single one of these companies, the biggest companies in the world, immediately cucked China? Because China has a military. Meta doesn't have a military. That's it. Like, think about it, right? They can go and just take over the entire building, kill everybody in the building, and there's nothing that the company can do about it. That's it. These companies have no actual power over the government. The only power that they have is hopefully convincing greedy senators to act in their best interest. And then they say it's never going to happen. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, that's real power. Like, these companies have money, the government has power.
This action followed post-CMA during the US Capitol riots, which were deemed a severe violation of Meta's rules. But with the latest policy changes, Similar posts may not likely see a ban on the account and would be corrected by community notes instead.
Yeah, which is a smart way to do it.
These recent developments signal a U-turn in Meta's approach to moderation. Policies that once protected users from hate and abuse now appear relaxed. For example, while the former US president faced consequences for inciting unrest, today's changes suggest greater leniency towards harmful speech. But who doesn't want to be friends with the president? It seems like Zuckerberg is doing everything to join Trump's inner circle.
Yeah.
Even if it means more hate speech online.
That's right. That's exactly what's happening.
From meeting the president
100%.
Florida residents to the company donating $1 million for his second inauguration, the tech giant is doing everything to be in Trump's good books, including appointing hardcore Trump supporters to its board, like UFC CEO Dana White.
Community notes is a better
Wow.
system. I think it is too.
Meta's policy changes have profound
Yeah, I think so too.
implications for online discourse. By allowing targeted accusations and removing protective guidelines, the platform risks becoming a breeding ground for hate and misinformation.
It will be. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. For sure.
Once a champion of safeguarding speech, Meta now faces accusations of abandoning its responsibilities.
Yep.
And critics ask, how far will Zuckerberg go with his political agendas?
He doesn't have a political agenda. He has a financial agenda. And that agenda aligns with the people that are in power. So if you want Mark Zuckerberg to go back on these changes and apologize for them, elect a Democrat in 4 years. Problem solved. He'll immediately go back on it and change everything back to the way it was. Lizard Boy's part of the crew now. He's trying
From breaking news to the day's biggest controversies.
There it is. He's pretending. Well, no, it's not that he's pretending now and he wasn't pretending then. He's pretending now and he was pretending then. Zuckerberg called his own people dumb fucks for giving them their information in like 2010. He doesn't give a fuck about any of this stuff. He just wants to make money and run the company and have it be as popular as possible. He doesn't give a shit in the first place. Society has a responsibility for changing corporations, not the other way around. I agree. And I think that to the extent that corporations try to change the government, they put themselves in an adversarial role against the government. And if you put yourself in an adversarial role against the government, don't be surprised if they retaliate. And that's what they're really afraid of. Especially because, and this is what the big problem is, these social media companies can only exist because of privileges that different, different laws give them. I think Section 230 is the best example of that, but there's a lot of other examples that exist as well. So all of these companies exist under these privileges. So if the government takes those privileges away, they effectively destroy the entire company. Yeah, we have to eliminate company political donations. It's killing America. Yeah, I agree with you too. I think that's absolutely true. I much prefer him to be fake on my side than fake on their side. Well, I think that's the way a lot of people are feeling it. I'll look at some clips from the, he did an interview with Mark Zuckerberg too about it, and we'll look at it. And here's the thing, is that he's right.
On that side, we just basically got to this point where there were these things that you just like couldn't say, which were mainstream discourse, right? So, you know, it's like Pete Hegseth is...
That's exactly right. Yeah, it is a mainstream viewpoint now that people want to deport every single person who is non-American, right? Like any person, if like you're an illegal immigrant, it doesn't matter if you're like a grandma, they want to get rid of you. It is a mainstream opinion now that transgender is not a legit thing and it should not be near kids. This is a mainstream opinion. Now, you might not want it to be a mainstream opinion, but it is one. And so if they don't follow along with that, then they're going against the tide. And at the end of the day, they're a platform. They can't control what people think. They can try, but they can't really.
Going to, probably be defending his nomination for Secretary of Defense on the Senate floor.
Thank you for the 5 gifted.
And I think one of the points that he's made is that he thinks that women shouldn't be able to be in certain combat roles. And until we updated our policies,
And this also, I think, is a majority opinion too. If you were to ask, I think that the majority of people, do you think that women should be in combat roles in like the military? I bet most people would say no.
Wouldn't have been a thing that you could have said on our platforms, because it would call for the exclusion of a protected category of people.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, okay, like on its face, calling for the exclusion of a protected category, that seems that like that's okay. There's like legal protections, there's all this stuff, but okay, if it's like okay to say on the floor of Congress, you should probably be able to debate it on social media.
Yeah.
So, so I think some of the stuff, I think well-intentioned.
And this is also another component, is that if you can't talk about these issues on Meta, on Facebook or Instagram, people are going to go to Twitter to talk about them. So if people want to talk about these things in an honest way, they're going to go to platforms that they can do that on. So it's also making sure that they're congruent and keeping up with their competition.
Too far. Needs to just get rationalized a bit. On that side, we just basically got to this point where there were these things that you just like couldn't say, which were mainstream discourse.
Gender is it all a sexual notion? It isn't a thing for kids in the first place. I don't want to debate whether you think trans is real or not. I don't care what you think. I don't. I don't give a shit. It's not, I'm not debating about this. If you want to think it's real, why? Because other people's opinions of somebody's gender identity is of no consequence to me. I don't give a shit. It's that simple. Why are these folks focusing on trans when it's less than 1% worldwide? They view it, so the reason why, it's actually super simple. The reason why is because it's like a watermark for where somebody's thinking is at, and it's like an indicator for whether somebody is thinking in a way that people agree with or not. That's the reason why.
You're early, aren't you? No matter, have a seat. The reading is about to begin. Heed this final warning. Death.
These people from the Biden administration would call up our team, scream at them, and curse, and it's like these documents it's all kind of out there.
Did you record any of those phone calls?
I don't think we were, but I think
I want to listen.
I mean, there are emails. the emails are published. It's all kind of out there, and they're like, and basically it just got to
and you can see why. I mean, like if I was Mark Zuckerberg, here's the truth, and tell me if you do the same thing. I'd do what he did. Do you think he wants to go to war with the White House? Fuck no, he doesn't want to go to war with the White House. Absolutely not. Bro, he fell in line instantaneously. Hell not? Yeah, exactly. Too much stress. Yeah.
Point where we were like, no, we're not gonna take down things that are true. That's ridiculous. They wanted us to take down this meme of Leonardo DiCaprio looking at a
pointing the. Bro, they're getting bent out of shape about a Leonardo. Oh my god, this is sad. Wow.
TV talking about how 10 years from now or something, you're gonna see an ad that says, okay, if you took a COVID vaccine, you're eligible for, for this kind of payment, like this sort of like class action lawsuit type meme. And they're like, no, you have to take that down. We just said, no, we're not going to take down humor and satire. We're not going to take down things that are true. And then at some point, I guess you want to clear your name? I don't know, it flipped a bit. I mean, Biden, when he gave some statement at some point, I don't know, it was a press conference or to some journalists, where he basically was like, these guys are killing people, and
yeah.
They pushed us super hard. to take down things that were honestly were true, right? I mean, they basically pushed us and said, you know, anything that says that vaccines might have side effects, you basically need to take down.
That's crazy. Wow.
And I was just like, well, we're not going to do that. Like, we're clearly not going to do that. I mean, that is kind of inarguably
Who's telling you to take down things that
it was
that talk
people.
about vaccine side effects?
It was people in the Biden administration. I think these people from the Biden administration would call up our team and like scream at them and curse, and it's like
we saw part of this already.
us.
There's more of it. I'll see if I can look at the rest of it. And also, while rolling back restrictions on insulting transsexuals, gays, and immigrants, Meta will retain its ban on Holocaust denial, criticism of Zionists, and Jewish power. I don't really see the logic in this. I don't. So if you can be racist, why can't you be negative against Israel?
They had it coming.
What is this? What's going? It's hypocritical. It's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It's money? I guess so. Well, either way, whatever reason it is fucking wrong. There's misinformation about vaccines on all sides. The truth is vaccines are good and 99% safe. If I had a kid, I would get my kid all of the vaccinations. All of the, like, polio vaccine, whooping cough, I think that's another one. Any of that stuff, I would get them all of those vaccinations. Now, I personally didn't take the COVID vaccine. The reason for that is actually very simple. It's because I'm a little fucking bitch that has to get worried about anything medical at all. And so it actually had nothing to do with, like, whether the vaccine was good or not. I just am afraid of doing things that are medical and getting injections, right? Like, last time I had a blood test, I had a fucking panic attack. And so that's the real reason. But yeah, if I had a kid, I would get them vaccinated as well. For sure. And I think also, then why would you be afraid for your kid? Because I think that my feeling is irrational. And I know that it's irrational. I think it's a phobia rather than a like a logical perspective. That's the reason why. And I would want to make a good decision for somebody else, even though I know that I'm making a bad decision myself. Yeah, it's really simple. Like, and I don't want to. I don't want to project my own mental illnesses onto other people. One of the worst things that you can do is to make other people carry your cross, especially if it's a really stupid cross. So yeah, that's the way that I feel about it. And it's just really that simple. Some people believe the COVID vaccine will make you traceable, and that's a conspiracy. Of course, they're doing that to try to stop those people. I think that's fine. If you want to say the COVID vaccine, you know, puts like a chip in you, I don't see that being a problem. Like, why shouldn't you be able to say that? Like, yeah, I mean, if it's a problem, then the company that makes it can sue you for defamation. It's the same like, you know, Dominion sued Fox and they got a lot of money. So yeah, I mean, it's freedom of speech, even if it's stupid, right? That's it. Anyway, let me see if I can find the rest of this. Fuck. There we go. All right. See if I can find any more clips. I think that there's been many of the other ones. Let me see if I can do Rogan. See if there's any more of this that's worth reading. Did you hear they're vaccinating cows and not giving it food through their milk?
Incoming grenade.
I don't understand. Like, I'm not an expert in vaccines. If you want to go back and if you look at all of my coverage and everything with the COVID vaccine, with COVID in general, I don't think you can probably find a single instance of me telling somebody to get vaccinated or not to get vaccinated. I am not a doctor. I am not a chemist. I am not a scientist. I don't know the answer to that. Make your own decision or listen to somebody who is. That's it. Yeah, should I forget it? Yeah, fence sitter. Well, yeah.
Good shit.
Of course I'm gonna be a fence sitter. That's the smart thing to do. Of course. I fence sit on tons of things because I don't want to have an opinion on this. Yeah, like, I'm not going to carry your cross. If you want me to think something, I don't care. Yeah, it's whatever. And I know people that got their lives destroyed because of the COVID vaccine. Oh, it's too bad. Let's see.
At the beginning, it kind of seemed like, okay, we should give a little bit of deference to the government and the health authorities on how we should play this. But
yeah,
when it went from, 2 weeks to flatten the curve to, and like in the beginning, it was like, okay, there aren't enough masks. Masks aren't that important. To then it's like, oh no, you have to wear a mask.
No way,
and, all the everything was shifting around.
Am I on penalty again?
It just became very difficult to kind of follow. And this really hit the most extreme, I'd say, during it was during the Biden administration when they were trying to roll out the vaccine program. And
oh no,
I'm generally like pretty pro rolling out vaccines. I think on balance the vaccines are more positive than negative.
I think that's what 99% of people think. Maybe not 99, but I think that like his perspective, yeah, for sure. Definitely. Unvaxxed purebloods. I do think that the pureblood meme is really funny. I have to say it. I think it's funny.
But I think that while they're trying to push that program, they also tried to censor anyone who is basically arguing against it. And
that's what really fucked up the trust. That's what I actually think that if COVID was handled differently, Biden probably would be the president still. Well, I mean, like he would have won the presidency. I think that the way that they handled COVID destroyed so much trust in the government that it totally radicalized millions of people. No, I really think so. I actually think that COVID was a massive fucking thing. Hell no? Okay. All right. And hey, the thing is that a lot of you guys are bringing up groceries and everything like that. Millions of retards, you mean? Yeah. Just remember the way that I think about things. I think of the dumbest way that you can imagine things, and I assume that's the way most people think about it.
They pushed super hard to take down things that were honestly true, right? I mean, they basically pushed us and said, anything that says that vaccines might have side effects.
You basically what you saw before. Like, there's a lot of these that are kind of overlaps.
These people from the Biden administration would call up our team and like...
Yeah, we saw all of this shit too. And I feel like this is... Yep. Also, Facebook, no absolutes without repentance, push super hard. I'm just trying to make sure there's no other clips that are worth reading or worth looking at. But that's it. It's all the same clip. Yeah, it sure seems like it. Sure seems like it is.
Nice.
Unfortunately. But, yeah.
Decoy spot.
Oh, here we go.
Probably in 2025, we at Meta, as well as the other companies that are basically working on this, are going to have an AI that can effectively be a sort of mid-level engineer that you have at your company that can write code. And once you have that, then in the beginning it'll be really expensive to run, and you can just be more efficient. And then over time we'll get to the point where a lot of the code in our apps and including the AI that we generate is actually going to be built by AI engineers instead of people engineers. Probably in 20...
Man.
Not this time.
Man. That's nuts. What a surprise. That was a great appearance from Mark. He came across as very reasonable. I've never much liked him. Yeah, he's done a really good job rebuilding his reputation. He's gone from Blizzard to based in the minds of a lot of people very quickly. Surprisingly quickly, even. He's gone from lizard to base so quickly, I think that he just might be a lizard. Yeah, I feel like this is too fast for a human. Yeah, this is the real evidence of him being a lizard right here. It's spineless, though? It's not spineless at all. If you run a company you're going to cuck to the government.
Nice.
You are.
Pulling ahead.
Because you can't... I understand everybody wants to be like, oh, well, he should have fought back against them. He did everything that he could. He's not going to win against the government.
Eyes on enemy.
That's it, he blows to the wind. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, that's it. Little shapeshifter. Yeah, adapt, overcome. Exactly, did he? Well, so what do you think would have happened if he didn't comply with the government? What do you think they would have done? Maybe they could have arrested him for knowingly having CP in the game, or sorry, in the on the website, for not doing enough to get rid of child sexual abuse material. Immediately put him on trial for it. Because I guarantee you, that's what somebody like Trump would do. Absolutely. Yeah, he'd be persecuted instantly. There are a million ways that they can do that. I forgot authority. Authority always wins. It's not authority, it's power. The government has a military, Meta doesn't. They will always cuck to the fucking government. Every single time. He's not a publisher? Why would he get arrested? It wouldn't matter.
This shit ain't
See, you
working.
don't
We
understand.
lost the advantage.
You think that it matters whether they win or not. It doesn't. The fact that it happened at all will completely destroy the reputation of the company indefinitely. All they have to do is do it. They don't even have to win. They can lose and it still destroys the company. Elon Musk proves you wrong. I mean, I don't know what would have happened to him if Biden had won again or Kamala had won again. The benefits of masculinity. What is this?
Lead dive.
And I think it's another to basically say that masculinity is bad. And I just think we kind of swung culturally to that part of the kind of the spectrum where, you know, it's all like, okay, masculinity is toxic. We have to like get rid of it completely. It's like, no, like it's both of these things are good, right? It's like you want like feminine energy, you want masculine energy. Like I think that's like you're gonna have parts of society that have more of one or the other. I think that that's all good, but
sure.
But I do think the corporate culture sort of had swung towards being this somewhat more neutered thing.
Well, yeah, of course,
and I think
because those are the people that are running HR. No fucking shit, obviously. It's common sense. Yeah, he's energy pilled. He's not a lizard. Oh, you think so? Need accountability? His main company is not X. It's tiny part of his portfolio. SpaceX and Tesla are totally literal government companies. Yeah, exactly. Are all the amendments created equal? For example, the First Amendment is virtually impossible to change, but the 30th isn't. I think the top 10 people take more seriously because it's referred to as like the Bill of Rights. But anyway, I do think that it's hypocritical that you can't criticize Zionism and you can't criticize Jewish people, but you can criticize other groups of people. I think that if you want to have a policy that allows you to criticize groups of people, it has to be either everybody or nobody. And if you try to pick out like groups that it's okay with and not okay with, it's a huge fucking problem. And all this is going to do is it's going to multiply the amount of anti-Semitism that happens. Because right now, when somebody's anti-Semitic in like a stupid way, everybody calls it out and they're like, oh, this is dumb, right? This is stupid. But like, if you can't talk about it, these people are just going to get more radicalized. That's the way I see it. Do you agree with the Holocaust rule? No, I don't. I don't. If somebody wants to say that it's fake, I don't think that they should get their account banned for it. I think it's stupid to say that the Holocaust was fake, but I think people have a right to be stupid. It's pretty simple. Yeah, that's their right to be stupid. Yeah, why is it being censored? Yeah, people can say 9/11 was fake. People say the Gulf of Tonkin was fake. People say the moon landing was fake. People say every single other event that's happened in history is fake. Why can't you say this one's fake? Come on. And this is coming from somebody who thinks that they're full of shit. But of course you should be able to express yourself. I know that a lot of you guys really want me to be a subscriber of like the Jewish supremacy thing. I'm not. I'm not. I don't think like that. I think it's silly.
Crimson's falling back.
I think it's
hell of a show today, Black Ops.
Hey Woods, we'll take that victory lap now.
I don't know if I should say this. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Do you know how like a lot of times people that are like minorities get together and they say that the reason why the government is bad is because it's like white supremacy?
supremacy. I think that's really stupid. And I think a bunch of white people getting together and that are saying that these things are bad because of Jewish supremacy, I think it's the same thing. It's just a group of people complaining and getting mad because they're not getting what they want out of a system. It's the exact same thing. Stop blaming groups of people. Not all Jews behave at a monolith in the same way that all white people behave in a monolith. It's ridiculous. It's an oversimplification. And I think that this is also another really big problem too, is that the more that you focus on about how bad Jews are, the fact is that there's plenty of people that are not Jewish that I'm sure have things that you don't like also. And it gives people the ability to create a scapegoat and then not focus on what the real problem is. And so if you want to say all of these people are bad, I think that that lowers people's guard to the people that aren't part of that group that also are bad. So that's the way that I look at it. Do you guys see what I'm saying? It's narrow-minded, yeah. And so, yeah, what I'm saying is, like, not only is it stupid and misguided, but I think that it creates a blind spot for bad actors that aren't part of that group
You sound like
to take
Call of
advantage of
Duty
you
version
with
of
you having an
Deepak
implicit
Chopra.
level of trust.
Nah, my bad. I'm
So,
watching
yeah,
like
I don't agree
podcasts.
with it. And
But
if
that's
you
Asmongold.
do, if you're one of these like weird like Holocaust denier people, I'm not going to argue with you or fight with you about it. I don't care, but that's just what my opinion is.
With so many choices on Booking.com, there are so many Tina Feys I could be. Music buff Tina at a Nashville vacation home, or just buff Tina at a hotel gym. Book
I
whoever
really
you
should
wanna
probably
be.
be using headset.
Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
Felt like
Meh.
life was meaningless. I would think to myself, I hate this. This sucks.
Because it might be
don't
showing
know
up double in
what
my
I wanna
stream.
do with life anymore. And that's sometimes where the depression would kick in. But I didn't realize that the depression that I was suffering from was untreated ADHD depression. And so I've learned rules now for myself. And for anyone out there who is suffering from this, ask yourself a few simple questions.
Mr. Trevor Noah, the former host of The Daily Show.
Gained a massive following for his humorous yet incisive take on politics and society.
I was born to a black mother and a white father in South Africa at a time it was illegal in the country. They were scared the police were going to take me away, and then my mother met my stepfather. And it became an unsafe household.
Your mother had been shot point blank in the head by this man.
Yeah. And from that day onwards, everything changes.
You arrive in America to pursue your dream as being a comedian. You are very hardworking, to say the least, which led to you being the host of The Daily Show.
It was absolutely terrible. People would just be like, go back to where you came from, death threats. It was really hard. And I would get home at 9 p.m., work until midnight, get back to the office at 7 the next day, and do it all over again.
And then The Daily Show went on to become a smash hit, but what's the cost of it?
I had made my life about work, and I had made everything else secondary. And to be honest with you, a lot of people are doing this. We've neglected connection, and I think we're experiencing a generation of men in particular who are not just isolated, but just in the art of connecting. And it's affecting society now.
So those men that are struggling, where do they need to start?
This is a lesson that I've learned if you're struggling with this. So you...
This has always blown my mind a little bit. 53% of you that listen to this show regularly haven't yet subscribed to the show. So could I ask you for a favour before we start? If you like the show and you like what we do, please support us.
Wow.
My
What the
commitment to you is if you do that, I'll do everything in my power. Me and this show is better for you.
Oh my
every single
God.
week. We'll listen to your feedback. We'll find the guests that
Fucking
you need to speak
tamper,
to, and
bro.
we'll
Get the
continue to
fuck
do what we
out.
do. Thank you so much.
Where you sitting?
It's
like right where I'm at.
Trevor, what are the most important things that I need to understand about your early years to understand what sits in front of me today?
Hostile stun.
Well, that's a tough one because I feel like my perception of what the most important things are is not the most important things. I could say it would be my sense of humor, and then it might be where the sense of humor comes from, which might be my family or my country. It might be which schools I went to. It might be where I've lived or where I've traveled to. It's it's one of those, you know, if you ever try to break down a food, something that you like, what is the most important thing? What are the ingredients that really make it? It's like, is it the crunch? Is it the acid?
Giving them kills.
What is it?
Spamming with the SMG, bro.
If I knew,
Oh my
then I'd
God.
be able to either create more of me or maybe like
Get his
figure out
ass.
which parts I want to tweak, but I honestly don't know the answer to that question.
I often think of everyone that I meet, but also myself in the context of, I guess, a similar analogy, like a set of ingredients that came together that were then put into an oven. Just turned on and you all plate. It's not to say that they can't be changed after that moment.
Wow.
Those ingredients.
Wow. Bro,
So
what
my
the?
mother,
Who
South
are
African,
these people that are playing? That we're
also
playing
me.
against? Like,
My father's Swiss, from Switzerland, but was living in South Africa. So those are
Motherfucking campers,
parental
bruh.
ingredients.
nah, not even, bro. Like,
What they do?
not
I spent
even.
a lot of time with her as a young
I'm
child.
0-10 right now.
My
Like, what the
grandfather
fuck?
was a crazy, funny man. He was bipolar. But we didn't know
Motherfucking
at the
campers,
time. I think we
man.
knew towards the end of his life. But it made him wildly entertaining.
Where the fuck they at?
Yeah, it's a tough one.
There's one running
Because
around.
because
This
I
dude in the
often
green, jumpsuit.
As much as we're baked to what you're saying,
Oh, Squid Game, motherfucker.
I think
Yeah.
we're baked, but then we are very much
Wow.
a product of the people
Wow.
that we then
I
come
mean,
into
good for them.
contact
They
with.
really
So I think of
excel
most
at Call of
people
Duty.
Sort of like a
Good for them,
sponge
shit.
cake. Like most cake, most of them. And then what really makes them special is what the baker does to them afterwards. You know? But the fundamental cake is pretty much the same, and I think people are like that. Yeah, there's certain things, the color of our
Yeah.
skin and
Like if I would like if
but then I
one
think it's
kill,
everyone we come into contact
one
with
kill.
that gives
Good
us
for
the
like
icing,
holy
that gives us
shit.
the shape, that gives us the dynamic texture that makes us who we are. You know? And so I strangely enough, I feel like it's all of these people that I was lucky enough that gave me a little bit of that texture and shape. And I think that's the same for everyone. You know? That's probably why I'm so
I wonder if
with my friends. Because I think that's me actively choosing the people who are going to keep shaping me as I live my life.
2 kills. All
I've
right.
seen you on TV. I've seen
Let's
you
go,
for
let's
the
go.
last
You know?
10 years of my life, but I had no idea.
Oh, I'm lagging. What the fuck?
Context. I had no idea. And it's funny because sometimes
Man, it's gonna be kind of hard, but
Domino 35.
3 kills.
Those early
All right,
Dominoes
let's
I
go
think
for
could
4.
be the market
Oh,
the Domino 35
No.
that we see on
Oh
the
yeah,
screen.
yeah, definitely.
So for someone
Come
that
on,
might
man.
not know
You
your
got it, you
earliest
got it.
context, like I didn't, what should they know to understand you?
So I mean, you know, first of all,
Yeah, I just got
born
4.
and raised in South Africa, right? Born in 1984, so that was 6 years before apartheid ended.
oh, this dude.
Born to a black mother and a
This
white
nigga.
father at a time when it was illegal in the country. And it was strangely unique. I guess because it was illegal, you know. So I grew up in a world where I didn't see anything like me who had my background. I saw some people who looked similar to me, but they had a completely different background. You know, South Africa's racial dynamics are very complicated. Sometimes people, especially like internationally. You know. Yeah, I think that's one of the beginning of me.
Are you serious? Thank you.
And then I think, you know,
8 and
I look
18
at
is
these
still
ingredients
ridiculous.
I hate
Get
this
outta here.
fucking map.
best in
Yeah, there's some maps that I just feel like I don't know. There's some like I mean I don't know. They're just
Bad.
shit.
It's
They're
bad.
just-
This shit is
series of Lucky
bad.
Breaks. So one of
This
those
spawns
was
are fucking
apartheid.
bad.
Guess I chose the
So
wrong
apartheid ends when I'm 6 years old. And I always think to myself about how much that changes my entire life. Because if apartheid, let's say apartheid went for 10 more years, then now I'm 60 and I haven't been able to
All these dudes did was
that I
camp,
went
bro.
through because, you know, only
With
white
a
kids
fucking
Yeah, I was
LMG.
final kill cam and then I hit the bull and now I was last place with South Africa. Fucking awful.
Look at that.
went allowed to live in the whole life was defined by the color of your skin.
Shit.
I see everyone
that
using that
becomes,
scope, though.
One of the first dominoes that I didn't have anything to do with that changes my life.
People
Yeah.
today aren't aware of what the
8 and 18
That's
is
good.
crazy.
I've had to research as an adult to make sure I know what it is. I was born in 1992. So for anyone that doesn't know what it's like to be a child that has a white father and a black mother growing up in apartheid South Africa, where, as it says on the front of your book, you're considered a crime because your father and mother have different skin colors. What does that environment feel like emotionally for you?
So I was lucky I was lucky in that I think at least on the surface I didn't feel it. You know, because one of the most important things I've learned from my upbringing is a child's reality, for the most part, is defined and created by their parents or their caregivers. You know, so I didn't know that my world was strange.
I ain't played Fortnite.
I didn't know that my mother wasn't legally
I
allowed
never
to
learned
have
that
me.
game, and I will never learn that game.
You know, when to understand the apartheid system, I always try and break it down for people. You know, people think of like racism. And
I
they're like,
refuse to learn
it's
Fortnite.
racism, and I'm like, no, it's
Wow.
it's a much more insidious system that was designed to oppress people based on the color of their skin. So where America just said there's black and whites, and if you had like one,
I don't even know why I hate it
that
so
was
much. It's
black,
just
you
something
were
about
black,
it.
and
It's
it was
just
a
like,
very
man.
simplistic system. The apartheid system was
Fuck that game type
was a
shit.
combination of
Yeah.
all of the worst ideas from around the world in and around race. You know, so the architects of apartheid explored what the Australians did with the Aboriginal people. They explored what the Dutch did. That's where the word apartheid comes from. They looked at what the Germans did, you know, during the rule of the Nazis in Germany, like Nazi Germany. They looked at every type of racism, including in the U.S. You know, it's crazy how much effort they put into doing such a terrible thing. I often joke with my friends and I go, if they put that amount of effort into making a great country, South Africa probably would have been like one of the most powerful countries in the world. There was a lot of effort, and it's a genius system, but just in the wrong direction. So what that meant for me was, I could be born by my mother. You know, I could be the seed of my father, but I couldn't live with him. We couldn't live with him. We couldn't live together. He couldn't live in our areas. I could, you know, technically speaking, my mother, my father, and myself weren't allowed to live in the same area. That's how granular the system was. So I was considered superior to my mother, and then my father was considered superior to me. You know, and so when I was really young, for instance, I'm still an indoor kid, and I think a lot of that is because when I was young, when I was with my grandmother, for instance, and my mom was working, my grandma would lock me in the house. I couldn't go outside and play with the other kids. I would escape now and again. She'd always tell me stories about how I would like dig a hole under the gate to go and play with the other kids in the street. But she was terrified, and I thought it was just because she was strict and she loved me, but it was because she was scared the police were going to take me away if they found me running around in Soweto, which was a township where only black people were supposed to be. And so in the apartheid system, this skin color wasn't considered black. Your culture didn't matter. All that mattered was your shade. That was instrumental in keeping a majority as broken up as possible to ensure that they were oppressing many minorities as opposed to one majority of people. So it's really complicated. I mean, and you know, you've read up on it, but it's an infinitely complex system around a.
And you're just gonna watch,
idea.
Bro.
So you weren't allowed to be seen in public with your mother?
No, not at all.
And you weren't allowed to be seen in public with your father?
No. My mom. So when I go out in public with my mom, she would. I don't even know where she came up with this.
Like when strangers
she
watch
would
Booger, I
act
thought
like
you'd be into that, dog.
she was supposed to be with me, but not related to me. You know, so she would dress up as you know, everyone.
I can't even see nobody. Like they. Oh no.
And she would act like she
oh wow.
You know, so it would look like my parents, I guess, have hired her to look after me, and so that's how she'd move seamlessly.
Get him. Thank you. That person just got.
Couldn't be with my father at all.
Can't fucking find anybody.
That was just out of the question.
A second ago, you said you didn't feel this environment. Or at least you didn't feel these things to some degree. I sat with a guy called Gabor Mate. I don't know if you're familiar with
of course, yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things Gabor talked to me about from his early childhood was this moment when he was younger where, because he was Jewish, his mother had to give him up just for a couple of days, 2 or 3 days.
Right side of the
because
fountain.
the Nazis were going to come and take her away. So she
Can you ping the location?
Give him up.
Oh my goodness.
Now he cites that moment of trauma of losing his mother just for a little while. It's
Ping it.
been really pivotal to his life, but also in the development of his ADHD.
Right.
And a lot of his sort of internal. And when he said that to me, I was quite shocked. Even a couple of days away from a subtle feeling of neglect at such a young age. He cites as sort of putting shame into his soul, but also being responsible for some of his ADHD in the context that ADHD is.
That should have been a headshot.
We learn, because our environment is so externally stressful, we start to avert our attention to other things sometimes. Now, the reason I say this is because it highlighted to me the chance and the possibility that maybe we might not feel it consciously, but maybe subconsciously and as we learn these things shape us in a way that's harder to spot.
I wouldn't disagree with that. I'm sure his instance was probably harder if he A, remembers it, and then B, is separated from his mother. You know, I'm not an expert in the field, but I think your mom holds a very different place in your life as a child. You know, I think we're wired that way. And then I was lucky in that I was seeing my dad. Does that make sense? So being in public with a parent is not really something of consequence if there isn't that in the world, you know? And so when I think of like how we shape realities, I had no other reality to compare it to. So it's not like I was seeing other kids thinking, oh wow, I'm left out. There were many other kids. You know, even when I talk about my story, I always say to people, don't think of this as a unique and special story. It's just that I happen to be in a place where people talk to me about it.
I won the first two, lost the third one. This is the fourth one. I lost the third one, crazy though. Like, it was like a blowout. They had me looking like I don't even know how to play Call of Duty. Like, it was so frustrating. Where the?
In a weird way, I used to think I was like the lucky kid. I knew my dad. My dad loved me, and I would see this man and.
Huh?
So, like the feeling of that, I think at that
3 and 6
maybe wasn't apparent for me.
3 and 7.
I've been more affected by things that happened in my
yeah, the first two were good, but the last one
aware.
and this one
But
is
as a
definitely
child,
turning into a struggle.
Having a good time. I'm spending time with my mom. I'm never not seeing her, and if I'm not with her, I'm with my grandmother, which is again normal.
Yeah, I'm never gonna play ranked. Like, I'm probably never gonna play ranked. Like, if I want to die and like wait for the next go around, I'm gonna go play Rainbow Six Siege.
And she was brilliant to figure out how to do that. And so, that's why I say I don't disagree with what you're saying.
You got to turn your mic up.
Everything
I don't hear you. Like, you got to turn your mic up, Jess.
To affect us negatively and positively, and you know, I've yet to meet a human being who's had a perfect existence. So I'm very careful to then sort of like point to everything as the reason for.
I didn't hear what you said, but it's because I'm also listening to like a podcast as I'm playing. So, but yeah, I play Call of Duty for fun. Like, the games I take seriously is like Gran Turismo, FIFA.
She was never married to my dad, so they couldn't get married.
And that's it, really. I try.
And then I think afterwards, my mom was just like, well, we are where we are. And
What do you mean you take them games serious?
then I think
Like, I actually will get pissed like when I lose. Like, I'll get real pissed. I've broken TVs because of FIFA.
My dad was not
Gran Turismo, I just get pissed.
I think you should get a therapist.
No, I like my anger. Sometimes people need to get put in their place, you know, and the anger helps with that.
That's my step.
Yeah. I think it's.
I read about the
it's not
relationship
a problem.
with him, and it was very
Shoot.
complicated at times kind of relationship.
What'd you say?
Perhaps a lack of fatherly care.
Oh yeah, the face cam. Yeah, no.
Dude, I
just got bored.
getting fucking spawn kills.
You know, it's tough. It's tough
Yeah.
to process.
No, 5 and 9 is crazy.
I don't even think.
Yeah.
I don't really know what it means at this age. You know,
fucking
like
love,
Bro.
violence,
fucking
domestic
spawn.
abuse. These
Yeah,
are
they
things
are.
that I don't think anyone fully comprehends. Even when I talk to like therapists about it, it's always like it's a
Hold up one second, Olivia.
theoretical
Like, I'm like
understanding.
trying to listen to the podcast,
not-
listen to
it's not
these
a-
dudes talk, and like read what you're saying, and it's like not going well
And
at all.
and
At all.
therefore that could be, you know, and we have.
Oh, but yeah,
brilliant
no, I
minds
decided to do the
on what
face
this
cam today.
does and how it creates, and you know, but man,
For sure.
I will never take for granted what it was like, you know, for myself.
Yo,
and for
P2
any other
right now.
kid
P2
who's
plug on
experienced
the
it,
stairs.
growing up in a
Oh,
home
come on.
where there's domestic
Pick that shit
violence.
up.
Like, it's one of the worst things you experience because you live in a world where your parents are
Every time
like
it never fails.
the president in a way. You know, when you're a child, your parents are the most powerful beings you know. In your head, no one is.
I also really like Overwatch, but it seems like
And
everybody's on Marvel
if you
Rivals,
ever
and I don't
have
think I'm gonna mess with Marvel Rivals too much.
the terrible fortune of seeing most times your mother
I'm trying
being in
to
a
figure
position
that out
where
too.
she's being violently
Why is that
harmed.
whole conversation with
It's
himself?
like a whole conversation with himself. Every
No,
single
I'm streaming.
shit. Like, what in the GTA is going on here?
You stream?
She's over here like,
Yeah.
like a therapy session. That doesn't even
today.
Yeah, I'm streaming right now.
and
I'm on
trying to
Twitch
understand
and YouTube,
I'm
and this
eating
other website
sausage
called
pasta.
Trovo. That's nice. Did you
Alright,
make
what
it
type
or
of
you bought
sausage
it?
for that pasta though?
Type of sausage.
Just tell us you're streaming a sausage.
Like I'm always trying to
No,
Sausage
no.
pasta.
Somebody
It's
else said
like
they're
4 hours
eating
to cook.
sausage pasta.
Get the hell out of my fucking
I made the
dude.
pasta from scratch.
Please get your sausage out of my swamp, thank you.
Is there anything?
GG's.
Oh, definitely. I
You
think
wish you had this shit right now. It's so delicious.
I had baked potato and chicken.
Because I didn't ever see that in my home, but I can
That's
only
what's up. That's
imagine
good.
how
Good
much
stuff
that
right
would have
there.
exacerbated my further, my early perception of what a relationship and what love means, to some degree.
So you see, like,
I totally need to watch this podcast or listen to this podcast. It can't, like, because I'm like trying to listen to what like Trevor Noah and I don't even know the other dude's name. I've seen a couple of his podcasts. Diary of a CEO. What's his name? But failed to join friends party. Yeah, I ain't trying to join nobody's party, bro. Chill. Olivia, do you like Marvel Rivals? It's cool, I guess. I'm still on the fence about it. Ugh. Somebody's really trying to connect, and it's like, stop. Just stop. I'm not that friendly. Let me actually mute my mic on this just to make it a little bit better. It's all right. I like the look of Overwatch better though. Yeah, me too. I feel like Overwatch, and you want to know why? I feel like because Overwatch originally wasn't a free game. Like Overwatch, you were supposed to pay money to play that, and then they gave it to us for free, and then they just kept it. Whereas Marvel Rivals has just been free. Like I agree with you. I agree with you. Like I don't think I'm gonna jump on. There's too much stuff going on in Rivals. Yeah, I agree. I don't really think Rivals is. I don't really rock with it like that. Like it's just, and I feel like that's the case for most. I really feel like that for like a lot of the free games. It's there's just like a cheapness element to them that I've just, if I was like 10 years old and I saw Fortnite and it was like, oh my gosh, this game is free. Okay, I'd probably be into it. But like I've been playing games that you're supposed to play for years. And then freaking like Fortnite and all these free games came out. So I'm already conditioned to expect like a certain level of quality in games. And it's just not there. It's not there in it's not there in them free games. Hold up. Let's play the podcast again. Let's keep it going.
my curiosity, my question to you then is like, when you go, you didn't experience it, but what did you experience? And this is the weird thing about the mind, right? Is I find whenever I speak to, like brilliant thinkers, therapists, psychologists, and all these people, what I find fascinating is how sometimes your traumas, or your perception of your traumas is directly proportional to what
I'm gonna read what you said in a sec.
your life.
Give me a sec.
So in a weird way, you might have the exact same experience that I have.
I'm struggling just to keep my KD above
might have been more
1.0.
physical. Does that make sense?
100%. It's an interpretation, right?
I'm always fascinated by that, like by how I can connect with somebody where in their house it was more about like fighting and bickering and people saying things to each other and shouting, and I didn't grow up in that kind of house. But then I've met people who did, and we seem to be kindred spirits because we both experienced fundamentally an unsafe household. You know, the feeling of an unsafe household. And I think that's something that many adults are still not dealing with. But as a child,
I mean, Fortnite has nice quality, but Rivals feels very cramped and overwhelming at times. Yeah.
And
I haven't even tried Fortnite. I wrote Fortnite off as soon as it came out.
No, we're just experiencing an unsafe environment.
I only really learned about myself in this context through my triggers as an adult.
Laser, we're good.
And then kind of matching the cards. There's this game where you like match the cards together and go snap. And it was
no, yeah, I never gave Fortnite a fair shake. I never gave it. I just have like a.
For like 3 years. And be like, let's be in a relationship. And then
I refuse to ever take that game seriously.
My mother screaming in my father's face. And that happened enough times, me avoiding romantic.
There's way too many games that I'm more than happy to pay $60 for to waste my time on.
Oh, this is that feeling from my childhood. They're the same thing.
How did you match them?
Because the way I would describe the feeling was impending prison time. It's really a long time in my life where I've seen like prison time was watching my father sit there passively as he was screamed at and thinking, why doesn't this guy leave? Why is he with her? And so that's kind of where I formed the hypothesis. And once I had something to aim at, I could resolve it. And I resolved it.
Wow.
Oh, I'm gonna read that in a sec. The parrot. I'm gonna read that in a sec. Give me a sec.
Yeah, on my side, it was the other way around. Like, I think, you know, I think.
What do you think though? Face cam or Avatar?
It was like I never saw it as like a prison, but in a similar way. I think in a way that
there's a bit of creativity I feel like I can access more with the Avatar. But based on what I read, like in America they prefer face cam, but like the rest of the world they don't mind the Avatar.
You know what I mean? So it was
but getting to the rest of the world is probably going to be more of a problem now that they get ready to ban TikTok.
We have different tickets that brought us
They're
here.
trying to freaking keep us locked in for real.
But we sort of
I feel comfortable with both. You know, to me, both are fine.
World,
really.
I
think I could be more creative with the Avatar because it's a whole Avatar. I could get myself devil horns. I could go like, you know, I could go like real hard with the Avatar.
Affected my ability to allow people into my life because I was like,
with just my regular face though, it's like,
what happens?
My face. I like my face.
Like, are you subject? And you grow up in a world where people just don't seem to take it seriously. You know, this is still a problem in South Africa till this day. I mean, this is a problem in many countries around the world. I was in where was I recently? I was in Amsterdam recently, and I saw they had this huge campaign around femicide and gender-based violence. And it's a problem all over the world where people sort of don't take it seriously. You know, they call it a crime of passion. You know, a woman goes to the police and says, you know, my husband beat me, and they go like, oh, but what did you do? This is between you and your husband. Go home, sort it out, figure the whole thing out. And I think that definitely left me as a child.
And I still need to read that previous paragraph. Like, stop with
the. Oh, wow, okay.
It's gonna.
So the world thinks this is real. Then. You know, then
dang, man.
Does that make sense?
You went through something that, again.
We're smart, boys.
You got a phone call one day.
Words.
And she'd been shot
you know what I'm saying? Don't like be too over aggressive. We're doing well.
20.
Yeah. No, I don't even do that sprinting like how everyone does that automatic sprint. I walk everywhere. I'm too old to be sprinting around and just getting headshot around every corner.
Enough-ish to drive, but
these people move way too fast.
So maybe he was like 14,
you gotta know when to move and when not. You know what I mean?
24. You get a phone call from him, your younger brother.
I just walk everywhere.
Saying mom's been shot.
What goes through your head in that moment when you get a call like that?
What went through my head was I knew exactly who did it. I knew what had happened.
We got a close gas game here. Let's go, boys.
You know, one of the worst.
Somebody on my point.
Things that comes with growing
they might have moved by now though.
A house of domestic abuse and a house where you're dealing with an alcoholic is you become.
No, they're still there. Got him, ski.
Really good at predicting things. You know, so my friends know till this day. I'll be the kind of person I'll tell you when we should leave a party before a fight breaks. I'm never around for the fight.
Done.
Because
Boom.
I can feel it.
Right. I was about to avenge you if need be.
And not like
Oh shoot! Right there. I died.
Noticing
Yep.
people aren't having as much fun as they were 20 minutes ago, and a few of the guys are stepping on each other, and the ratio in the room has gotten bad. and the music's
Chill,
not
chill.
Connecting with people. I'll be like, it's time to leave.
You play that backside, I'm gonna play the door. I got your door. Oh
that,
man,
from what I've
yeah.
understood.
No.
Therapy
Yep, got him.
and working with people who do the research around this is children start to develop an acute sense. It's like a spidey sense. You know, you hear the sound of a car and you know which car is bringing danger to
Blasted. There we go, boys. Let's go. Finish strong.
By the sounds of the footsteps, whether or not my stepfather was sober or drunk. Just by his footsteps, I knew. By the way he would close or open a door, I would know
Get some,
whether
bro.
to be on edge or not.
Your buddy
So,
wants some too.
when I
He
got
got
that
me
call,
with the headshot,
everything in
motherfucker.
me let go. Like,
Little
what
Asian
was-
motherfucker.
Still is like a painful memory. You know, it's like the first thought I had was,
Real
yeah,
suspect. Asian fella. Boom, you
I
did.
thought it would, but not like this. But it happened.
Blasted coming in. Restaurant. Yep. Boom.
What is the cost? Yeah,
Mine's
'cause you
done.
described that spidey sense. It almost sounds like a gift. And
All right, here it is,
interesting
boys.
thing,
4
something that
kills.
can be a
Finish
gift,
strong.
It is a
you know,
gift. I
creativity.
think every gift is a curse. And I
And
think every
what-
curse is a gift.
And what is the curse that comes with the gift?
So the curse that comes with
Nice.
it is
Another one.
Yeah.
I exist in a
One more,
space
boys.
where I am too aware of
That's
how other
it.
people feel.
Oh, and
Boom.
two of them quit. Two of them quit too.
Done.
GG's.
Yeah, of course I did. That was a really good game, brother.
Abusive
Yeah.
relationships is they
High
develop
five all
shit
a
out
around.
of 'em.
sensitivity
Yeah, for real.
to protect
Good shit,
the
bro.
parent because they start in the same way you were saying with your dad. Why is he just?
I don't even care if I'm in last place as long as my KD's positive. I wasn't a detriment.
I just want to be above
my parent
1.5.
does not know when
You
things
feel me? Like 1.0 is good with
Yeah,
me. Anything above
needs to be
1.0.
alert for them.
Agreed. But like
They don't
1.5, I know I'm pulling my weight and some.
Oh,
If I'm alert,
hell yeah.
I can keep everybody safe.
But
And
GG's.
so you develop that acute
But yeah, okay,
sense
so what did
that,
you
say?
You know, your nervous system doesn't,
Whichever you feel
doesn't
comfortable
rest.
with. I
would
think
sit in
I'll
a room and I
eventually
would
use face cam on my
feel
stream
the
once
people
I'm more
and
comfortable with
I
it.
still have
I
that.
feel like
feel
most big
I now
streamers
have
use
to
face
practice
cam.
letting that go.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah, they do.
part of it is
They
probably
do.
why I'm a good comedian. But it's like
But
it's
I
like
also
learning
dress like a
when I
hobo
want
when
to
I'm
use it and
gaming.
when I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah, I do.
So
I
learning
do
when
that
to
too.
ignore it.
Yep.
Did you have a choice?
Yeah, you do. You
Words,
definitely
words,
do,
words, words,
you know?
words,
I
words,
think
words.
emotions.
Okay.
You don't really have a choice.
I don't even know if I said
about
words right.
your
Words,
emotions
words,
most of the time,
words,
but you
words,
do
words,
you do choose how
words,
you react
words,
or
words, words.
how it affects
Okay,
you.
no.
And so what I'll try and do is genuinely. Sometimes I'll be
Word.
even in a
No, yeah,
conversation.
words.
I
I did say
practice
the
it
right
when it's
amount
low
of time.
stakes. I'll be with
Yeah.
friends, and I can feel the conversation getting heated, and I can feel someone's going to say
Yeah, a
something
lot
that'll
of the
hurt
big time
somebody else.
streamers, they do use
And then
face
what I'll
cam.
practice
Whereas,
doing is just keeping quiet
whereas
and
does
breathing.
it sound like
Whereas what I used
a
to do
word now?
was I would jump in
I know it
immediately. I
doesn't.
would jump. I would interrupt. I'd interrupt, you know, and I'd be like, oh,
You
did you guys see
stream? I
the?
don't think.
And I would diffuse and I'd find a way.
Hang
And I
on,
was
do I
very
follow
good at
you?
it. I still am. But now I'll just breathe and I'll be like, well, let's see where this goes. I know my
That's
friends
why
aren't
I
gonna
never
hit
see
each
when
other,
you stream.
but I now breathe
You
and go
just,
like,
I'm
it's
so
not my
sorry.
job to
I
protect
don't always
everybody.
follow everyone who follows me.
And so I just
So,
try and breathe through the feeling
but
and
yeah, I just
see
started like a
how
month
it
ago.
turns out.
Yeah, you
Sometimes
did
I
say
even
that.
do it as a game to see if I am right.
And you told
Because
me,
sometimes you're
holy shit,
predicting what
you said
one
you
of
got
the
affiliated
outcomes,
already.
and it may
Bro,
not be the
you're a
outcome.
girl, bro. It's
You know,
because
and I
I
then trust
blame
that they
it.
can also
I
resolve
blame
things themselves, and that's
like
probably one
streaming,
of the hardest
streaming
things.
career,
Is
bro.
as a
If I had
child,
titties, bro,
because as
it
you
would be
said,
over.
you're not understanding how your
It would
father's
be
a prisoner
over.
on this
I'd be
chair getting
killing at you.
berated, and I, as a child, am going. I don't understand that why my mother doesn't understand the danger.
Like,
Why doesn't she leave? And why is she
it's
even getting into a
definitely
conversation
like.
with this man? He's not sober.
I mean, it
Why is
helps
this
to it. I
happening?
think
Many
it helps
children
to an
experience
extent.
this. And then
I got
you then
affiliated
go,
in
this
a
person
week,
cannot
but I
protect
also had a
themselves, so
lot
I
of
have to do
support
it
from
for
other
them.
streamers and everything.
How did you try and do that?
Okay, okay.
Sometimes I would just
Oh damn.
anything. You know, I would,
Yeah, I
could
just like
disrupt the
jumped in,
conversation.
and that's the thing. I never really
I could
watch
find a way
streamers.
to
Still
you know,
don't watch too many streamers.
So like
You know.
Distracting.
yeah.
And honestly, the majority of the
Distract
streamers
with
I prefer to watch are
those
girls.
raptors and just find a way
like,
to like snap and you know
and it's for no other reason
pull
than
attention.
I'm like,
find
I
ways
don't
to.
really want to hear a guy's voice
It
in the
sounds
background.
ridiculous, But literally, it was me just thinking
like,
of ways.
and like they're probably big time.
Close the door that
They're
then
probably
has to be
already
open
big-time
that then
streamers.
alerts more people to the presence of somebody, or do you turn the TV up in this way, or do you
But
say
yeah, it
something
took me
to him
like almost
so
2
that,
years to get
you know,
affiliated,
his
and
mood
it was
might
with the
shift
game.
in
I
a
don't even
certain
play
way
anymore.
for
I
you,
feel
you
I
know?
feel a little bad
all
about
of,
it. I
all
should
of
play
these
the game.
things I was thinking of.
I've been
This is
meaning
me
to,
thinking of these
but it's
things
just like my PC is
age
like
of
not the
let's
best.
say
So like playing a
9,
PC game
10,
while
11,
streaming on the same
12,
PC,
you know, all the way through.
I could do it, but it's me and my friends are just raging most of the time. Oh, and you playing? Yeah, yeah,
think my
yeah. The
mother's- my
friends,
mother's
my
gift
friends, they
and
play, but they don't play all the different games I play. They play, they only play NBA 2K.
If you know somebody who's
I
very
like
religious and
I bought a gaming
their
laptop
connection with God and their purpose
in order to
pushes them
I bought a gaming laptop in order to deal with my PC play.
there was never
In order
like
to deal with my
despair on the
streaming,
other side
but
that I could feel from my mom. I never felt
mostly
I had to
play on my
share her out.
console because the laptop I got is a very basic
The
laptop.
house definitely descended into like a dude. You could feel there was a palpable sense of
Yeah.
tension close
I
to
went
what
to
happened.
Best Buy and I was just like, I was about to drop a little bit more money, I guess, but you know, I was able to get an open box one for like 450 bucks. But it's like I see why it's 450 bucks. It's really not the best. It's like I could play a game on it, but playing a game while streaming on it and having like, you know, other things going on is not.
If I called him or if he called,
It's not strong enough to handle all of that.
Did you speak to him after?
Like when you play, do you like? Ooh, damn, I'm having a hard time this game.
And then you find out that there's been a bit of a miracle.
When you play, do you usually play with like a group?
Fatal parts of the head.
I mean, find outs is it's such a drawn out.
Like, do you guys like all get on at the same time? You know what time you're gonna get on and stuff.
In that it stands still when you're experiencing the worst of it, and it flies the best of it. And so that moment, even when you say the word, you find out that no,
bro,
what felt like forever was us waiting for the
2 and 6 is so annoying.
That my mom,
and a part of it's because of this. You know what I need to do, and it's probably too late now. Oh no, I still have time.
You watch movies, someone gets shot in the head and it's over.
I need to change.
That was that was me grieving. It's a very strange experience because
I need to do this.
Somebody.
Oh no, I don't even have anything crazy
she
on.
Didn't die. But I completely grieved her as if she was gone. Like I genuinely cried because she was gone. I didn't cry because she was hurt. I was like, it's over, it's finished. Every thought ran through my head. I was like, wow, I'm raising my brothers now. Okay, I guess now I'm the head of the household. It's amazing. Crazy fun, and every day I was already now thinking 10 years ahead. I was like, oh man, okay, where are we living? What are we doing? How is this gonna work? And you know, where's my little brother? And what do I tell him? How do I, you know?
In that
4
moment,
and 8.
You must. Yeah, so interesting because you get to see in the most horrific way the fragility of the most important relationship of in your life to come out the other side and realize how fragile that. Because you know, when you talk about our parents almost being these like presidents, you also live under the assumption they're always kind of going to be there. And in that moment, you get to see that that's not true.
Bro, can't get a kill for nothing. Yeah, I usually play my cousin and boyfriend if he isn't working, but I also try to let any viewers play if they want to. Yeah, you're way friendlier than me. I'm not that friendly. Like, I'm friendly.
I'm grateful that
I'm not that. I used to be a lot more.
Like I hold her like it's.
It's like I just want to play video games. I want to talk stuff. But it's like I don't want to like.
Hug her for long.
And my friends used to play, and it was convenient. But like, I didn't get NBA 2K this year.
Cognizant of the fact that this thing is ephemeral. I don't know when
and also, some of them don't care to stream. Like, you know. So, you know, for that reason, I was like, okay, well, if I want to take this seriously, I don't really want to stream anybody that doesn't even want to be streaming. So I kind of just like fell back from it, from playing with them.
It was a bit of a miracle.
So I just started soloing.
Yeah, no, it was.
In movies, you hear someone get shot.
And then like finding new people to play with is extremely hard.
In your mother's case, she survived.
Especially the amount of games.
Yeah, that's where we have to go miracle.
And like always changing games.
You know, because my mom's very religious. I grew up very religious but very skeptical of religion or anything. And I was taught to question, ironically, by my mother.
No, they're
My
probably
mother
gonna
taught me
beat
to
us.
question. She still questions things. She doesn't like follow blindly. So I think
I liked Overwatch because it's like when I was ready to play Overwatch, like people would be there, they're on mic. I would be like, "Oh, I'm streaming." They'd be like, "Bet," you know, and it was really cool. That aspect. For sure.
Entered the back of her skull, went through her head, and then
Yeah, it was. It is. Have you been on it? I mean, whatever. I mean, you gotta go. Thank you.
Went past
Later.
the spinal cord, and then cheekbone, which then deflected the bullet and then went out of her nose. So it like cut off a little piece of her nose, but the exit wound wasn't as bad as it could have been, and yeah. And the doctors couldn't do anything, so there was no brain surgery, there was no opening of it. It was just stopping bleeding, closing wounds, and now training. And the doctor was the one who said miracle, and he said I hate this word because I'm a man of science and I'm a doctor. He said, but this was a miracle. This shouldn't have happened like this. And then my mom.
Wait,
was
did I
like,
level up this gun all the way?
A miracle, and of course this is how it was going to happen. She's like, my Lord protects me. So
he didn't go to prison.
No, he didn't.
How does that?
So in South Africa, I don't think it's unique to South Africa as well. You know, when I've traveled to other African countries, I've learned this is unfortunately true. The crime that a man commits against his wife or his partner isn't given the same validity as if it were committed against a stranger. You know, the court system doesn't treat it the same. The law is somehow
How do you get
not
to 348
with the same level of ferocity as if it were somebody else. And so in this instance, you know, they basically ruled something to the effect of like, oh, it was his first offense, and you know, would he repeat it or not? And it was, but it's a failing of the justice system that has meant that many women in South Africa,
But the battle pass
they
messed it up. You can't get the XP,
you know,
like you could back then when it first came out.
You see it in the U.S. all the time, unfortunately. You know, you'll see man kills wife and family and themselves possibly, and the case just isn't treated with the same. It's always seen as like there's like something went wrong, or in a tragic love affair. It's always labeled like that, and I think that's affected our ability in society to I think to treat it the way we should.
That bullet traveled from the back of your mother's head through her head, out her nose. It made me think about what we said at the start of the conversation about dominoes, and how, in this case, millimeters changed the course of your life. The responsibilities you would have then had to assume.
You see,
the life you would have
everything changes.
By millimeters.
Yeah, everything changes. I probably don't move to America. I don't see the world in the same way. I take on a whole different role in my life. Everything changes.
What about anger towards him? Towards Abel?
Yeah, that's been a tough one for me, because I experienced every emotion. I talk about it in my book. Like I've experienced every emotion, because I mean, fear was the first one. The idea that this person could take away, you know, the life of someone who arguably I loved the most.
Come on with the sliding, bro.
Even like shame, feeling like because I knew from the beginning. Literally, I write about this in the book. My grandmother would tell us stories of how she would tell us stories of how when I was young, when my mom first met my stepdad, I was saying to the family, I was like, hey, this guy's great and everything, but I don't think this is a good idea. I don't think he's a good man. I don't think you should trust him. I was saying this as a child. You know, and the one thing that confuses people sometimes sometimes when it comes to domestic abuse is that we think of it as a binary. You know, so people go like, how can these bad men live these lives? We don't realize that oftentimes the moment of bad is the explosion. But everything around it is charisma and charm and jokes and I laughed with this man most of my life. Some of my favorite experiences with him as a human being. When he was wonderful, he was the most wonderful human being you'd ever meet. And it took me a while to understand how to consolidate those ideas. How to resolve the fact that somebody you love, someone who treated you with respect and in some moments was also the person who brought you the most pain. You know? So I definitely, anger was like a big one for me. I thought everything. Anger at myself, anger at my mom for staying to the point that could happen, anger at him, anger at the system for not protecting everyone. Anger flipping into pain and anger, crying and then being angry again and then being scared and then just going through waves and waves and waves of that. And so that was a lot of my time in therapy and having conversations with my mom, and my mom would always say to me, she'd be like, over time you learn to forgive. And I was like, I don't think I could ever forgive. And she was like, yeah. She's like, but forgiving doesn't mean forgetting. It means letting go of the thing that the person is holding of you, as opposed to, you. It's not you letting them into your life. It's not. That happened. I feel for them. I understand many of the things that happened. And then trying to let go of that anger. And I'm glad my mom did that, because in the years since, I've spent more time reading about domestic abuse and learning about domestic abuse and speaking to experts about it. But unfortunately, there's a reason there's a vicious cycle. A lot of young boys who grow up in homes where their moms are abused grow up to then become abusers themselves, even though they hated the very idea of what they were experiencing. So to your point, I think it's because of that now unrealized anger that they didn't get to express when they were children because they weren't safe, and then now at some point it comes out of them. And so I genuinely had to deal with that. I had to even accept the idea that I was as angry as I was, angry and helpless. It's a terrible combination for a human being to experience.
Have you forgiven him?
In moments, yes, I have. I think the levels of my forgiveness won't reach my mom's because she was in love with me, To me, the person was the person who came into my life. He's not my biological father. So I think I don't think I've ever reached like the level of like pure, like, I forgive you, but I do understand. I understand a lot of it. I think I feel sorry for him. I've learned to come to terms with it, but like pure forgiveness, I'd be lying to you if I'm like, I think so sometimes. And then other times I go like, no, actually I don't.
That experience has left fingerprints on you.
Oh, definitely.
And how do those fingerprints still show up today in your version?
Payback. Hostile in my sights.
Oh, I wouldn't know that. Because the strange thing, again, I think about the mind is that the things that affect us sometimes may not be the things that are as obvious to us as we may think. You can get into a car accident and experience an acute trauma, and you know how this affects you. And you'll be shocked that many of the other things you're dealing with in your life where you're struggling aren't actually from that car accident. They're from like the minute moments in your life where somebody rejected you. You weren't chosen to play on a team as a kid. You failed a test. You were bullied. And I don't say this like dismissively. I say it cautiously. I go like, I would be careful to put all of it on that moment, because in a weird way that moment was contained. Mm-hmm. It came with many other instances, but But yeah, as I've sat and explored myself and my brain and my mind in therapy, I've realized that some of the things that you think will affect you the most might not. They might stay in that world. And then there's all these other things that affect you way more than you would ever think they even have the right to. So I wouldn't know, to be honest with you. I wouldn't be able to say to you, oh, I'm like this because of that, or I'm like that because of that. No, I do think I appreciate people more. You know, I'm very present when I'm with my loved ones. Yeah, but other than that, I couldn't give you a concrete answer that would be genuine.
You said something about young men struggling, which is came to mind as you were talking about you being that young man who seemed to be quite confused with a variety of emotions and less experience about what the correct outlets were for those emotions. You said recently, in fact, one of the big things I've been worried about recently is young men and how angry they've become, how alone they've become, how isolated they've become, and then ironically, how they've turned the anger, isolation into a community. There's a couple of words there that seem to fit the shoe that would go on your foot: anger, isolation, as a young man, loneliness. Can you relate to what young men are going through in the sort of modern world today? Because the stats for young men is quite, the mental health stats, suicidality stats, the depression stats, the stats around purposelessness. And I wanted to know how you're looking at young men today. I get asked all the time by people that listen to the show. They say they've got a young son and the son is struggling. They don't know who they are, where they belong, what their purpose is. How to make friends is a big one. What are you seeing when you look out into the world, the state of young men?
So, I think I can empathize with people, and I think I can relate to some of it. But on my side, I wasn't isolated. I didn't feel isolated at all.
Get a UAV in the air.
So because I got to play with other kids, and because I was with other kids, and because I had my cousins, I never felt isolated. You know, even when I was talking to my grandmother, I think you used isolated, but I didn't, because I genuinely never perceived it as that. Because I was in the home with people. I think they were playing. So, you get what I'm saying? So I didn't feel like isolated in that way. Definitely felt like an outsider though, which is a different feeling that's adjacent. I think it occupies the same lexical field, but it isn't the exact same thing. You know, because isolation, I think, can come with it, like a certain solitude and a certain, you know, a feeling of like knowing that you are in this thing alone because you are in this thing alone. Then being an outsider is a different, you know, it's a different type of torture. And I think that's maybe what a lot of men are experiencing that I can't. I think for a long time, we've lived in a world where we've told people what they're supposed to do, how they're supposed to do it, and it was sort of easily realized, right? And now I'm not a historian. I don't know every, you know, history that we've gone through, but from the little that I've read and from the historians that I have spoken to, society goes through these waves and move through these waves. And I think we shouldn't take for granted now that there was a whole generation of young men who were driven by war, a lot of war. And war is one of the most powerful sorts of purposes that a nation will ever experience. Young men are told what they're supposed to be doing. Your country needs you. You need to go and fight, young man. You need to protect this country. And you're like, I need to protect this country. Now, even if you don't want to dodge the draft, you've been given a purpose in a strange way. Even if you're like, I'm anti-war, now you have a purpose. Your purpose is to be against it. Your purpose is to oppose the war. Your purpose is to spread love and peace. The other person's purpose is to survive the war. The other person's purpose is to win at the war. But
Get a UAV
you
in the
have
air.
a purpose. That purpose is powerful, and it propels nations forward. You know? And then you enter into a period of what we would argue is relative peace. And I say relative because there are many parts of the world where there are just like these constant chronic wars that are waging. But for most people, what are you doing? You know, you're sitting in a world where there is no draft. There is no imminent war, and it's a choice now. Do you want to go to the military or do you not? And you have to. And then also, things aren't just given to you. You know, before when your parents were like, go get a job, it meant there was a job to get.
Flashbang sight.
Your parents were like, go get a job. You could. It was almost harder to not get a job back in the day than it is now in a strange way. Because like it was just like this thing you do it. I sweep, I clean, I collect, I fix. It was so simple. And I think now we're living in a world where many young men are experiencing a purposelessness because it's sort of like not laid out in any way, shape, or form. And I think we've created such a narrow scope of what people can do or can't do, or like we've rewarded so few things that I think we've exacerbated the problem. You know, one of the times when a painter, a philosopher, some sort of artisan is like celebrated in that way. It's one of the days where skills are passed down from generation to generation. It seems like that's less and less becoming a thing, and from what I've been told, a lot of it can be tracked back to like industrialization, this consolidation of manufacturing. So
an interesting point because more women are graduating college degrees, and because of the equality movement, that's meant that men and women are both in the workforce at high-level positions. I mean, even in that, there's going to be less jobs available for those men who would clearly before in the past have
they would
more
just have the job.
Yeah. And also, there's this really interesting thing that a lady was talking about on my podcast where she said that there's still a stigma in society that a man is to be the provider.
Yes.
But in a world where they're less able to get those top jobs to provide, and women are earning more, which no one's got an issue with at all.
Excuse me?
No one.
Yeah, some people have an issue with that. That's true.
Yes.
I don't have an issue. I don't think you do. But they were referring to it as you could say the short man problem or the tall girl problem. Where effectively they were saying that women want to date up and to the right, which has been shown in the surveys, but there's less people up to the right now. And there was another survey that said 70 or 80% of women want their husband to be a provider, but the math doesn't math here because there isn't that many men up there anymore. So, and when you look at the dating stats, the sex stats, the age in which men lose their virginity now, the amount of men that haven't had sex in the last year, it effectively looks like just the top 10% of men are having all the fun, and the bottom 50% have been disenfranchised by the system.
Yeah, but I think about this all the time, and I try and spend as much time reading, thinking, and discussing with people who are far more brilliant than I'll ever be. And what I've come to realize is we may now be experiencing a culmination of the dominoes. You know, we're experiencing the dominoes of a declining middle class and governments around the world no longer propping up the middle class, because anyone who's real about economics knows that like the middle class is an invented thing, really, and it's governments actively saying we're going to create it, right? So as that has declined over time and people have sort of created this illusion that no, everyone can just get there on their own merit and like nothing needs to be created for you, we've seen the middle class decline. What happens then is there's a gap, you know, between the rich and the poor. Then there's another domino that falls, and it's like the consolidation of wealth. You know, these mega corporations around the world that find ways to not pay taxes, that find ways to pay like slave wages to some people and then sell you a cheap product and then give you credit that you shouldn't get and then put you in a debt cycle that you shouldn't be in. And that's one domino, you know, and then politics becomes more polarized and more extreme because of algorithms and the way we say it. That's another domino, that's another domino, that's another domino, that's another domino. Companies find ways, as you said, to hire fewer people to get more out of them or hire different people. That's another domino. And in a strange way, I think of this sometimes. I go, you see gifts and curses. This is purely anecdotal in my life. It's not research, but I'm willing to bet on this and I'm willing to stand by it. One of the curses that women experience because of being pushed out of the workplace and being like forced to stay at home and for such a long time was they learned how to find purpose in what most people would consider mundane and maybe even meaningless. You know, women have found ways to like fill their time with community and with connecting, and they found ways to like look after their bodies and work out and do things. And it's different in different communities, like knitting clubs, book clubs, and just think about that. It's like it takes up your time, it gives you a purpose. We're gonna read this book and then we're gonna discuss it, and I mean, fundamentally it's nothing, but it's something, you know, and it drives you forward. It makes you feel like you're supposed to be somewhere, you're supposed to be doing something.
Damn.
And then when the workplace opened up, women are like, oh, we can go and work as well. And, you know, I don't know about you, but in school, all the girls were smarter than we were in class anyway. And so now they're comfortably working, especially in an office environment. So it's sort of like designed perfectly for them in that way. And then guys, I think we haven't practiced that. I don't know many guys, I don't know about you. I don't know many guys who know how to just sit with their male friends and just be. Not do a thing, be. Just be. And I find, and I'll be careful in saying this, but I have found that the degree of comfort in just being is different depending on where you're from in the world. So like my friends who are from third world countries, developing nations, you know, whether it's South Africa, you're in the township, or whether it's my friends from Trinidad, or it's like in Trinidad they even have a word for it, liming, they say let's lime. And liming means spending time together with no purpose whatsoever. That's literally what my Trini friends said. They're like, yo, we're gonna lime on Saturday. That means we're doing nothing. It doesn't mean we're gonna go see a game. It doesn't mean we're gonna watch a movie. We're gonna lime. It means your friend is gonna come, they're gonna sit on the couch, and you're just gonna be. You'll talk, and then you won't talk, and then you laugh, and then you won't laugh. And I don't know about you, but I feel like guys we're not as good at that, you know? Like I read something the other day that was great. It was talking about how guys always need the third thing. There's always the third thing. There's you, there's me, and there's the third thing. Hey, what are you doing on Saturday? Why don't we, you wanna go fishing? It's like, why do we need the fishing? Why can't we just sit like this and be like, hey, what's happening in your heart? What's going on? What's happening in my heart? Or let me tell you about what's going on. Women can do that. And some may argue that it's, you know, maybe they be coded. But I also think they've been forced to practice that because men were like, you can't come to the, you know, the factory, the office, everything for so long. And then women are like, all right. And I think that's another thing that men are struggling with. But it's not like their fault. It's the dominoes. When I was young, we used to go to the mall. We should go to the mall and we'd hang out with other kids. And then now malls aren't really a thing. And then kids don't really hang out anywhere. And everything's become about money and transactions. Think about how few places you can go to connect with people without money now. You know what I mean? But when I was growing up, it was quite common. You just went and you hung out with other kids. And that was just what it did. It didn't involve money. And I think we're starting to experience that domino affecting society now. Do you have money for a video game console? No? Oh, then you can't meet up with your friends on Fortnite. You know? Do you have money to go to a movie? No, you don't. Or movies have gone up. Yeah, you can't hang out with your friends at the movies. Can you afford an Uber ride? No, you can't. Can you? All these things now have meant that I think we're experiencing a generation, men in particular, who are not just isolated, but not practiced in the arts of just like connecting with another male for no other purpose than to just like share hearts and be human beings.
I've heard you talk about how you think we're a sort of continuation of our ancestors and their sort of legacy. Is that kind of I've heard you talk about this before, and as you were saying about this idea that women are able to connect without the third thing, it made me think women have that modeled by the generation that came before them.
Yeah.
Whereas, I don't know about you, but I didn't have that model in my head.
Exactly.
I never saw my dad sit with a guy.
But that's what I mean.
We didn't even talk about we didn't even have those conversations.
That's what I mean.
I call him by his first name.
Yes.
And, I mean, he wouldn't even... He's like an awkward hugger. You know, like a guy...
Yeah.
You might get to like...
You get the
get the fuck off me. But we don't have that model, so where do we learn the skill?
Yeah.
And you'd be weird if you said to your friend... Well, most people would be weird if they said, we just want to sit down and just what's in your heart.
Yeah, no.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah. My friends are like that. I still do that now.
Come on.
I think they've softened to it. You know, my friends have sort of... They indulge me. And I think they enjoy it for the most part. But like I do that with my guy friends. Just like, man, let's just take a moment.
Does it come naturally?
Just look into my eyes and just take a moment. Well, here's the thing. I spend most of my life with women. So I spend most of my time with my mom, with my grandmother and my grandmother's friends. Because I was in the house with them, I'm just sitting around with these women just like talking and sharing. I spend very little time with like the men.
So those men that are struggling,
I'll be right back.
They'll probably be hearing you and thinking you're so far away from them in terms of being emotionally expressive, and just to check in. For a lot of them, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
What is it they need? Like, where do they need to start? Is there a place to start?
I think it is difficult, but I also think we have tools to make it easy. You know, so I'm very hesitant to very quickly just say to every man, hey, go out there and be vulnerable and whatever. Because the sad truth is, a lot of guys have punished a lot of guys for being vulnerable and being themselves. And we have to acknowledge that as well. You know, there's so many times when a guy will go to their friends and say, man, I'm sad. And people are like, you sad? Oh, what are you, a pussy? Oh, look at the guy, he's sad. What do you mean she broke up with you? Come on, get out there, man. And now all of a sudden, the circle that you had that you thought was protecting you has revealed to you that if you show your vulnerability, you're ostracized from it.
It's not safe.
Yeah, so you don't want to be there. And then sometimes it will even turn into a fight. You know, now all of a sudden people are slapping you or hitting you or punching you because you've admitted that you're vulnerable. And so I think that's another place where young men struggle, is like, we have to maintain this bravado. And then we see all these influencers online who keep telling us like, yeah, you're a tough guy. That's what you got. You got to be a tough man. You got to be a tough man. That's what you got to do. Never once are they saying to you like, yo, what do you feel? How do you get rid of those feelings? Or how do you deal with them? How do you process them? Who's your friend that you can like literally sit with and cry with? Do you have one? But I do think we have tools. You know, I think, again, you know, gifts and curses. The curse of the online world is that it affords everybody anonymity, and so they can be the worst of themselves. I think the gift is also the anonymity. You know, I think a lot of people will be shocked at how you can connect to a person online in like a really honest and beautiful way because you're safer in a way. You know, I've made some of my best friends playing like Warzone. You know, when the pandemic hits, I was like, everyone was playing Warzone. I was like, I'll jump on. I'm not really like an FPS guy. And I jumped on and I was decent at it, but I made friends playing this game and would talk to people and you'd regularly meet with them. And some people were assholes, but a lot of them weren't. And the ones who weren't, I would re-link up with and we'd play. And then it goes from talking about the game and talking about your loadouts. And then all of a sudden you're talking about your family and your life and how are things and how's your week been and how's work been and what's going on with your boss and that promotion and that. And to this day, one of my closest friends, a person who I like consider like a brother to me, is from that video game. I never knew what he looked like. All I knew was what he sounded like. And we like know each other because we explored a world that was, for all intents and purposes, fake, and yet the most real experience that we could have. And I think, you know, I look at like Reddit, for instance. I think Reddit's one of the most beautiful communities I've ever seen, where a guy can get on Reddit, you can write a post and you can say anything. You can say, I'm struggling with this. I'm having suicidal thoughts. I feel like I don't have a purpose. And you'll be shocked at how many other guys will jump on and go, hey man, I'm in the same boat. Hey, I'm also struggling. I'm also sad. I also, my parents, I don't have a good relationship with them. You'll be shocked at how that community comes around you because there is the safety of knowing that you're not exposing like your name and your face, but you are exposing the thing that's inside you. And so,
is it a shame that we can't do that in person as well?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think it's the biggest thing that's limiting men, you know? I think it truly is. It's one of the biggest thing that's limiting men in society, is that we don't have an outlet for our emotions. We don't, you know, so if we're not fighting or competing, then we're just bottling.
It comes with a cost, doesn't it, if you bottle things?
Yeah, it does.
It never really stays inside the bottle. It's like the bottle's got a hole in it or something.
Yeah, exactly.
You said something I really related to, which is you said you didn't feel like you belonged when you were younger.
Mm.
And I wondered when I was reading, you say this in your books and in other interviews you've done, if that was at all related to your skin color. I'm assuming it was in part, but I grew up with the exact same feeling. Like there's a reason why I don't know anybody from my hometown where I lived for almost until I was 18 years old.
Wow.
Because I just always felt like we were different. We were always different. Everyone's white. We're the black poor family. And also we just talked different. I had different ideas of the world and dreams. And but even now, I still don't feel like I belong.
So where do you feel like you most belong then?
No, like almost nowhere.
No, but where do you most belong? There's got to be a place where you feel like you most belong.
When I'm alone.
Oh, wow.
That's when I feel like I'm... That's when you can truly be whatever the fuck you want to be. Maybe when I'm alone, I guess.
That's when you feel like you most belong? Okay, let's take it away from alone. I'm saying with other people or even in a place. Is there a city you go to? Is there a group that you're amongst? You're telling me there's nowhere that you go to where you think to yourself, wow, I belong here.
It's definitely not a city. I'd say maybe when I'm with my brothers at Christmas, just because they also didn't really fit anywhere. So we kind of all don't, and they kind of, so I think that's the only thing. But there's a lot of people that don't feel like they belong, and they're trying to find their place in the world. You were a kid from South Africa that didn't feel like he belonged. Have you found your place in the world?
So I have and I haven't. I just find places and moments where I feel comfortable and I feel like I feel warm is the best way to describe it. And this is a lesson that I've learned, actually, if you're struggling with this. It may not apply to everybody, but I think it can help. Sometimes the feeling of being alone is exacerbated by the fact that you are trying to connect with people based only on you and yourself. So you go, I'm alone, I don't feel like I belong. And then you want to go meet somebody and you're just like, hello, I'm me. Do I belong to you? Do you belong to me? And they're like, what? Who are you? What are you doing here? You're weird. And we don't know how to belong and how. But what I found works wonders is finding things you enjoy. Focus on finding things you enjoy, like things that you like doing, activities, and I mean anything, running, playing a sport, reading, like any activity with your hands.
Fishing.
Fishing. Find it. Find the thing that you love. Find it.
I want to show you some graphs that I was just thinking of as you were speaking. I'll put them on the screen for anyone to look at. But have you seen these graphs before? Have you seen those graphs before?
People keep us. Oh yeah, I've seen something similar to this. Yes. In terms of our age and then who we're with in our lives.
Yeah, and I was particularly looking at the friend graph there.
Yeah.
So the amount of time you'll spend with different people as you age. And when I first saw this, it was really, really shocking to me. And actually, this graph changed my life a lot because it made me realize that if I don't do anything, the sort of 5 best friends that I have will drift away from me.
Yeah.
And I saw this in your story that your relationship with friendship and connection has evolved over time.
Yeah.
What has that journey been like? If you take me back from when you left South Africa, you arrive in America to pursue your dream as being this comedian. How did your priorities shift as it relates to friendship and connection?
I think because I spent so much time alone as a kid, I loved other people. Do you know what I mean? I love being alone. I love spending time by myself. But man, when I can dig a hole under that gate and like connect with other kids, I'm in heaven. And when I became a young adult and I was starting to work, I really appreciated the people who would come into my life and what they would teach me, and what they would remind me of myself, which is like an important thing to me. I think fundamentally that's what great friendship is somebody who sees a part of you that you wish to grow more of, and then every time you're meeting with them, they're encouraging it and they're reminding you of it. And that's why I warn people about bad friends, because a bad friend can do the same thing. If I say to you, like, think of the kid who bullied you in school. Think of that kid who was really mean to you. I bet you if you met them today, I don't care how successful you are on this podcast, there's a little bit of that kid that got bullied that they still have.
Oh, 100%.
Do you know what I mean?
100%. They could come like this.
There you go.
And where I stood when he called me the M-word.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's amazing how that happens to us. But it's because they hold us in a moment, you know? And some people hold you in a negative moment and some people hold you in a positive moment. There are some friends I can think of where no matter what is happening in my life, if I meet them, I'm smiling, I'm thinking, I'm being creative, I'm laughing, I'm loving, I'm sharing, I'm feeling, I can't control it. It's not something that I'm actively trying to do because they are constantly seeing that part of me that I wish to encourage. And so...
How do you define a bad friend? How do you know? How do you spot one?
I don't think you spot them. I think you feel it. And I think it's a lot easier for us to spot than we think it is. One of the easiest ones is, can you be yourself? And sometimes they're not a bad friend. They're a bad friend for you because you are not revealing yourself to them. And so they are being friends with the idea of not being friends with you. And then you leave thinking, I don't feel good. But they don't even know you. So you can't blame them for being a bad friend.
Stop it.
I almost don't think there's such a thing as a bad friend. I think you just have a bad friendship. You know, you because they could be a great friend to somebody else. So I wouldn't even define them being a good or bad friend. I just go, this is a bad friendship for you. And what I learned very early on was like the value of good friendships, you know. And I learned it because of my mom. I remember once I was I was 19, 20. I just finished high school. So I was 19 and just finished high school, and I spent all my time hanging out with like friends of mine in the hood, you know? And we just did nothing the whole day. And we got up to mischief and was like, how do we make money? How do we hustle? How do we do these things? And then my cousin went to university. And then because his university like had this like openish policy, you could just hang out on campus all day. So I started hanging out with him on campus pretty much the whole day when he wasn't in lectures. And then I went home one day and my mom was beaming. You know, I walked in with my cousin. Oh, how are you, Puti? And she's so happy. And she's like, oh, nice to see you. And she said, oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that you guys are spending this time together. And I said, why are you so happy? And my mom said, because you spend all your time at the university. And I said to my mom, I was like, Mom, I don't go to university. I just hang around and I do nothing. And she said, yes, but the people you're hanging around and doing nothing with will inspire you to do more with your life because they're doing something with it. And I was like, what? And she said to me, she was like, you cannot be around people who are moving and not wish to move. Whether we like it or not, people around us are affecting how we see ourselves and how we wish to be seen.
This game's a wash. I
And
couldn't even tell you
that
what's going on
stuck
in
with
that
me. I don't think I
BS.
took it immediately, but it definitely stuck in my brain. And the friends that I have today are still, I have new friends, you know, as I grow in life, but the friends that I have today, my core group of friends, you'll see them with me at the Grammys. You'll see them sometimes like when I'd be like, you know, backstage at the Daily Show. You'll see them with me at random events in the world. You'll see them backstage at my comedy shows. These people have literally been with me on a journey where they've got their own lives, but our journeys have been intertwined because they always make me want to be more and do more and grow more and change it. And I think I do the same thing for them. And we're constantly challenging each other and encouraging each other and playing with each other. And that has been, I mean, that's been immeasurable for me. You know, that's, I even value that more than I do, like, let's say, success.
On the subject of success, friendship, sacrifice, the moment when you come to the United States, you are very hardworking, to say the least. In fact, when we sat down, you know, you've flown from Portugal to, where was it?
Seattle.
Seattle to Vegas, then here to New York,
right,
in the last couple of days or so?
Yeah, it's 4 days, I think, in total. Yeah, so yeah, 4 days.
You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. I mean, you don't, I mean, I don't know what's in your bank account, but I would hazard a guess that you don't need the money. So I often wonder, what is it that's driving you today? Someone said to me the other day on the podcast, they said they referred to my driving force in my life as potentially being toxic fuel. And I've never heard the phrase toxic fuel before.
Destroy the enemy.
The definition of that is this sort of combination of seemingly negative forces that pushes you to prove something, whether it's to yourself or to others, or and you know, shame's a big part of that. I mean, you see it a lot, I think, with first-generation immigrants when they come to a country. They know what it's like to be without, so they're driven by this toxic fuel.
Right.
How does that land with you? And can you relate to any of that at all?
I can, but I don't think that's been my case. If you spoke to me 3-4 years ago, and you said, Trevor, you went to Portugal, you went to Seattle, you went to Vegas, and now you're in New York, and it would be, yes, because I went to work here, I went to work here, I went to work there, and I went to work there, you know? Now, I was in Portugal with my friends. That's why I was in Portugal, you know? I was in Seattle because I work with Microsoft, but it's like a passion project, you know? I get to work on tech, I get to explore technology and ideas and work with engineers and, you know, just enhance my mind. And then I was in Vegas doing work. And then in New York, I'm having a conversation with you. But this is not like in a work world. So I go like, oh, I'm going to have a great conversation with you. And I also love being in New York because my friends are here. And this is technically where I live. So like if you said to me, let's do this interview not in New York, I would have said no. But because you chose a city where my friends are, I'll say yes to you. And it didn't used to be the case. So now I have made one of the determining factors of how I live my life. I think of it through the lens of friends first. because I think that community is literally the most important thing in everybody's life, not just my life, everybody's life. I know some people be like, my family. I'm like, hey, you think that, and it is true. But as you said on the graphs, you'll see. At some point, you're going to get old, and your kids are going to go off and live their own lives and do their own thing. And then you're going to be shocked at how it's you and your spouse, if you're lucky. And you all of a sudden, you're alone. And you're like, where are all my friends? Where are all these people? Friendships are, you know, they're little piggy banks. You're putting money in, and they're putting money in yours. And every now and again, you get to break them open and enjoy what's inside. But that's the most important thing. That's my, like, literally, that's my success now.
Now?
Yeah, that's my success now. Before, it was just because I loved solving any puzzle that somebody would put in front of me. That's all that drove me, and that's a lot of what still drives me now. I just love puzzles.
And what was the puzzle that brought you to America?
So the puzzle was, can somebody host the Daily Show when they're like not from America, and you know, there's like just all these things. Can you even do it? Can you go host a show in America? Like, well, this is a crazy puzzle. Seems impossible, so let's try it.
Was money or fame anything? Because fame is often associated with a form of like validation.
No. That's the curse of what I do. I often say to people, I'm unlucky that a part of my job comes with fame. I don't like that part of my job.
Why?
Because I don't need it, nor do I want it.
What's the cost of it? The curse?
Oh, I mean, I'm sure you're starting to experience this in many ways in your life. But like, people will never appreciate the beauty and the
assaulting through
and the tranquility that comes with anonymity.
Come on.
The ability to write your story whenever you meet someone. You know? When you meet a stranger, let's say you're at a bar, at a restaurant, in a train station, wherever, you can look at somebody and you can say, hello, my name is, and you can tell them who you are. And what we never seem to realize as people is every time we meet a new person, we are writing our story from the beginning and from that moment in time. You know? And you think about this, like, I think of it through the lens of like characters sometimes. I go, like, if Luke Skywalker met you before Luke meets, you know, Yoda, what is Luke? Luke is just like some random dude who lives on like a dusty planet. Hi, my name's Luke, I live on a dusty planet. You meet Luke many years later, like Luke's like, hi, I'm a Jedi. What a different way to live as Luke, and what a different way to be, you know? And I think that's the beauty sometimes that we have, that we take for granted as people, is the ability to rewrite a story or to write it from a different perspective because we've moved on and we've gone somewhere else. When you are now known, your anonymity is gone. People have a different idea of what privacy you deserve or don't deserve.
That's the kill.
I've had many friends who won't go out with me in public because they go, hey man, I want to have a meal and not be disturbed. I want to wear whatever clothes I want to wear without worrying that they'll take a picture of me standing next to you and then I'll look terrible. Or, you know, I don't want to think about these things. And I get where they're coming from. You know, I think many of the downsides of fame are the facts that, as my mom even puts it, you are now owned by the world. You know, people have this idea that no matter what day you're having, you should engage with them. No matter who you're with, you should afford them the time. And I understand it from their perspective because for them, they're seeing you and they're encountering you. What a beautiful experience. You know, but it's hard for us to imagine that that person is just having a day. You know, I remember once joking with an ex of mine, and I was saying, it's amazing how, like, when we're having like dinner or lunch in public, we can't even tell like an animated story to each other. If someone just sees us from far, we look like we're fighting. You know? So now we're sitting there, and I can't be like, yo, this guy, I was like, and if someone takes that picture and goes, like, Trevor Noah fighting with his girl, and it's like, no, and that becomes a thing in your world, and now friends are, were you fighting? And other people, you'll be shocked at how pervasive it is. And I think it's why so many celebrities or famous people or people in the public eye have lived very
there's somebody right there.
Have lived lives where they're isolated, have lived lives where they don't leave their homes, you know, and then you find them, you know, passed out in their bathtub, overdosed on something. Think about how many times you've heard that story. A really famous person has died, you never hear that they've died in public. You never hear that they've died while with their friends. No, it's always them alone in like
a hotel room.
Yeah, a hotel room, a bathtub, you know, a hot tub. But it's always like such a solitary like ending for somebody that and then the whole world cries for them and with them. It's like, oh, I can't believe this. What do you? Oh, this is so sad. And I'm like, yeah, because you'll be shocked at how lonely being well known can actually be, because it means you can never be alone in many places. And that's where I think core friends are very important.
You said in there that what they don't know is that you're human and that you're going through life in all the same ways as everyone else.
Yeah, well, no, not in the same ways, but in different ways. And I think that's the, you know, you talk about awareness.
Yeah.
I'm very careful. And maybe it's because of how I was raised as well. Very careful to not make it like a woe is me thing. I'm not like, fame has hurt me and it's harmed me, and you know. There are many things that have come with it. Every gift is a curse. But many of the things that it came with, I did not want, nor did I need. I like waiting for a table at a restaurant. I genuinely do, and I don't mind that. You know, I don't care I've never been somebody, because my friends have always been the thing. In fact, one of the days I learned the lesson in one of the most practical ways was I love roller coasters. I love going to theme parks. And we used to go with my friends, and you do the usual thing. You stand in a line for an hour, and then you ride for like 60 seconds, and then you walk for like 30 minutes to the next one, and then you do it all over again. And I loved it. And then one day I was going to a theme park, and then the theme park knew I was coming, and now as the host of the Daily Show, they're like, hey, listen, we heard that you're at the theme park. We would like to take you around to all the rides. And it's like, no, skip. You skip the line. You get to ride as many times as you want. And I was like, this is it. The Daily Show has paid off. Finally, all the death threats are worth it. And we went and we rode on the rides, and we were just manic. We did every ride that you couldn't do in a day. We finished a park that would probably take like, let's say, 8 to 10 hours to finish. We did it all multiple times in like a span of like 3 hours. I had a headache. My friends were dehydrated. We had seldom a conversation amongst us. And it was so strange getting back in the car. And this felt like the most depressing theme park experience we ever had. And we got back to the house, and I guess because my friends and I like doing this, we sort of tried to understand and analyze what had gone wrong. We're like, why do we feel like this? And we came to the conclusion, we're like, oh, we assumed that the theme park, we loved the theme park because of the roller coasters. What we didn't realize was we loved the theme parks because it forced us to stand in line for an hour as friends and just be. And we just talk. There's literally, you can't do anything else. You just have to stand there for an hour and just like talk to each other. And then you hear people screaming, and they've designed them now. Like once I did that, I started like learning about theme parks, how brilliant ones do this to you on purpose. They make you wait in certain ways and in certain places, and then screams of other riders make you anticipate something and become excited. And it's all the ingredients for like living a good life, I feel, is instead of chasing like what seems like the exciting roller coastery thing, you spend your time with the people you love, and you look forward to amazing things that you're going to do, hopefully with them, or maybe just for yourself. And then when you get there, you enjoy it. And then on the other side, you take a long walk and you commiserate and you share the experience with each other. And you get to process what has happened to you so that when you do it again, it becomes novel and interesting and beautiful. And so that's like where I realize like the downsides and the upsides and so I appreciate many of the things that have come with my life. Don't get me wrong. But I won't lie to you. I have as much fun in a comedy club with 70 people in it as I do in an arena with 12,000 people in it. In fact, I have more fun in the comedy club.
It's so paradoxical that adding friction to an experience can make the experience better. But that's kind of what you've described. And as you were talking about it, I was thinking about this study I read ages ago where they took one group of people, they had this boring community forum.
Yeah.
And they took one group of people and they let those people straight into this boring community forum. And then they asked them in a survey after, how was the community?
Yeah.
And all the people said boring. And they took another group of people and they made them wait to get into the forum. They made them complete tests and go through this rigorous process to fight to get into the forum. the people went into the same forum, and then in surveys after, they described the forum as being so much better
That's
than the people who
hilarious.
weren't made to go through the gauntlet to get in. And it's this idea that friction adds value to the thing. We like fight for it. Like the 40-minute queue is what makes us so grateful for the roller coaster. And when you get robbed of that because you get to play life in easy mode, or
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
that's the curse. Yeah, it's great. But also, the point about connection, I never thought that so much of the enjoyment of going to the theme park is standing there and just small talking for an hour with my friends.
It's just being.
You mentioned the word death threats on the Daily Show.
Yeah.
When you did get onto the Daily Show, which was a real first for a show like that, it didn't go so well at first.
Oh yeah, it was terrible.
I didn't realize this. I was looking at the stats and I read that there was...
It was absolutely terrible. It was like, man, it was, you know, when they say be careful what you wish for, because I was like, oh, I'd love a challenge and this will be an interesting, and oh, it was a challenge. It was absolutely terrible.
Team deathmatch.
Because
Eliminate the enemy.
I stepped into a role that I quickly
We're
learned
winning.
wasn't
Keep it that
just
way.
a position, but it was almost I don't know how, like it was like a post in a way. It wasn't just like you're hosting a show. No. Very quickly learned, like Jon Stewart to many people, you know, he was the most trusted man in America.
Hostiles
And
reclaim the
the
lead.
voice of a generation, and he, you know, the politicians sort of looked to him and they're like, well, what would Jon Stewart think? And,
Reclaim the advantage.
wow, I mean, that was, and even if you remove the legend that is Jon Stewart, just taking over any show comes with a moment where people don't like, no one likes change, you know, so like when Johnny Carson handed over, people weren't happy, you know, when Leno handed over, people weren't happy. It always happens.
Is race an element of this?
I'm sure for some people, but I think it's, you know, I'm careful to say like it's about race, and I think it's all the things that make you different.
Yeah.
You know, so me being different in my color to Jon Stewart probably makes a person feel like I'm more different to him when I'm sitting at his desk.
The show's changed. The show's been really
and I love. If there's one thing I love, it's understanding. We're trying to understand human beings, because I think we're very complicated, but we're also simple at the same time. And that was a wonderful moment for me to like learn, like, wow, even people, because these people who were hating about it, not these were conservatives or anything, like liberal people who are, you know, and some of the things they were saying to me in emails or like online.
They were emailing
you. Yeah, oh yeah, people, they'll find ways, but I would sit there and be like, wow, you really hate me. I've done nothing to you, but you hate me. But then I realized, no, you hate me, and you hate what I've done to your world. I'm the representative, I'm the idea of how your world has changed. Here's this idea that you love, Jon Stewart. He's now gone, and I am the reason he's gone. Even though that's not the case, I am the reason he's gone. And because I'm the reason he's gone, you are now angry.
Death threat.
Oh yeah, but I mean, that was extreme, and you get that, because daily shows involved in politics. People will comment on politics as well. And when we do that, man, you know, people would just be like, go back to where you came from, you know, how dare you, and you're coming here and N-word this and blah, blah, and blah, blah, blah. Again, my gift and my curse was that I came from South Africa, so I know, like, top quality racism. So, you know, like, when I came to America and like people were saying these things to me, I was like, oh, I was like, okay, this is okay, this is interesting, you know. But it was really hard, and I'm lucky that I had the people I had making the show with me, because they really taught me. Well, I learned from the experience that you cannot choose what's going to happen to you, but you almost definitely can choose who you're going to handle it with. And that is the only thing that I now do in my life, and it determines everything. I will take a shit job if I'm going to work with great people, because a great job with the worst people is not going to feel great on the other side of it. And even thinking of it makes me happy. I think about the terrible times we had together in that building. You know, like reviewers hating us and people calling for the show to be cancelled, and we were just like there commiserating, trying our best and doing our best. And now when people see it as a success story, they go like, oh, you won the Emmys, and you know, and it was this, and it was successful, and then the digital footprint of the show changed everything, and all of a sudden you had these billions of impressions and whatnot. that came afterwards, and now that's easy to see as an end product. But when we were in the trenches, there was none of that. You know?
If I was a fly on the wall on the worst day in the trenches, is there a day that springs to mind? A day where you maybe reconsidered your decision? A day where you didn't want to get out of bed? I was reading the stats around this to give people context. The show had lost 700,000 viewers a night when you first took over. By the
Like every night, don't say it like that.
Yeah, you make it sound.
No, you just made it sound like we lost them every night.
Not every night. It's from an interview you did at GQ.
So no, I know.
And by the 100th episode, it had lost 37% of its viewers. Listen, it went on to become a smash hit. It's digital.
No, but you're right. But I think that's important.
I think it's important context because I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I just watched the show.
No.
I saw it on social media and I thought, he's killing it.
No, man. No, it was a mission. And there were many days. Again, I mean, I'm just so grateful and I'm so lucky. There were days where I remember there was one day we like made a joke on the show. Not even on the show, no. Someone on the team had tweeted something on the show account, and now there were like articles written about it, and they were like, "This is why Trevor Noah shouldn't be the." I wasn't even the person. It's the show account, but I'm not gonna come on and be like, "That's not me." We're a team, whatever. My name is on the show, and I remember turning to one of the writers, Dan Amira, still the head writer at the show, and I said to Dan, I was like, "Man, I think I should just quit." I was like, it'll just be easier for all of you because you guys are having a great time. I come along, I've made your lives terrible. I should just quit. I should just go. He just looked at me and he's very dry, one of the funniest human beings you've ever met. Really dry in his delivery. And he looks at me and he goes, "But if you leave, this thing might get shut down and then I don't get lunch anymore." I said, "I'm sorry, what?" I'm like pouring my heart out here. And he's like, "I like the lunch here." I said, you can just, what are you talking about? And he said it to me in such a like matter-of-fact way. And I remember being stunned and I looked at him and he said, how do you say it to me again? I don't know the exact words, but the sentiment was basically, he said, these people don't like you, right? And I was like, yeah, clearly. And he said, so if you leave, are they gonna like you? And I was like, no. Then he's like, so if leaving won't make them like you, and staying won't make them like you, well, why not just stay? He's like, because I like working with you, so just stay. And that was just like one of those many moments where we talk about movies. It was just him saying to me, just stay. Just stay. And I stayed. And now everything seems obvious. But that building was full of people who told me to just stay. That building was full of people who were like, I know. One of them was Jon Stewart. Like, I'll never forget, like, John, one of the best things he ever did for me was, it's almost like he predicted this. That's why I call him Yoda. I call him my Jewish Yoda. You know, because we have this relationship where it's like, I came into this order where I was learning this new thing called, you know, the Force and being a Jedi, and it seemed impossible, and he was this ordained figure in a way. But I remember he called me into his office one day, and he said to me, he said, I wanna show you something. He showed me an article that someone had written about him leaving the show, like he was, you know, because this was just before he left. And the article was like, why Jon Stewart cannot leave the show, why America needs him, why Jon Stewart has to, and it was just this effusive article about like the 10 ways that Jon Stewart is the heart of American culture, cannot leave. And John showed me that, and he's like, huh? And John's like, doesn't take it seriously at all. So John was like, huh? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, huh? And I'm like, yeah, congrats, you crushed it. He's like, no, I crushed it. I'm important to America, and we laugh. And then he goes, hold on now. And he types something in. And then he pulls up an article from like years ago. Years and years and years ago. But it was like, it wasn't that far. It was like 3 years prior, or 2 years prior. So he was like at his prime, but it was like 2-3 years before that. And it was like, why Jon Stewart needs to leave The Daily Show. It's over for him. He's the worst of America. He's not good for this country. It was this whole article just like slamming him. And he's like, you see? And I was like, oh yeah, I guess, you know, things. He's like, no, you're not looking at the right thing. And he's like, look who wrote it. And it was the same journalist. Mm-hmm. So when John was in, they were like, this guy needs to leave. And then when John was leaving, they were like, oh, this guy needs to stay. And he looked at me and he said to me, please understand that to me, He said to many people, I have always been obvious, but he said, I know my road and I wasn't. And he wasn't. You know, when John took over the show, Craig Kilborn had been the previous host. People thought John couldn't do it. If you said that today, people would burn you at a stake. Be like, are you crazy? What do you mean Jon Stewart can't do it? That's what people said about him. And he was one of those people who said to me, he's like, hey, man, I've been there, and maybe people don't remember it because it was like pre-internet. But he was like, put your head down, and this is part of the journey. And I leaned on him. I leaned on the other people, and it was just like, you know, just like a slow, you know, boring slog, you know, filled with many funny and sad moments. And then one day it seems obvious to people from the outside.
And when you go home on those days and you're alone in your apartment or at home in your house, and you're not around the guy that wants the lunch and the colleagues at work, what is that like? I read that you're someone that suffered with depression periodically throughout your adult life as well. Were you suffering in that period when you were alone?
I didn't realize at the time that the depression that I was suffering from was ADHD depression. It wasn't like depression. And I've learned since that there's a difference. So I related to many ideas in and around depression, but I remember being confused because I was like, I'm not depressed perpetually, but I definitely experienced these moments. I didn't know that ADHD can do that to you. I didn't know that it can be like a byproduct of untreated ADHD and not knowing that you have ADHD. So that's just like a, you know, sort of like a footnote there. But it's funny you say that when you went home and you see, I wasn't alone. And that's probably the reason I survived. So David was with me every single day. He had moved from South Africa. We started at like a comedy night together. That's how long we had been working together. So we would walk out of that building together on the hottest nights in New York and on the coldest nights in New York. And we would go back and we lived together in the same apartment. And then we'd open like our notebooks and we'd be like, all right, what could we have done better? And we would just sit there and we'd be like, what could we have done better? And we'd get home at like 8 or 9 p.m. and then we'd work until midnight, go to bed, get back to the office at 7, 8 the next day and do it all over again. And then we'd come home in the evening and be like, what were the wins? What could we have done better? And we would just do this over and over. But I was never alone. And so I never think of it, you know, that's why I wish like more people would share their stories in that way, is because I think we live in a world where so many people sell an idea of perseverance as an individualistic pursuit, when it's not. I think too many people forget the pats on the back and the hugs and the encouragements and the load liftings. They forget all of it. They see their suffering, they see their success, and then they go out and sell to the world how you gotta persevere. Let me tell you what, in the darkest times, let me tell you what I did, Stephen. I looked at myself in the mirror and I said, Trevor, you're gonna do it, Trevor. You're gonna be the man at the dealership. You're gonna... Yeah, but everyone forgets. They're like, no, your friend was there going like, do you wanna go get some chicken wings? Let's go get some chicken wings. There was somebody accepting you despite your failure. There was somebody who was reminding you of that part of you that you always wished to be, which is somebody who consoles, is somebody who enjoys what they're doing, is somebody who perseveres. They're looking at that side of you. And so it wasn't alone. It was me, it was David, it was Joseph Opio, a guy who was random, is now one of my best friends, a writer from Uganda who did the Daily Show, like a version of the Daily Show in Uganda. What a, like, this weird world coming together. You meet us today, you'll think we've known each other our whole lives. But he was just there, and he's like, I believe in us. He's like, I think we can do this. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. And
but if you were going home alone,
then I wouldn't be here with you. I will put all my money on it. I would not be here with you. But I don't even think I would have taken the Daily Show. I wouldn't have done the Daily Show.
When you say you wouldn't be here, would you be with me?
You wouldn't be calling me here, Trevor. Because I wouldn't have done the things that I've done. Because I couldn't have done them. Because nobody could have done them. Nobody has done the things they've done. You know? Like everyone, I've seen people tell these stories of climbing Mount Everest and my ascent and all those Sherpas that went with you. Let's talk about them. No one's climbing Everest alone. No one's discovering, the South Pole alone. No, you weren't. In fact, the person who was the guy who first navigated the South Pole was led there by somebody. You know what I mean? All these stories that we tell. Self-made. Oh, I love that phrase. It's my favorite. Self-made billionaire. Oh, really? Oh, it's an interesting choice of words. So you just did this all by yourself. You made the thing by yourself with your hands. You made many more of them by yourself. You drove the trucks. You thought of all the ideas. You put it in the stores. You gave it to the people. You took the money. You invested it. You grew it all by yourself. All by yourself. All the ideas were from your head, all by yourself. And then you got there. Oh, come on. There's no such thing. And I don't think it diminishes your achievements. I just think it's important because it helps people understand that they need other people to get to where they're trying to get to. And maybe sometimes the reason you're not experiencing that is because you're trying to do it alone. I hear people all the time go like, I'm gonna put my head down and I'm gonna crush it. Okay, alone? Good luck. Good luck. And I think it creates an unrealistic expectation for people. People who studied together in school got better marks. There was just like a simple thing that we learned in our school when I was growing up. If you had a study partner, you just learned more.
The idea of the Sherpas is such a good analogy because the Sherpas never really get the credit in the story.
None.
They're never
None.
mentioned in the article, but they're lifting most of the bloody weight and they're literally keeping you alive.
Yeah. They've ascended Everest more than the most celebrated Everest ascender. How are they not the ones? It's the equivalent of finding out that like somebody ran carrying Usain Bolt, but then we don't consider them the fastest man alive.
Yeah.
You know, and so I don't know that. So I'm always cautious to think of that because it doesn't, like I say, it doesn't diminish what you've done. But man, you're not doing it alone, and to realize that I think helps you to understand why it's important to have those people and why it then brings joy.
Why did you leave The Daily Show? Because the moment you left The Daily Show, you'd won these huge awards. The show had caused this sort of digital revolution, which we hadn't seen before, where the Daily Show had become, you know, from my experience of The Daily Show, was much more of an online show than it had ever been before. Most of the time I watch The Daily Show, I'll be watching it on YouTube or I'll be watching clips that are going around the internet. You know, the billions and billions of views from doing it that way. Why would someone leave that situation?
I don't know why someone would.
Why did you leave it?
Because it was time. It was just time. I don't know. That's something I've always felt I've known in my life, and I don't know why.
Like the fight?
Yeah, but not in a negative way. This is more. Okay, so here's the thing. I think part of it comes from where I am from, and maybe you'll relate to this as somebody from UK. In South Africa, TV shows end. We've never had a TV show, except maybe like one soap opera, but we've never had TV shows that run for 10 seasons or 20 seasons. That's not a thing. It ends. And it doesn't end because it's bad. It ends. It just ends. And I look at some of my favorite creators of things, you know, like I look at like Seinfeld. They were like, all right, it's done. The network was like, we can give you more. We can do more. They're like, yeah, but it's done. We just feel like it's done. You know? Sometimes things can be done. And for me, I think there were multiple reasons, you know. One was definitely the pandemic. I took for granted that the pandemic was a moment where many people were forced to be at home, but then, you know, the silver lining of that terrible period for many people was that they got to just pause for a moment. You know, many people will tell you the story of how they're like, man, during the pandemic, I just paused and I didn't. I was making the show from home, and I was just going at it. And I'm really glad and I'm lucky that I got to do that because it sort of shielded me from some of the panic that came with the pandemic of what are you doing, what are you not doing, where's life going. I was just like, I'm just doing my show. I'm just doing the show. I'm doing the show. Find a way to do it from home. Shoot it using iPhones. We didn't even have cameras. We didn't have a crew. We didn't have anyone. It was just me, David, because he lived in the same building, and then the other David. And it was just 3 people, you know, physically making a thing that's supposed to take many, many, many people, you know? But here you are, and you're doing this, but you're virtual, and you're not in the same room as people, and you can't travel. And I was experiencing all of this. I couldn't go back to South Africa. I couldn't travel the world. I couldn't. And one of the big things I learned during the pandemic was I had made my life about work, and I had made everything else secondary, right? So I would see my friends if I did not have work. I would travel with my friends if I did not have work. I would come to your wedding if I did not have work. But work was the thing. And everyone in my life knew this. They were like, oh yeah, work. You know, Trevor, if you're not working, they'd almost say that to me. And on the other side of the pandemic, I realized it's like I can do the Daily Show. I looked up and was like, wow, it's been 8 years of me being at the Daily Show, 7 years of me hosting, 1 year of me being a contributor at times in Jon Stewart's show. It's like you sort of can do this forever, but maybe what else can you do? Where else can you be? How can you spend your time? What would you like to do? How would you like to do it? I learned so many things at the Daily Show. I'm eternally grateful for them. But I also would like to learn more things. Even in the years that I haven't been there, I've relearned and re-remembered that politics isn't a lie. It's not real. That's an illusion. There aren't two ideas for every problem. That's fake. There are a multitude of ways to discuss any issue and any topic. But if you stay in one place for long enough, in a good way and in a bad way, you start to perceive that as reality. And so, there were many things when it came to leaving the Daily Show, but I just felt like, yeah, it's time.
Were you scared?
Scared?
Yeah. Of sometimes people get scared when they have such a high post in society that they might be losing something they could never get back, or they might,
that's fascinating.
I'm thinking about the average person listening to this now who's in their job, and they might be a lawyer who's climbed the ladder, and they've got this sort of internal voice saying something isn't right here. This fear that keeps them trapped in place is the loss aversion. Even if you're miserable, the power of loss aversion can just hold people in place. I read this crazy study of Dr. Daniel Kahneman, I believe it was. Daniel Kahneman, the famous.
Right.
This guy, and he did the studies where if you drop like $1 on the floor, the pain of losing $1 is equal to the pain of finding 3. So in life, you don't just need equal reward to sacrifice something. You need 2 or 3 times the reward to leave.
Well, I will say this first and foremost. I was lucky. I wasn't miserable. I wasn't like I didn't have like I hate this or no. But I did want to turn and focus my life on something more. Yeah, like I wanted to spend more time with my loved ones. I wanted to spend more time with my people. I wanted to spend more time in South Africa. I wanted to spend more time learning other languages and traveling. I wanted to spend more time practicing comedy.
Is that a feeling?
Yeah.
What is that feeling? Because I'm trying to understand the feeling or the emotion that tells you that.
So I guess it goes to the now sort of cliche, but it's a very apt phrase. You don't know what you've got till it's gone. The pandemic showed me like all the things. I even took notes from people. It showed me all the things that I didn't value that I should have. Like when the pandemic hit, if we're honest, I didn't care that we couldn't go to the movies or we couldn't. It's not about the stuff. It's that we couldn't do it without people. We couldn't see friends. You couldn't be with other human beings. You couldn't be in a space together where people are cheering, singing, laughing. You couldn't be with people. And I don't know about you, but during the pandemic, I wasn't sitting there thinking to myself, oh, I work is the thing I could do more of. No, I was thinking to myself, wow, people. All my friends that are South African were trapped in South Africa, couldn't leave, couldn't come to me, I couldn't go to them, couldn't see my family. And I wasn't even big on that. It's not even like I was like, I've always got to go home and see my family. I just go when I go. No, I was like, wow. This is just, again, it's fleeting. And I had to ask myself, Trevor, what are you trying to achieve in your life? Where do you want it to go? Where do you want it to end? What's more important to you? The ratings and the success of this show and this idea, or the ratings and the success of your friendships and your relationships? And I do think in life you have to let go of something old to grab onto something new. And that was a decision for me because I can't be in 2 places at once. And the Daily Show is all consuming. You cannot be, sort of part-time in it as an idea. In fact, John and I joke now he gets to do it weekly, and I think if anything he'd never go back to doing it daily because he knows how all consuming it can be. Like I didn't just do the Daily Show when I was there. I would do the Daily Show when I was there, and then I would leave. and I would read the news, and I'll keep up with the news, and I'll try and keep up with all the news, and now I'm reading The Guardian, and I'm reading BBC, and I'm reading like right-wing sites, I'm reading Breitbart, and I'm reading what's on conservative media, and then I'm reading, you know, The Telegraph and The Economist, and that's what I'm doing, consuming news, get more news, Barely read a fiction book in years, more news, I need information and news, okay, Economist, analysis, what's happening, how do I put this together, what's happening, Al Jazeera, okay, think about that, what's going on in the Times of India, what's happening, yeah, it's too much, and
especially for someone with your brain, if I say so myself, from how you've described it, someone who's so sort of hypersensitive and aware, and it's someone who appears to me to be a little bit of an empath. I.e., you said
right,
you're good at you feel for things.
Yeah, you know what it did teach me, and this is something I tell everyone to listen. Give yourself a break from the news. Give yourself a break. We've been told and we've been conditioned to believe that we don't need to keep up with the news. It's a lie. It's an illusion. You'll know what's happening. In fact, if you read the news once a week, I promise you will be as informed as somebody who's reading it every single day. You know why? Because when you're reading it every day, you are caught in the cycle of it trying to discover what it doesn't know yet. Developing story. You'll be shocked at what you learn when you just read a story that sort of had the time that it needed to breathe. There's less predicting, there's less guessing, there's less pontificating. This is what happened and this is what we know, and that's it.
When was the first time you went to therapy?
First time I went to therapy was 2015, 2014 or something. Yeah.
Why did you go to therapy? I asked this because it's a set of reasons really, but men in particular, and in fact, if you look at the stats, men of colour are often the least likely to go to therapy. And there's complex reasons why that is. But I think it's quite important for men that have been to therapy, including myself, to talk about why they went and also sort of the journey they've been on with it, but also the role that it's played.
So I'll say it in two parts. I went to therapy because I fell in love with the idea that I could learn more about myself and why I was the way I was from somebody who was skilled in understanding this. In the same way that I loved physical therapy, you know, I was like, wow, you can move your body differently. If you've ever had physical therapy, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, you should go one day if you have anything wrong with you, long before you consider surgery, because you'll be shocked. You'll be shocked at how your neck hasn't been moving the way it's supposed to. You'll be shocked to realize that your back has been like stuck for a while. You haven't been breathing. You'll find that your knees haven't been like you
say that now.
No, but really, it's actually crazy to realize how much over time you've settled into a restriction that's stopping you from being yourself fully, physically, but mentally as well. Patterns, and as you said, games of Snap, where you don't even realize you're now just reacting. Things are happening and you're reacting to them. And I read a bunch of books. I was like, wow, this is fascinating. But I was like, but none of it tells me about me per se. It's very broad. And so I decided, it's like, let me go to this place to try and learn about who I am, or if there's even a puzzle that I can learn a little bit more about.
How did that feel the first time you went, but also telling your friends that you're going to therapy? Because especially in 2015, it's kind of fallen away slowly as more people talk about it. But there is a stigma associated with it. And that stigma is
well, everyone asked me, they said, why, what's wrong? That's what everyone said to me. Everyone said the same thing. What's wrong? One of my favorite ones, this wasn't a friend, but I did an interview with a British newspaper. I forget which one it's called. Maybe it's the Telegraph. I'm not sure. It's slightly conservative, but anyway, we did this interview. I'll never forget this. And the woman, very British, very posh, you know, older woman, and she said to me, she's like, "You've been quite outspoken about going to therapy, and do you still go to therapy?" And I was like, "Yes." And she's like, "Why? What's wrong with you?" And I said, do you not go to therapy? And she said, "I don't need to." And I was like, well, everyone can benefit from therapy. And she's like, I respectfully disagree. I think I think the therapizing that we're currently experiencing in the world is completely unnecessary, and sometimes you just need to take it and move on. And I was like, that is the most British thing I've ever heard in my life. But I get it. That's what a lot of people felt and think. You know, they'd be like, why? What are you doing? What I've come to realize is that therapy as an idea holds a stigma, but the thing that it is doing is not just necessary, but it's actually welcomed by everybody. When you go and you have a conversation with your friends and you commiserate about something that's going on in your life, it's a form of therapy. You know? When you confide in your loved one, the two of you are in bed at the end of a long day and you're telling them about how stressful your job is, and you're telling them about your doubts about staying in it, or that's a form of therapy. And I think because we've given it this formalized title that's associated with like psychotic breaks and the most extreme things, we've now made it seem like it's reserved for people who are only like broken. But we've forgotten how necessary it is. You know, like you go around the world and you see cultures, many of them cultures of color, had the idea and the tradition of therapy long before it was formalized as a concept. In African cultures, you would speak to the elders. That's what you do. You go and you sit down with the elders, you tell them about your problems, you go there with your wife, you go there with your family, you go, any dispute, you go and talk about it there. And they give you their advice, and it's based on generations of knowledge, and it's based on a communal understanding of who you are and who they are. They've known you since you were a child, even. It's a form of therapy. You know, and so I think because we've given it this like the label, people, I go to therapy. I've realized if you just change that, take that sentence out and tell it to somebody and go, oh yeah, no, there's a wonderful elder who I speak to and they give me advice. All of a sudden, like half the people who looked at you funny will be like, that's very good, you must listen to your elders. That's very good. You know, and then in another culture, you say to somebody, oh, I go to somebody who spiritually understands how like my brain works, and they connect me with myself. They be like, that's very good, you do that. We all do it, you know. Bartenders have been therapists for hundreds of years. You know, people have gotten drunk at a bar. Hairdressers. It's a natural thing. It's just, you know, I understand the stigma because there's a terrifying notion that comes with saying that we are broken. But I don't think it's about saying that we are broken. It's just about like understanding our cracks.
Did you understand your cracks?
I think I understood them theoretically.
Are you ready to see your brand on TV? Your competitors will wish they had known about Vive. With Vive, you can launch targeted TV and streaming ad campaigns using our powerful platform that combines simplicity with deep market insight.
My problem was never understanding them. My problem was never like understanding them on an intellectual level. I think I've always been good at that, maybe even too good. The thing I've had to learn in therapy is the feeling part, not the thinking part.
What do you mean by the feeling part?
So I've always been very good. I would be able to break down any situation as thoughts and analytics and like Trevor, what happened there? I would even be able to explain like an outburst. Well, what happened was clearly over time this action had been repeated and I didn't appreciate it, and so at that point I'd reached my breaking point and I reacted like this, you know. And I didn't realize until I went to therapy that I limited how much I was saying feeling limited. I felt sad. I felt bad. And then like you said about tracing it back, then now once you understand that feeling and once you acknowledge it, you're then able to now, and then even ask yourself, why do I feel this thing? Why do I even feel that? And start realizing that some people can make you feel when others can't. Two people can say the exact same sentence to you. Only one can have an effect. Why? And that was and continues to be my journey and my joyous challenge. It's like learning how to like feel, not just think through everything. Like really just feel. How do I feel? Oh, I'm tired. Oh, I'm resentful. Wow, I'm sad about that. Oh, I'm feeling a little hopeless. Wow, this feels a little melancholic. This is like really getting into those feelings. Yeah, no.
Just drink. They just go.
Yeah. Men just get like pissed.
Masturbate can.
Yeah. I'm angry at you. When was the last time a male friend looked at another male friend and said, "You hurt me"? You know? Hey man, that hurts. I know you think my haircut looked funny, but the way you said it in front of those other people, it hurts. Hey, the way you commented on my job and how you think it's the dumbest thing, that hurt. It hurt because I love how you see me. I want to see myself being special in your life, and I felt insignificant. It hurt me, man. Men are terrified of this, you know. And so, I'd rather say, "You pissed me off. Punch you in the head," because that's acceptable in society. Yeah, that. You know.
You said your therapist or therapy helped you to identify this link between ADHD and depression. When did you find out you had ADHD? I got diagnosed 2 years ago.
My friend got diagnosed first, told me about it, changed his whole life. And you know, when he was describing some of the symptoms, he was like, huh. I was like, well, that's weird. That sounds a lot like me. And we're very different personality-wise. And then I asked him, I said, I don't understand. I've never noticed these things in you. And he was like, yeah, he was very good at hiding them. He was very good at masking them. And it hit home so much that it made me think I need to get diagnosed. I was like, let me go and see. I was like, it might not, but let me go and find out. And then I remembered that when I was a kid, my school told my mom that I needed to go for a psychiatric evaluation because when I was really young, the teachers complained. They said I was just all over the place. And my mom took me to a psychiatrist. And the psychiatrist diagnosed me with ADHD, but back then it was called hyperactivity. And my mom, the therapist was like, "Oh, your son has ADHD, or is hyperactive, and so you must stay away from these foods, and you must do this, and you must do that, and you should give him treatment." And my mom was like, "We'll pray for him. Let's keep it moving." She just didn't know, and she was like, "No, it's not a thing." You know. And then now as an adult, wait a minute. Ow, was that what that was? And then I went through the real assessment. I mean, not like an online quiz. When you sit down, multiple visits, you do different types of tests, multimodal tests, and you go through it all. And then I learned about my ADHD, and I think that's another thing I'm a little worried about now in society. It's just like when we talk about therapy and AI and everything, we flatten these words. And so what then starts to happen is now I meet people everywhere. Everyone's got I've got ADHD, I've got ADHD, I can't watch a movie for more than 10 minutes, I've got ADHD.
I lost my keys.
Yeah, and it's like, no, you can be forgetful and not have ADHD. You can have a short attention span and not have ADHD. You can be many things and not have ADHD, right? But even when you have ADHD, you don't all have the same ADHD. You know, some people are inattentive, some people are hyperactive, some people have learned coping mechanisms, some people haven't. In women and men, it presents differently at times. So I think we must also be careful. You know, now it's just become and then on TikTok, hey, how to deal with your ADHD? And it's like, wait. Let's, it's good that we're talking about these things, but let's not be quick to all have it and have the same version of it and all think that all of our treatments are exactly the same, etc. But so I think mine was, I think it's now 3-4 years ago.
This link between ADHD and depression, you're the first person I've interviewed. I've heard about this before, but you're the first person that I've spoken to who has said that their depression was linked to their ADHD.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me the link and how that sort of manifests?
So I didn't understand it, but as I understand ADHD now, what fundamentally happened in my brain, and I guess it'll happen to some people as well, is I would have an inability to choose where to place my focus, right? One of the things. So I would either be hyper-focused by something that I shouldn't, or I would have no focus for the thing that I should. So I could be having a conversation with you here, and let's say there was a car outside revving its engine. At some point, that's all I'd be able to think about, even though you're speaking to me. That's all I'd be able to think about is who's revving this engine? Who's driving this car? What is going on out there? What kind of car is that? Sounds like a V6. Is that a truck? What are they? Something wrong? No. And now you'd be talking, and then at the end of the sentence, I'll just hear the last 3 words you said, and then I'll try and put it all together and act like I was paying attention. But what my brain was also doing in that paying attention thing was it was focusing on a recurring thought or a recurring idea that I couldn't let go of. And that's sometimes where the depression would kick in. Is that I would be perpetually stuck in a loop of either meaninglessness or what I like to call personally, it's like my zoom was stuck on my lens. You know, and I think the way you see life is literally like a lens. I shouldn't have done it with my hands in video. That's gonna be, we can Photoshop. Yeah, it's gonna meme that. But anyway, like I think of a lens, right? And what you're doing with a lens all the time when you're getting focused, when you're zooming, is you're trying to place your focus on the object that you're trying to place it on. If you zoom out too wide, you can't see the object. If you zoom in too much, you also can't see the object. You've got to find the right zoom so that you know, okay, we're now looking at a cup. If you zoom in too much, you just go like, I'm looking at silver, I'm looking at a cup. You zoom out too much, you can't even see that we're in this room. I'm looking at people, be like, oh, it's a cup, oh, I didn't see it. And so what was happening in my brain was I would get stuck in a zoom and I would just... So sometimes it would be me going, that was an interesting day at work. I go to work tomorrow. I go to work the next day. Then the next day. And then the next day. Then there's a weekend. But then I'm back at work. And wait a minute. It's just weeks and weekends forever. It just keeps on going. And then one day you're like, 90 and then you're dead and wait, why am I going to work tomorrow? What's the point of what is happening here? This makes absolutely no sense. And then I'll just sit there and I couldn't get that out of my head. I literally could not get that thought out of my head. And I'll just sit there.
90's crazy on an American diet.
What are we doing? Couldn't get it out of my head.
And how does that feel when you can't get that out of your head? What is the feeling?
For me, it felt like life was meaningless. Like the concept of it was meaningless. It's like we're a blip. What are we doing here? All of this means nothing. All of this is pointless. You know?
Is that an exact example of something that would make
Yeah, well, it's an exact example. This is something that would get stuck in my head. Because I didn't know with ADHD, like that I was hyper-focusing on this thing. So in the same way that I could hyper-focus on learning about, I don't know, a discipline, industrial design, artificial intelligence, I would just, you know what I'm talking about with that. I'd get hyper-focused and then I'd learn everything about it. And I'd read every book, and I'd talk to every person I could, and I would watch everything, and all of a sudden, in like 3 months you'd meet me, and I'd go like, yep, I've read that book, I've read that book, I've read that book, and I'm obsessed with this thing. And then one day it just disappears. Now that's fine for like learning, let's say, but it would be terrible for an idea of like sadness or an idea of feeling like life is going nowhere.
It can't be good for big things. It's like the worst thing for being famous because you have constant like meaningless feedback and the brain is trying to interpret a lot of it.
Exactly.
If you get one of those things stuck in your head, gosh.
Yeah, and then mine also like depends on, some people have it, some don't. Like pattern recognition, people with ADHD generally can be very good with pattern recognition.
Oh, they're good comedians.
And so what happens then, unfortunately, is you can also start to see the patterns in life that can make life seem meaningless. But once I got my ADHD diagnosis and once I understood what was happening, I really did start to see it as a lens. And anytime I find myself in those moments now, because I don't take medication. I took medication like once or twice. Like it didn't help me in my comedy. I actually need to be erratic and unfocused when I'm doing comedy. And I'm lucky that I live a life where I don't have to be in an office at the time and do a thing in a certain way, and But in coping or in like learning how to deal with it, I learned just about like that lens, and I'll talk to myself. Like there's me and there's the observer. Like I'm the observer of my thoughts, I'm not the thoughts. And then I'll talk to myself. So I'm like, you do this tomorrow, and the next day, my life is meaningless. And I go like, it is meaningless unless you zoom in. And then if you zoom in a little bit more, all of a sudden, it's almost like the most meaningful thing. This conversation with this person is the most meaningful conversation you'll ever have in your life. This is it. This is everything that it is. This hug that you're getting from your friend is the most important thing you've ever experienced. This meal that you're having, just taste these ingredients. What is taste? Feel it on your taste buds, and like one of the tools they teach you, like ADHD sometimes, when it makes you go into anxiety or depression, is to just notice things. Practice being present. Walk down the street and like look, really look, and say out loud what you're seeing. And at first it's very stupid. That is a red door. That is a green roof. That is a pigeon sitting on the gutter. That is a gutter. That is a grey car that is driven by. And you'll be shocked at how just doing that gets your brain out of that loop. And then something's going to catch your eye or something will spark. And by the end of that walk, you won't be in the mood that you were in when you started that walk.
Did you ever feel hopeless when you spiraled into this sort of rumination? Was there ever a moment through this journey of understanding your depression that you felt hopeless?
I didn't. This is going to sound really weird. I have this strange thing that'll happen to me sometimes in life where I feel like it's all meaningless and it's nothing and it's whatever. It's very, very random. Oftentimes, I've just learned sometimes it's fatigue. You know, I've learned rules now for myself and for anyone, especially if you're beginners. Before you go through anything, before you think about anything intently and intensely when you're struggling, ask yourself a few simple questions. Have you slept? Have you eaten good food? Have you moved your body? And have you spent a little time breathing? If you answer yes to all of those questions, you can continue to pontificate about the meaning of life and everything that you're going through. If you have not, just fulfill all of them and then see if you're still feeling the same on the other side. And you'll be shocked how few times you aren't. So the one thing that would happen to me, this is so ridiculous, I know. Sometimes when I'd be in that place, I'd feel really hopeless, right? And I would think to myself, I hate this sucks. I don't know what I want to do with life anymore. Never like suicide, but just like, I just don't know if this life thing, what is this? And then I would go, if it was going to end tomorrow, then what would I do like today? Be like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go on stage and tell that joke that I'm terrified to tell. I'm just going to say it because I'm leaving anyway. Life is ending. It's all going away because it's all going to shit, right? Just go say that. Go tell that joke. I'll be like, you know, I should also throw a party. I mean, life's ending anyway. Just do like one party that just like go into it and I think of all the things, and I mean this genuinely. I think of all the things that I would do with like giant middle fingers on my way out, and the smile that it brings to my face, I can't explain to you because every time it makes me realize that that's what I should be trying to do. Not in a way where I don't consider that's what I should be trying to do. And it's made me realize that at times, not everyone, for me, and I think some people probably feel this, sometimes what's happened in our lives, and I know I had this, it's like you feel like you don't realize that you stopped sort of like running, jumping, smiling, screaming. You've stopped being everything you can be, and you've started existing as one version of yourself. And sometimes just having the idea of just like, you know what I mean? Take all your clothes off and run through the streets screaming and what would you say and who would you say it to and why would you say it? You'd be shocked at how that gives you an inkling of what you're not doing for yourself. Some people might be like, I'll tell my dad to go screw himself. I would say to you, oh, this is probably you realizing that you don't set boundaries with your dad and you don't communicate well. Maybe you don't tell your dad how you hurt your feelings, or I'll go to work and yeah, maybe this is not the job for you, you know? I'll party all night. Maybe you're not taking enough time to have fun. You'll be shocked at how like sometimes your not a tantrum, but it's just like your screw you choice is what you sort of should be doing in a responsible way. And that, I promise you now, in all those moments where I felt like it's hopeless, were the moments where I'd come back even more. I think to myself, maybe I should try aiming to get to that place. And therein, in a strange way, lies the meaning for me.
It's such a beautiful thing that there can be really important answers in such a desperate state. But I completely understand what you're saying, because I played out the example in my head that this was my last day. And I thought, what are the things I'd love to do? And again, it's so clear to me that those are the things that I'm missing right now from my life, my experience.
Exactly.
You mentioned dads in there, and you did reunite with your biological father.
Yeah.
You sort of 24 years old, 25 years old when you reunited with him, I believe.
Yeah, 20 something, somewhere there.
What's that like? Is that complicated, or is that?
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
And why did you reunite with him? Because
well, I reunited with him because my mother gave me a key piece of advice which was valuable, and she said to me, she said, "Don't take for granted the answers that a person can hold of you that you may not even know you needed for yourself." You know, and I think parents have that with us, especially if parents are willing to engage with you. You know, if these are human beings that have fundamentally shaped you, you are half of them. You know, they are half of you. It's a weird thing that you can take for granted, and so for me, like the gift of reconnecting with my father was reconnecting with him as a man, a young man, albeit a man.
Were you scared?
Scared isn't the right word. I was unsure, but I wasn't scared. You know, it's like it's that feeling of the unknown. What's going to happen? What are we like? Will we get along? Will we not get along? I remember him, but as a boy, and does he even remember me? Does he even like me? Does he? You have all these ideas.
Is there a part of you that wants to know if he loves you, if he cares about you?
I think definitely. And but I think we don't even think of it like that. And I didn't even think of it like that. Does that make sense? Because I assumed the love, because I'd seen it my whole life from him. So I assumed the love, but I didn't. I think the thing that's adjacent to that love is the choosing.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you assume that parents love you, but you're not sure that they choose you, maybe. And so that was interesting for me. And then seeing parts of myself that I didn't even know came from another person. It's fascinating, frustrating, and liberating at the same time.
Although he wasn't around all the time, did you learn lessons from him when you met him, when you started to sort of rekindle your relationship with him?
I think I did, but not lessons that were taught, lessons that were witnessed. I think most of the lessons that we learn from our parents aren't taught, to be honest.
What did you learn from him?
I definitely think from him I learned how important it is to maintain your friendships. You know, he's lived a long life. He's older than my mom. But even as he's gone into his old age, he still has friends. He still has community. He still has he showed me how wonderful that thing is. You know, because friendship, I feel like friendship has in many ways been given the short end of the stick in the world of relationships. You know, people understand the value of like parents and children, and then people understand like romantic relationships. They go, oh, that's the most, of course, your spouse. But your friendships are one of the few relationships that don't necessarily rely on like a transaction in a way. It's like purely choice.
Whenever I speak to entrepreneurs, there's one problem that always comes up. But today's sponsor, LinkedIn, has a solution, and I think you'll want to hear it. Connecting your business with the right audience can be tough.
I won't.
You can spend a lot of time highest returning paid serving. I won't show this picture either, but I found this beautiful photo of you, which reminded me a little bit of
that one you can, because I've posted it online.
There you go. One of the things I've struggled with is with the disconnect between me and my parents is I've struggled with the thought that there's going to be words unsaid.
Oh.
And I ask some of my guests about this because I'm trying to navigate it in myself and within my own life. If you had a 60-second phone call with Patricia and you knew it was going to be your last, what would the words be? What would you choose to say?
Oh, I think it would just be, I love you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, I love you, thank you so much, I love you. And genuinely, that's pretty much it. Because I'm really lucky that I've said, and I continue to try to say, you know, most of what I should to my mom. And there's always new things that come up, and then I try to say them, and we have beautiful conversations. And, you know, like these days we take like drives, like drive her to go and buy a new chicken for her. She's got like a little chicken. It's not even a farm. I don't even know what to call it. It's like a little squad of chickens. But I'll just take her for a drive, and then we just talk about life, and we talk and we share and we laugh but we spend like it's like the nothing moments, you know, no agenda, no like There's no thing we have to do or not do. I sort of slip into her life. You know, I find her in the garden and I just stand around while she does her gardening and then listen, talk, share. But really, that's if that was the call now, it would just be thank you. I love you so much. Thank you very much. I love you. Thank you so much.
And I guess that early experience where she was shot by your
yeah.
really kind of allowed you to get the perspective.
Yeah, definitely.
For most of us would
definitely
have the perspective. She sounds like a remarkable person. When you talk about continuing her legacy, how do you do that?
Got the lead. Now hold it.
Well, she would challenge me and say, my goal is to improve on her legacy. You know, my mom's definitely remarkable, but as she would say, it's, you know, by the grace of God. It's not by her hand alone. And I think one of the things that I've loved most about my relationship with my mom is that I've come to learn that part of what makes her so exceptional is the fact that she's a flawed human being. She's not perfect. There are some wounds that she's inflicted on me that I need to now deal with in my life because she's been my parent, you know?
Damn it, we've lost
And
the lead.
this is sometimes the paradox that we struggle with in our lives as people. I think we've been so indoctrinated into this like binary way of thinking that we then want to go, we had great parents or we had terrible parents. Sometimes we have parents who are great at something than terrible at other things.
Enemy impact grenade.
And if they did love you, they were doing their best. Sometimes they didn't, and I think that's tough for some people to acknowledge. But if they loved you, they were doing their best, and they tried their best, and they failed at other things, and that's fine. But, you know, my goal and my dream is to, as my mom always said to me and my brothers, like, be better than the last.
How are you thinking about fatherhood?
Well, I go back and forth on it. Because on the one hand, sometimes I think, you see, it's like zooming. Sometimes I think about like the planets and the world, and like, bring kids. And I'm like, yeah, but
I think I'm just tired.
the world's probably been terrible for everyone who's been in it at every single given time. So is that a reason to not have a child? And then I asked myself the other question. I'm like, okay, but what do I think I'm bringing to this child? And then I thought to myself, I don't have a kid with ADHD. How hard is that for them? And what is it going to be like? And then I'm like, but maybe it'll be great because you know ADHD, and maybe they'll have it and maybe they won't. And maybe like, so I go back and forth on all of these. You know, the one thing I would hope is that I will give my child two things that are important, and that is, number one, being chosen, number two, being considered. You know, I think a lot of people have children, but they may not choose them, and they don't consider them. You know, and that's where you'll hear parents saying things like, I brought you into this world. It's like, yeah, exactly. So you should consider me a little bit more. You know, many parents treat children as if the children owe them for introducing them into existence, when I think it's the other way around. So, yeah, I think to myself, I like the idea of it, and I do like the puzzle of it. But just like I learned from The Daily Show and every other major undertaking, if I know that it's going to be terrible, then I'll probably have a great time. But if I think that it's going to be rewarding and wonderful, I'm going to hate a lot of the moments in it.
How does romantic love fit into all of this for you? Because you were, you know, during those Daily Show days, working every hour of the day.
Yeah.
You were fighting in every sense of the word to make this show a success. You're living in an apartment who's also doing the same. I don't know where it fits. I can't see it.
It didn't in many ways. You know, and that was the price I paid. You know,
does it fit now?
Yeah, I think it definitely does. Like, it's a weird thing to say, but as I have become more comfortable with the notion that I could be not in a relationship forever, like, you know, as people say, by yourself, but I don't think of that because of friends and community. But as I've gotten more comfortable with that, I think I've become more able to be in a relationship. Because I think more and more I've thought of a relationship as something I can bring value to, as opposed to the thing that's supposed to just do everything for me. You know, and I think before I was only looking at it that way.
Trevor, these books are beautiful for so many different reasons. Born a Crime is one of the most... it's so funny because it's not my story, but it's everyone's story in similar ways. And I think that's why it's such a beautiful book. It's a story of a guy who didn't feel like he fit in, his relationship with his mother, his love for his mother, his journey to the very, very top of the mountain. all of the important wisdom that he's learned along the way. But I think it's so relatable, even though it's not my story. And some books don't achieve that, but your books achieve that so well.
Thank you.
And this book is the first time I've ever described a book as being truly, truly beautiful. It comes out on the 8th of October. It's called Into the Uncut Rust, and it's so wise, powerful, beautiful. A book that...
And silly. I hope people remember that it's silly.
I would love to read this to my kids, but it's funny because I thought when I first opened it, I thought, okay, you know, it's, there's illustrations throughout the book, and then I started reading the words, and you realise that it's both applicable and powerful to a young person, but also something you could read alone at my age of 32. It's such a beautiful book, and
Very kind.
it follows in the tradition of the Boy, the Fox, the Mole.
It's like those like books that I love. You know.
Oh, you
Boy,
can
the
hold
Fox,
it down. Okay,
Little
cool.
Prince. You know, there's so many books like that that I think inspired me to think about rediscovering our childlike curiosity, ability to think beyond ourselves, our imagination, like almost like re-remembering yourself before many others, you know, and then going from there. And so.
And connection is such a prevalent theme throughout this. The journey of connection, of love, and all of those things. And
We got movement.
Everyone needs to read it for yourself, read it for your kids, read it with your partner. We have a closing tradition on this podcast where the last guest leaves a question for the next guest, not knowing who they're going to be leaving the question for. Okay. Tell us about the lowest point of your life. How did you overcome it? What lessons did you learn from the experience?
Yeah, I'm sleepy. It's a game that I could play with.
Funny enough, I think we talked about it. I would safely say the lowest point of my life was so
this game is
it's crazy that we did speak about it. How did I overcome it? I don't think I would be so arrogant as to say that I have overcome it. I think I'm constantly working to overcome it. I don't know, to be honest with you. I really don't know. Because you know, it's strange because I don't know what that means or doesn't mean. Does it mean you don't think of it anymore? Does it mean it doesn't affect you anymore? I don't know what the answer to that question is. You know, maybe overcoming something means that it now no longer negatively influences you. I don't know. I don't think that we have like one fixed idea of overcoming something that isn't tangible. It's not like scaling a mountain. So the honest answer I would give is, yeah, I just give myself grace and I try and work at it. I try and understand that it's all a work in progress. You know, one of my favorite things I learned recently, and I guess it speaks to this, is I should remember the name. I always remember stories and not like the names of things or the dates. But there's a beautiful article that I learned about when I was in Japan recently. And basically, it's the practice of repairing pottery and ceramics that have broken. Right? And what happens is, you know, you break a plate or you break a vase or something, and what they do is they put it back together. These artisans who do it, but they don't just glue it back together. They glue it back together and they sort of adorn it with like a golden bondage. And what you get is an object that is somehow more beautiful than just and it's this beautiful Japanese tradition. I'm sure you could find the name and, you know, put it out there, but it's if you could help me with it. But it's so, to me, it was one of the most beautiful concepts and a different way to think about being quote unquote fixed or overcoming, or, you know, there's the art of kintsugi in Japan. And learning about this blew my mind because it was such a it was a paradox shifting way for me to think about overcoming or being better.
Up for a final push.
And it wasn't the idea that we are perfect the way we were before something happened to us, but rather it is that we get to wear our cracks with a new type of pride and a new type of beauty, you know? And that's maybe how I think of overcoming now, is I think of myself like a ceramic that has been cracked many times, and because of the love in my life and because of, you know, great therapists and because of good people and because I've worked and I've managed to find ways to put gold bondage in those cracks. to somehow find a little more beauty in myself than I had before the thing that happened to me. And so yeah, that's every time I see those, it actually makes me emotional when I look at each one and I think about the story, sort of the person that each vessel contains.
My last question is a very complex question, but it was inspired by what you just said about kintsugi, the Japanese tradition, which is, I spoke to a guy called Mo.
Oh yeah, I love Mo. Yeah, I love your conversation with him. That was great.
It's one of my favorite of all time because for many reasons, but many of them you touched on today. And in that conversation, he said something to me about the loss of his son. He said, there's this thing called the eraser test. I don't know if you've ever heard about it, but they ask a group of people who've been through a lot of difficult experiences that if there was a button in front of them that would erase all of those experiences, really difficult experiences at times, would they press it? Now, if I put a button in front of you and it would erase what had happened to your mother being shot at that age, would you press it?
Yes, I would.
You would?
Yeah, I would. And this is a fundamental philosophical argument that I have with people. This is purely like philosophy, and it's the way I see the world, and I think the way some people see the world. I understand that many of the times, or I understand that oftentimes people come out of a bad experience with a new learning or something that has improved them in many ways. But I think we should never take for granted how many times that doesn't happen. You know, I think we should never take for granted how many people are broken by a bad thing. And I think we've done something in society, and maybe it's because we want to valorize it, or maybe it's because we want to make people feel like they're not victims, or we want to make it seem like there was some purposeful meaning. Maybe it's tied to religion. I think we, at times, have sort of valorized this idea. It happened to you for a reason. You know, and so now you get this kid who was abused by their parents or someone in their family, and you're like, it happened to you for a reason. It made you the person you are today. You know, or somebody who suffered a horrible trauma, or a car accident, a terrorist attack, whatever it is. Hey, it happened to you for a reason. You're gonna, look at you. You will be stronger. Or look at you today. You wouldn't be this person. You know what people forget to talk about is the fact that you could have been a different version of you. You could have been happier. You could have been less wounded. You could have carried less burden. You could have been less hurtful because of that. And I think we should never take that for granted. I think we should encourage people to find the best. And we should always say to ourselves, hey, what can I get from this situation? What can I learn from it? How can I grow from it? But I am not a fan of anybody saying that they will keep it because it's made them who they are. Just because you've survived a storm doesn't mean that you should want to keep that storm. You know? And so, and that's why I say it's a philosophical argument. It really is. But I don't like how we've done that to people, because in some way, I feel like it makes people think that they now have to be grateful for a terrible thing that has happened to them, or a terrible thing that they've experienced, or people around them have experienced, because they've come out more resilient on the other side of it.
Everything happens to you for a reason.
Yeah, and so if I could replace it, I go, no, I forget that. I don't go like everything happens to you or doesn't. I go back to what I said, phrase my friend taught me. Who do you choose to be? I would say forget the eraser test. I would say to you, there can never be an eraser test. Why don't we replace it with a pencil test, a pen test, a marker test, whatever device you want to use, and you go, if you could press this button and decide what story you write on the other side of the thing that happened to you, would you now write that story? And what story would you write? I think that's more important, because the eraser thing makes people now feel like they have to disown a part of themselves, which most people will not want to do. But then it makes you feel like you have to claim this thing as being part of yourself. No, I would press that button. I would erase my mother being shot. I would erase me having ADHD. I would erase the tough times that my country went through. I'd erase apartheid. I wouldn't be like, I would keep apartheid, Stephen, because if it wasn't for apartheid, I wouldn't be here with you today. No. I would erase it, and maybe we'd be dealing with something else. But if I could, I would press that button, because I don't think we need to celebrate it. I think we need to work on it, and we need to strive to heal ourselves. But I don't think your tribulations are what make you. You survived, and I'm proud of you for surviving. That doesn't mean that you needed to go through what you had to go through.
So beautifully said. You have a wonderful podcast. I could talk to you all day, but if people want to hear more from you, they have to go and listen to your podcast. It's called What Now? It's on Spotify. You speak to a whole range of people like me, but you do it in a very different way, but in the way and with the same set of components as to what's made you such a hit with so many people. I can't tell you how much, my team,
you're very kind.
my family, my sister, my brothers, they're such tremendous fans of you because you have this wonderful blend of wisdom. I now know where it all comes from. Humility, vulnerability, and you are authentic. And authentic is a complicated word, but you are authentic as anyone could hope to be. That's why everyone has to go listen to your podcast. It's the third link that I'm going to put down below. It's called What Now? And it's one of my favorites. Trevor, thank you so much.
From the guy who made easily one of the best ever. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're so very
No, I mean this. I mean this for real. I always say, like, I go, if you want to see a professional podcast, go to Diary of a CEO. If you want to come explore my mind, come listen to What Now.
I want to explore your mind, Trevor.
No, but for real, I'm like, congratulations.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Over.
And I can't tell you how much of an honor this was. Sometimes I get quite nervous to interview people, and you're one of
the
people
wow, thank you.
that I got nervous to because I respect you so much. So thank you so much, Trevor, for the time. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man. And don't spend as much time alone. You're not like, I know you've always been there, and I know it can feel, in a weird way, it can feel like a comfortable place, but like, it doesn't need to be.
I'm learning this, yeah.
You'll be shocked at like how much lies on the other side of it. In a weird way, you'll be shocked at what finding that belonging can do for you. It comes with risk the same way it does in a romantic relationship, but man, it's easily the most rewarding. If there's like if I could evangelize one thing to people out there, it would be find your people, find your place. And unfortunately, I think that's what's happening these days. People are finding that place in negativity. People are finding community in negativity. Now we all hate together. We all hate tweet together, and we're all like angry at women together, and we all hate that music artist together, and we all, let's hate together. But it's not sustainable because it gobbles us up. It just like chews us up and spits us out. But if you can find the things that you love doing for you, and then you find the people who love doing it as well, that makes you feel good, the thing on the other side it's magic. In fact, they've shown studies, I know you love studies, multiple studies have shown, and I think a meta-analysis as well, has shown that people who have a strong group of friends actually have better romantic relationships, because the burden of your relationship is now lessened by having this community, as opposed to people who merge with one person and then all their hopes, aspirations, dreams, fears, frustrations are just poured on them. You reach a breaking point, but you can actually have, it's not replacing it, by the way. You have a better romantic relationship when you maintain and you have a strong friendship. So I encourage it. Do it.
I promise you I will.
Do it.
I'll let you know.
It's going to be great.
Thank you, Trent.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you
amazing.
so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
No, you're included too. The privacy will trickle down. It's always trickling. It's never flowing. It's never equal. You're never on the same level. I don't know. All right, I think I've said enough cunty things here. Let's do some reads here. Hey, what's going on? It's Bill Burr, and it's time for the Thursday afternoon, just before Friday, Monday morning podcast, and I'm just checking in on you. Woo, checking in on you. You know what? You guys have been checking in on me. And a lot of my friends back east have been checking in on how you doing? Are you all right? Are you safe? And you know what that means when people check in on you and ask if you're all right, if you're safe. One, that means that they're concerned about you and your safety, and they care about you. And then more importantly, they want some gossip. Like, what have you seen? I know there's the news reports, but you're out there. Can I get some more something a little more juicy, so I know something that my friends don't. Because I have a friend out there, he's one canyon over, and he said he saw a crazy homeless person on a parasail shooting listen to this, shooting flames into a dog park. I think there's video on the internet, I'm not sure, but that's what he was saying. Dude, somebody said they saw a guy in a Dodge Power Wagon with a Trump hat on, throwing lit cigarettes out his cab on either side. I will say the frequency and where the fires were lit, it did start to seem like, all right, like what's going on here, man? Is this being done by somebody? And then they show, somebody goes, yeah, there was a guy doing it. There was a guy that was doing it. Some guy did all of that. And then they show some crazy homeless guy in like a fucking, you know, residential area lighting like a fucking dumpster on fire. It's like, so you're telling me that fucking homeless guy somehow went with no car, no money, somehow went to the Palisades and then out to Pasadena and then to Laurel Canyon or Runyon Canyon. Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you figured out there on the internet? We had to evacuate like most people. Got a little scary. It was one of those deals that if it jumped a canyon, it would be like, all right, well, there goes all of my stuff. And I was just like, you know what? It's stuff. What are you going to do? This is, you know what a fire is? It's your opportunity to start your mortgage over again and build your dream house. That's what it is. I mean, the good thing is that, you know, I think where a lot of it happened was, you know, people do have money and they have insurance, hopefully. But, you know what's going to be funny is if one of them is an insurance CEO that made a bunch of money by denying fucking claims, and then does his claim get denied or do they fucking push that through? I have no idea. I can tell you this, that I don't know if this is being talked about, but the level that the firemen and the DWP have been working through all of this. Like, we lost our power and, you know, they were on it. Like, I mean, only lost it for like 24 hours and they were just clearing trees and getting it back up as the wind is still blowing. And as much as, you know, because the winds were so high, the firemen couldn't contain. They were fighting it from becoming, you know, like a summer blockbuster Hollywood movie, you know? So, anyway, the majority of us out here are pretty much just dealing with really poor air quality, thank God. But hats off to everyone fighting these fires and getting the electricity going again, because they're fucking crushing it. And, you know, I'm not from here, but I've lived out here long enough that I stick up for LA. LA gets a ton of shit. Most of it is from people not from LA talking shit, holding an award at some Hollywood award thing, and people think that that's, you know, what LA is. And, you know, a lot of lunatics move out here from other states, and then somehow it gets attributed with California. It's not California.
In the next 60 seconds, I'm going to show you how to naturally control blood sugar and naturally increase insulin sensitivity. I've got 3.
It's an amazing place, and it's also a really tough city. There's this whole thing where I come from, the East Coast, that everybody's such a flake out there, and they're fucking soft and blah, blah, blah. I gotta be honest with you. The amount of East Coast people I see that move out here and can't hack it, and they fucking move back with their tail between their legs, and then they just, you know, to appease their ego, they say, oh, the people are too phony, they're too fucking plastic. It's like, okay, people are phony and plastic everywhere, and they fucking lie. It's just done in a different vibe, you know what I mean? Just enough already. You got homesick, and you couldn't fucking hack it out here. And people think everybody out here is soft. It's like earthquakes, fires, mudslides. I mean, it's funny. They say that LA is soft, and then whenever people around the country see our weather, they start quoting the Bible. And like the end of the Bible too, like Revelations and shit. So, but anyway, but mostly people have been like positive or whatever. And by the way, you know, this is something I have a fucking problem with, is that fucking cunt that owns Facebook and owns Instagram. It's like the fact that there's bots on those things just for the sole purpose to get people into arguments so they'll interact with the app. That's another one of those things where I just look at that. That's low-level fucking treason to just be going around trolling people at that fucking level, because most of it is like political. Like there's been like people like attributing somehow this fire has been like politicized by like a small group of people, and then I watch all of these people jump on the thread and start like fucking, you know, arguing with this fucking robot that then becomes another person on the other side of the political coin. Like, I just don't understand, like, why are these fucking nerds not called out for what it is that they're doing and how much they're exploiting people? And they just write one fluff piece after another about the Twitter guy, the Facebook guy, these streaming service people. They don't look at them at how fucking heartless they really are and how they're making their money and that type of shit. They just act like they're visionaries. Like Steve Jobs, the way they ball washed that guy his entire fucking life, like he actually knew how to do magic, was just fucking mind-blowing. You know, it's like, I don't know, like they just completely ignore those people's hands in the environmental disasters that are happening now and are continuing on. These fucking corporations and how heartless they are, how corporations would rather pay a fine because it's cheaper than actually trying to do something where they're not destroying the fucking environment. That's like with Apple, like the fact that the new phone never fits the old charger. And then they align themselves with like Gandhi, like they're these nice people. It's like, you're not, you're fucking reptilian. All right, I'm off my soapbox. But having said that, yeah, it got a little scary. Was kind of closing in on both sides there for a second. And, you know, jump a road here or a canyon there. So I just kind of mentally let go of everything in my house. I'm like, this is all fucking replaceable. What am I going to do? The pictures was the thing. You know what I did buy is I have baby books that and quotes from my kids. I grabbed those and I just grabbed some clothes and shit like that. And I was just like, all right, well, we'll see. We will see. We'll see what happens. And I deliberately went the long way around because I didn't want my kids to see the fire, especially at night. I knew that was going to be terrifying for them to see. But I will tell you this, under fucking rated is the light you get for photos during the day when there's that level of fires are fucking amazing. I was taking some pictures of my wife. She was standing next to this vintage Porsche that a friend of mine had rented or whatever. So I just took, it looks like a fucking album cover, like Stevie Nicks era, not only from the year of the car, but like because there was sort of this yellow, warm sort of like, almost looked like a faded photo that I took of her. I'm not gonna lie, man. I mean, is there anything better than that? A gorgeous woman next to a fucking beautiful car. I mean, that right there, that is the, that advertising will never not work. Because everyone knows it's true on both sides. You know that if you get that car, you're gonna get that woman. And that woman knows if she looks good like that, she's gonna be in the car, the guy that drives it that way. That makes enough money to buy it. That's basically what it is. You know, for all this feminist talk, they're still traditional when it comes to you buying the nice car and you paying for it and you driving.
This loophole is crazy. I got my car insurance down to $30 a month. Everybody knows you can buy car insurance online.
I love my wife to death, but she's always doing shit like that. You want to go out to Palm Desert this weekend? It's just like, why, are you gonna drive? Or am I gonna fucking sit in that traffic and you're just gonna stare at your fucking phone? No, what? I'll keep you company. I'll be like the DJ. I'll get like the two. Yeah, you'll just fucking sit there like you're on an Amtrak. You know, getting food and all of that shit. And I'm going to be sitting there like, you know, why am I the chauffeur in this fucking relationship? You have a driver's license. Why do you have to ruin everything? Just fucking drive. Anyway, so from what I heard, last report that I saw, which, by the way, thank God Nia watches the news because I don't. So I had no idea that they told us that we had to evacuate. I would have had no idea. And I would have been like one of those people. Like, there was this video of these guys in this fucking house where, like, the flames were, like, in their backyard. And it was just like, how the fuck did you end up in that situation? Unless it was the start of the fire and you had no idea. And I was thinking, like, well, I would have ended up in that situation because I don't fucking watch anything anymore. I don't even know what I'm watching. I do the Duolingo French app every single day. And I try not to get involved in their, the things that they want to drive the app, like, you know, to have you interact with the app. They immediately try to put you in a group of these other people, and they want you to make friends with them, and then they want you to compete with them. Who did the most French? You get points for every lesson that you did, and if you don't fucking do enough, you get demoted, but if you do enough, you get promoted, okay? Or you stay at the same level. And ooh, each little trophy's a different fucking color, and it's just like, you did it again. You did it again. Like, can you just... Every fucking thing, no matter how pure the desire is, I love the language. I want to learn how to speak it. I would love to be able to go to the French countryside and fucking hang out there smoking a cigar with some French guy smoking a cigarette and shooting the shit and hearing what he has to say about the world in his language. Right? Tell me some stories about what you've done, right? That's what I want to do. But somehow, even on a fucking language app, you got to put on the fucking rat suit and start running on the wheel. It's the cheese. It's right there. It's right there. Run a little faster. Run a little faster. They've done that with everything. Like the Food Network. It's just fucking brutal to me. They're literally like... I've said this for years. It's one of the nicest things you can do for somebody is to sit down and just make them a meal. It's one of the nicest, loving, most warmest things you can do for somebody. And they've turned the entire fucking channel. They don't even teach you how to cook anymore. All it is these competition. And the fucking worst one on there is the one with the kids. Because they don't give them enough time. They don't give them enough ingredients. They put them under this fucking stress. This total, like... abusive fucking relationship. They're literally getting them like trained to work in the corporate world. All right, make this with less than what you need and not enough time and go. And if you're the fucking slowest or if you do the worst job, you can pack up your kid knife, fucking bottom lip quiver, and you can cry and walk the fuck out of here. Like, well, why would you do that? And these kids are like crying, going like, you know, I was a little disappointed with my souffle. When I put the potatoes in the ice bath, I knew that I took them out too soon, but I was running out of time. It's like, look what you just did. That show should be called Adults Making Children Cry. This week on Abusive Adults, someone's gonna be happy, but the rest of them are gonna be crying. Welcome to the beautiful world of the art of cooking. As seen through capitalism. Quicker, faster, less ingredients. Or you will have to you are fired. And you will be homeless. And you'll be so crazy that you'll be on that fucking that fucking whatever that fucking thing is where you're on the surfboard and you go up in the air. And you'll be lighting the fires. Denny Luck, that crazy homeless guy. There's footage of it. You can look it up. He was kite surfing. I just love that whole fucking idea that there's like some fucking crazy homeless guy. You know, he must have it. At the very least, he must have one of those scooters. And he's just going around doing treating the Hollywood Hills like Dresden. Except he's doing it from the ground. He's firebombing the hills. I will say, if they do pin it on that guy, if I'm to believe that guy somehow went from Altadena, Pasadena, all the way out to the Palisades, swung by the Hollywood Bowl and fucking God knows what, and then, you know, went behind some fucking Red Roof Inn to light a dumpster on fire. If they pin all of this shit on that guy, like my buddy was suggesting, and it was funny, he goes, they said this guy's the guy that started the fires. They should fucking throw him in the fire. And I'm like, yeah, that's all, it's a pretty neat package, isn't it? Just all wrapped up in a bow for you? You really gonna go with the Oswald thing again? Is that what we're doing?
5 minutes ago, she'd never played piano. Can you believe she's been playing 1 week?
It's kind of like that Epstein Island thing. The only guy who got in trouble was Epstein. Wasn't that weird? It's like, well, what about all those fucking creepy guys that were going over there banging 12-year-olds? Nah, not interesting. It's just about Epstein and then the maitre d'. She got in trouble too. And then that was it. So I would say if they put it on just this crazy homeless guy, which I don't even know if it's a thing. I'm just going off of this fucking text message. Because I have more important things to do. All right? Like watch this video somebody sent me of Van Halen in Italy lip-syncing to Mean Streets. Is it Mean Streets or Mean Street? Mean Street. Mean Streets was Martin Scorsese. Martin. All right, so anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is thank you to the fire department and the Department of Water and Power. What you guys did was amazing, and fuck everybody that's blaming the mayor. Corporations, like, for the love of God, can you just keep your eye on the ball? Corporations and our government, politicians, have known about the dangers of the way that we were living and consuming and the population and all of that whole thing since the late 1950s. They knew this shit was coming, and they did nothing. They did nothing. They would introduce bills, and then they would allow themselves to get paid off. And I feel they introduced the bills to get paid off. So the oil companies would be like, what is this? What is this? What? You know, I didn't come up with it. You know, but I guess I could make it go away if you were able to persuade me. So anyway, enough about that crap. Just with this bad air quality, I haven't been able to go out, you know, go out to the garage playing drums. Because even if I went out there, it's like, it's not like it's airtight. So I've been staying inside, and I kind of fell back in love with playing guitar, you know, even though I'm really bad at it. But I gotta tell you something, I got this fucking tube amp. I'm not in my house right now, obviously. But I gotta give you the name of it. The guy's out of North Carolina or South Carolina. And I can't play on anything else anymore. It even makes me sound good. It's just amazing. You know what I love too? Is I love how you turn it on and it isn't on for a second. Like the tubes have to like warm up. It's just fucking gorgeous. Like so much, that's my shit. And I am also back to, I'm selling, you know, my vehicles before I go to New York. My Jaguar, unfortunately, has become a Jaguar. And I just did a bunch of repairs on it. So now I know it's good. It'll probably be good for like another 20,000 miles, but I've been informed that there's nothing you can do.
Warning,
you know,
passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency
I don't know, but I did,
decreased.
there was a few little cosmetic things that I wanted to get fixed. Like, I always loved like old people that drove cars for a long time and there wasn't one ding or dent in them. They would always get it fixed. There was no trim missing on the side. They would, you know, keep up with the maintenance records. That's what I have. I have all the maintenance records on it. There's nothing, like, there's not even a scratch on the rims. The paint is perfect. I got a clear wrap on it. It's a fucking gorgeous car, but I realized, you know, that the storm is coming, so this is a good time. And I think I'm going to...
Big news for product managers. You're about to discover the exact way to fast-track your career to product leader and make $300K, $500K, $1 million or more per year while working 10 hours per week less than you do now. Hey, my name is Shobit Chugh. I'm a former Google product manager and CEO of Intentional Product Manager, where we've coached 800 plus product managers to fast-track their career and again, make $300K, $500K per year or more. I've put together a free training for you. So click either the top corner, right for mobile, bottom left for desktop to know how you can fast track your career to product leader. Enter your name and email in this training and watch it now entirely for free. Now, don't just take my word for it. Let me get that proof out of the way so you know I'm serious. You're going to see the same presentation that my client
I don't know what I'm going to get. I'm going to get something, but I like analog cars. I don't like this new shit. I don't like how they get into your phone and figure out where you live or whatever or figure out, take the contacts and all of that shit. It's so fucking like ridiculous that they're allowed to do that. We just accept it. You know, like the genius of all of these things is there's nobody to call or talk to anymore. So they can just sort of like, I mean, who am I yelling? Like, if you have any problems, you can contact us on our fucking website, right? And you go on the fucking website and you're just talking to like an AI robot. Like I went to a breakfast place today. The fucking counter's right there. They want me to like scan the thing. It's like, I'm not fucking doing that. I'm not doing that. I tried to find out the blue book of my car. They want me to put my license plate number in. It's like, why do you need that? The fuck do you need that for? I know the make and the model and the year of it. Tell me what the fuck it's worth. It's because they take that shit and then they just anything they can to go sell to somebody else. So that was kind of what I was hoping in the aftermath. You know what would be funny is if regular people, if we started fucking collecting information on them and selling it amongst ourselves. Like what if somebody, and rather than just, who they are, where they live, did you go further than that? What they're doing, what they're up to. They're looking at you, seeing what you're jerking off to, what you use to brush your teeth, and listening to your phone calls. Why don't we start fucking spying on them? How much fun would that be? I can tell you right now, there would be a privacy act, If you started paying attention to the right fucking people, there would be a privacy act, and the first one introduced would just be for them. No, you're included too. The privacy will trickle down. It's always trickling. It's never flowing. It's never equal. You're never on the same level. I don't know. All right, I think I've said enough cunty things here. Let's do some reads here. Let's do some reads. Let's do some reads. Some Rex reads. Remember him from the Brady Bunch. All right, what do we got? Oh, look who it is, everybody. It's Hims. Are you looking for a boost in the bedroom, dude? Hims is here to help you with personalized erectile dysfunction treatment options. And it's all online. Man, it's all online. Like that's private. You just don't have to face somebody, but everything else is going to be out there. Man, life is stressful. And you have plenty to worry about without adding the fact that your dick is staring at the floor in the bedroom. Hims provides access to treatments that can help you stay hard and last longer, giving you that boost of confidence so you can be ready whenever the mood strikes. Hims is changing men's healthcare by providing you with access to affordable sexual health treatments from the comfort of your couch. Hims provides access to a range of doctor-trusted ED treatments like chewable hard mints and Viagra and Cialis and their generics for up to 95% cheaper. You know what I mean? They can't make your dick bigger, even though they say they can. I don't know what they do. You know what I mean? They turn it into like a puffer fish type of thing. What if if you had a little dick, but if they had something that made it vibrate? You know what I mean? We can't make it bigger. We can make it vibrate. You know, look, we're working with what you're giving us. The process is 100% online, so there's no need for uncomfortable doctor's visits. Just answer a series of questions on their site, and a medical provider will determine the right treatment option. If prescribed, your medication ships directly to you for free. No insurance is needed, and one low price covers everything from treatments to ongoing care. With hundreds of thousands of trusted subscribers, HIMS can help you find the erectile dysfunction that works for you. Start your free online visit today at hims.com/burr. That's hims.com/burr for your personalized erectile dysfunction treatment options. hims.com/burr. The products mentioned are chewable compound products which are not approved by a verified safety or effectiveness by the FDA. Prescriptions required an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See the website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan. Helix, everybody! Helix. You know, a good night's sleep is the cornerstone of every healthy life. Yeah, unless there's a fire coming up. Don't sleep on the importance of having a quality mattress. Do you know how many people died in the LA fire because they got a fucking comfortable mattress? They slept right through it. All right? But if you want to fight with your wife and she had you downstairs on the L-shaped couch, you know, and you were sleeping like an apostrophe, you heard the flames coming. And anyway, let me just get back to this. Everybody is unique. Yeah, everybody has their own take on being a cunt. And everyone sleeps differently. That's why Helix has several different mattress models to choose from, each designed with specific sleep positions and feel preferences. All right? Jerry, shut the fuck up. You're working on fetal position. I don't want to hear it. They literally have it sectioned off.
Do you really need prop capital to make quit your day job money with trading? Well, not if you want to spend the next...
Back sleepers, upright sleepers. You know, they call those people the mudslides. You know, so all like their fucking upper body weight slides down to their waist at a 45-degree angle. Models with memory foam layers to provide optimal pressure relief if you sleep on your side. Don't want to take my word for it? You don't trust me, you piece of shit? Helix has been awarded the #1 mattress picked by GQ and Wired magazine. Get 25% off statewide and plus 2 free, site-wide plus 2 free Dream Pillows with any purchase. Free bedding bundle. 2 Dream Pillows, sheet set, and mattress protector with any Luxe or Elite mattress order. HelixSleep.com/burr. That's HelixSleep.com/burr. You know, I was just thinking, when they're in GQ magazine, they probably have some Hollywood guy on the cover wearing pajamas, you know, with like cufflinks, you know, and they always do that, and they hold the cuff. Like that's like a pose.
Vital
like how a sportscaster,
stabilizing.
you know, you have your pen, you know, give your hands something to do. Squarespace. This podcast is sponsored / brought to you by Squarespace. With Fluid Engine, a next-generation website design system from Squarespace, it's never been easier for anyone to unlock unbreakable creativity. You know, I love where a paragraph in, I have no idea what this is. Start with a best-in-class website template and customize every design detail with reimagined drag-and-drop technology for desktop or mobile. Stretch your imagination online with Fluid Engine. Built in and ready to go on any new Squarespace site. What is it? Easily sell customer merch and create a passive income stream that engages your audience and scales your brand. Oh, okay. Sell your products on an online store, whether you sell physical, digital, or service products. Ladies, Squarespace has the tools you need to start selling online. Upload, organize, and access all your content from one place. With the new asset library, you're able to manage all your files from one central hub and use them across the Squarespace platform. I feel like I'm speaking a different language here. Host video content. Organize your video library and showcase your content on a beautiful video page. And self-access to your videos with member areas. Head to squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to www.squarespace.com/Burr to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. There you go, guys. You get 10% off whatever the fuck it was I was just talking about. All right. Well, that's it. Once again, I can't thank the firefighters and the Department of Water and Power, the cops, everybody, everything that they did. It was insane. These winds were like going up to like 100 miles per hour. Just the debris alone from that, there was no fires. It was literally the quintessential shitstorm. So, me and a bunch of comic friends of mine are without a doubt going to be doing a bunch of benefits for people that lost things, and then we're going to do something for the firefighters department, water and power, all of that shit. We got to do some big show for them. I got to figure out. I also got to squeeze it in before I leave, but. We got to do something because a bunch of people lost stuff. So many people didn't lose anything because of what they did and how quickly they got the power back on, which is really huge for older people, people medically compromised, and that type of stuff. So it was fucking amazing. And I have to be honest with you, like the amount of shit that I didn't learn from COVID. Remember COVID and everybody did the run on the grocery stores and all of this shit, and I was just going like, this is gonna last for like a week. What are these fucking idiots doing? This is just like a snowstorm, except it's a virus. It's gonna be gone in a week, right? And I was wrong about that. And then you would have thought, you know, I would have had the flashlight and the fresh batteries and the fucking, you know, gun turret on top of my house, but you know, I really think I'm really just settling into the fact that I'm a Matrix guy. You know, you want to shoot me up with your fucking drugs. You want me to eat your poison food supply. You want me to sit there and just watch your sports and not question what's going on in the world. I'm your fucking guy. I'm not a deep thinker. I don't learn from past mistakes. You know, whenever there's a shitstorm coming, always caught with my pants down. Always. But you know what? You need people like me. Because without people like me, heroes would have no one to rescue, and organized people wouldn't feel organized. Because everyone would be organized, and then you would just be regular. Thanks to me, it works for all of us the United Way. All right. Is that it? Was there anything else?
See that guy? That used to be me. Overweight, tired all the time, flabby and unfulfilled. So I got to work researching what could possibly be the cause of my low energy, fatigue, cold hands and feet, and my poor performance in the gym. For the last 10 years since I got my degree in neuroscience from Duke University, I've been obsessing over reading the scientific research to find that special edge over everyone else. Do you want to know what I found? My body wasn't circulating my blood flow properly, and blood flow, turns out, is the key driver of nutrient delivery in the body. Once I corrected this with a couple key natural ingredients, everything changed. Within just a few months, I had turned my health around. The biggest secret that I discovered in the journey to heal myself was this. Nature has provided us with everything that we need. You see, you need your circulatory system to naturally optimize your blood flow so it can shuttle all the critical vitamins and minerals around your body. These are the raw materials that your body needs to be able to function at maximum capacity. When these nutrients are shuttled properly with good blood flow, your energy shoots through the roof, and you feel incredible. You feel like yourself again.
Jesus, so many commercials. I know I mentioned Linda Lavin passing. That was a sad one. I loved her. She was fucking hot, too. Had that great Broadway voice. Alice, that was a great show. But once again, just like that Carly Simon song, when I got older, I used to love the theme song to Alice. Something like, out of my head, and something, in between I cooked and cleaned and went out of my head. That's it. Going through life with blinders on, it's tough to see. I had to get out from under and look for me. There's a new girl in town and she's feeling good. I always love that. Feeling good. That's when you have your hands back and you put the one knee up, and then they do that Broadway run. Yada-da! They fucking fly across the stage. But if things work out, she's gonna stay a while. I used to watch that show, and I like the guitar at the beginning, you know. I thought that for a sitcom, that was a pretty, you know, that was a pretty funky fucking tune for a white chick driving across country to work in a greasy spoon in Arizona. But now that I'm older, when I watch the beginning of that, it's like she is leaving a fucking abusive relationship. Look at her. She's not even 40. Her kid's almost like 16, 15, 16. So she had this kid. She got married young. Probably to a good-looking fella that was in the police academy, right? Then he becomes a cop. He starts hanging out with the wrong guy. Now he's eating donuts. He's drinking coffee. He's planting pistols on non-white people, you know? He's fucking drinking, and now he's taking drugs off the drug dealer. You gotta get a taste of their business. He's coming home, and he's slapping her around. Alice doesn't want Tommy to see this, so they say, fuck this shit. And they load up their fucking, that Ford station wagon, the country squire, and she's going to L.A. She's got that Broadway voice. Ba, 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 ba. She should have gone to fucking New York. She goes to L.A. Only gets as far as Arizona. The car fucking breaks down. And it's like, once again, the same way she settled at 21 when she got married to a future drunk, alcoholic, abusive, decorated police officer. How can you leave now? I'm about to make detective. She then fucking goes out and she settles again. Settles again to work in a diner for some fucking... She is a sucker for an abusive, loud man with a heart of gold underneath it. Because I want to say Mel Sharples, you know. He never like hit those women, but it was implied. The way he would point at them with the spatula when he was yelling at them. I think he did something very. That's why I think she was such a space shuttle. There's a new girl in town. All right, that's it. That's the podcast, everybody. You know, thank you for giving a shit about us out here. And for those of you who didn't, you know, who wrote those mean comments about, you know, good, let it burn, fuck all those liberals and all that shit. You just remember, next time there's a hurricane or a tornado and all of that shit, we always show up. And not because we like you. It's just we want you to watch our show so we keep making money. Oh, that might have been the truest thing I've ever said on this podcast. No, we do help, but it's also like, you know, you can't piss off the people. You piss off the people in my business, I mean, that's it. You're done. You're back on Queer Street. All right, that's it. I said it before and I'll say it again. That's the end of the podcast. Andrew Themelis, the wonderful Andrew Themelis, multi-talented man who directed a stand-up special that got into Cannes, however you say it. He's going to be picking out the music for a segue into a bonus episode of the Thursday afternoon, just before Friday, Monday morning podcast from a Thursday a long time ago there. All right, have a great weekend, you cunts.
Calorie intake recommended.
Hey, what's going on? It's Bill Burr, and it's time for the Monday morning podcast for Monday, January 19th. No, January 9th. Sorry, 2017. January 9th, 2017. You know, that's how bad I am at math. I can't even fucking say the date right now. How's it going? Oh, it came fucking blowing in because of global warming. It's fucking cold for about 2 weeks, and then it's hot.
Hey, listen, if you get your car insurance directly from one of the major car insurance companies, then you're getting scammed.
Here's what they don't want you to know. Guys, so everyone is ditching their car insurance and doing this instead. The reason why you're likely overpaying for car insurance every month is because the majority of what you pay goes to commissions for the insurance agent. But my friend showed me this cool website that cuts out the middleman, cuts out the agent. That way you're only paying for insurance and you're not paying hefty commissions every month that just make...
My fucking house is gonna melt, and then it'll slip into the sea. I don't give a fuck that it's snowing in Massachusetts. Hey, what's going on? It's already getting hot as fuck out here. Dude, you should be a meteorologist. Yeah, it's gonna be hot as fucking Los Angeles. How are you? How's it going? Are you out there? You fighting a good fight? You trying to be a better person? You trying to turn around your fucking childhood? Well, join the club. Had a little setback yesterday. You know? Old fucking new Billy was running around and old William showed up yesterday and whatever. I just gotta keep fucking, moving forward, Moving forward like the Celtics and the Bruins. Okay? We're not winning championships this year, but we're trying. All right? I'm not gonna get rid of all of my anger in fucking 2 weeks. Jesus Christ, you know what's fucked up is knowing that you fucked up and then actually really analyzing yourself and you're like, whoa, I didn't know it was that deep. Anyways, so what do you do? What do you do when you know you're fucked up and you can't really fix it in a day? What do you do? Well, you know what you do is you fucking crack open a beer and you watch some goddamn sports. That's what you do to distract yourself from all this shit that's going on. I love this whole fucking story about the Russians hacking into the fucking Democratic National fucking Convention Committee fucking websites and all that. All these fucking Hillary supporters. Yeah, that's why fucking Trump was able to eke it out. It's just like, I can't even fucking, I can't listen to Trump supporters. The bottom line is you either give a fuck or don't give a fuck about what the Russians allegedly did or didn't fucking do, depending on whether you wear a blue tie or a fucking red tie. And I love how in the end of all this, like, I'm supposed to listen to the fucking CIA like they don't have an agenda. Everybody in this story has a fucking agenda. So it's like, all right, who the fuck do I listen to? You know? Good fucking Lord. Give a shit. The hacking led to Hillary winning. We'll do something when the time is right and we'll talk about why. Because the lady with the blue bra lost. What if she won, Obama? Well, then what the fuck would you do? You'd ride off into the sunset, getting ready to do your fucking speeches for fucking $300 grand a clip to the exact people that got you in the White House. It's all, I can't. That's why I watch sports. That's why I watch sports. Because other than a couple of mobbed up refs here or there, you know, it's pretty fair. It's about as fair as it can get, which means it isn't fair. So anyways, I love that people don't like that Trump is friends with Vladimir Putin. Obviously, it's Putinim. You know, that not being friends with the Russians the first time didn't work out too well. The whole thing almost blew up in our face. So, you know, why don't we try to hold hands this time? I don't get into politics. I think war should be illegal. I think war is literally, it's the temper tantrum of the fucking Illuminati, and then everybody else has to pay the fucking price. You know, and those rich loafer-wearing cunts will never step 1 foot into a battlefield. You know, they all make the fucking money off. It's just a bunch of fucking bullshit. And when are they gonna grow up? I love how I can't go over my fence and just take a bat out and beat the fuck out of my neighbor because of, I don't know, whatever the fuck they did. You know, the apple tree's on their property and I want the apples on my fucking property, and I can't just fucking try to force them to fucking give me their apples, and when they don't, I can then just fucking come up with I don't know, some sort of angle of bullshit that I tell the rest of my neighbors, and I go over there and I fucking smash up his house and kill a few people. And I can't do that on a fucking local level, but as a countries can do that to one another. It's just fucking beyond me. They can't sit down at a fucking table and hash it out.
Your child needs these 3 key factors to get into an Ivy League or top 25 university.
Give us the oil. No! Just sit there at the table for fucking years. Just doing different reads. Give us the oil. No. All right. There's my fucking wingnut fucking conspiracy theory horseshit for you right out of the gate. So let's go right back to bread and circus. Okay? Bread and fucking circus. You guys watch any of the playoff fucking football games? I'll tell you right now, the 2 luckiest teams in the NFL right now are the Seattle Seahawks and the New England Patriots. Why, you say? Because the other 2 best remaining teams in both conferences are going to play each other next weekend. You know? While the Patriots play the Houston Texans and the Seattle Seahawks play the Atlanta Falcons. Now, I'm not trying to disrespect the Texans or the Falcons, but who's kidding who? If you're Seattle and you got the Cowboys, the Packers, and the Falcons left, which is the best game for you? Which gives you the best chance of moving on to the next round? Wow, those fucking dirty birds down there in Atlanta. With the Real Housewives and the Down Low Brothers. And if in the AFC, I would much rather, as a Patriot fan, watch us play the Texans without J.J. Watt, right? Playing a home game while the Kansas City Chiefs and the Pittsburgh Steelers beat the shit out of each other, you know? Cowboys and Green Bay are going to eliminate one of them, right? You know the deal. So, rather than Seattle having to go through fucking Green Bay and Dallas, they only got to go through one of them. And the Patriots, rather than having to play the Steelers and the fucking Chiefs, we only got to play one of them. Thank Christ the way that worked out. So both of us, if we play the game that we should be that we know how to play, should easily, not easily, but we should make it to the fucking NFC, AFC championship game. And the fucking Patriots had a bye, so we're wearing flip-flops to the AFC championship game. Having said that, I have no idea who's going to win the Super Bowl. I, like many people, I think were amazed at how easily the Packers handled the New York Football Giants. And as a Patriots fan, I did not enjoy that outcome because I wanted the rematch, you know? I said that fucking for the last 5 weeks. I want to see. I wanted the Patriots to play the Giants again. I wanted to see if definitively if the Giants just fucking own us, you know, for the trilogy, or could we get some revenge? You know what I mean? That's what I was looking forward to. So, you know, I also love Eli, and I actually love the Giants, believe it or not, as a Patriots team. I don't understand, like, as much as those 2 losses were painful, what is there to hate? They're a great fucking franchise. They always have a great fucking defense. They had a couple of tough years. But I wanted the rematch. Oh, my God, that would have been huge fucking ratings. Although a rematch Patriots-Seattle could also be a good thing. However, how many times have we beaten the Steelers in the playoffs? We've beaten them, I don't know, every fucking significant goddamn... I don't even know, I've lost count. Would this be number 4? So you can't tell me the Steelers aren't due. And I don't know shit about Kansas City other than people tell me that they're really good. So it's not going to be an easy AFC championship game. And if you're asking me if I'm looking past the Dallas Texans, I kind of am, but only as a fan. I don't play for the New England Patriots, so I think the Patriots will be fine. Then I'm kind of looking past the Houston Texans going into New England without J.J. How about that fucking catch by Richardson? You probably should say which one, but that one in the fucking end zone, that was like one of the best catches I've seen since Odell Beckham's. You know, it wasn't anywhere near as good as that, but Jesus Christ, fucking literally reaching around below the guy, You know, around his junk, past his taint. They throw a flag for an interception, you still fucking catch it. How many fucking times is there a flag in the end zone and the offensive team gets to deny it because the fucking wide receiver reached around? You know, that sounds fucking perverted, but around the defender. You know why? Because I stopped at reach around. Reach around. Jack, reach around. Fucking reached around the defender. They probably teach you that in broadcasting school. You know? And one of the main things you have to look out for, other than staying away from advocacy of domestic violence against women, is when you're going to use the expression that the wide receiver reached around the defender. You can't pause after a round. You got to go right to defender. Reached around the defender and then continue with your idea. Anyway, sorry. So,
Hey, do you want to know how I helped
Oh my
David
God,
Friedman,
bro.
product
Shut the
manager at
fuck
Microsoft,
up.
get this highly...
Seek flu
a lot
identity.
of people thought some of those playoff games were boring. I know I did the Steelers-Dolphins one, and that was a fucking snooze fest. But it's the early rounds. It's the early rounds. Everybody's evenly matched. I think next week's will be great. We'll see what the fuck happens. Who do you like? Who do you like? I think a lot of people are on Seattle's fucking beak, as they say, right? Everybody's fucking looking at them like, oh, well, you know, they were just there, and they played pretty good against the fucking Lions. You know, and then Green Bay's been there, and everybody's like, oh, you know, fucking all of a sudden, here we go. Aaron fucking Rodgers looking like a beast in the second half, right?
Vital signs stabilizing.
And then there's other people go, oh, what about those fucking Cowboys? That's why I don't fucking watch pre or post game analysis, and probably why you got. Well, actually, maybe you shouldn't fast forward through this, because I'll honestly tell you, I don't know what the fuck is going to happen. I have no idea. I don't know what happens. I haven't watched Kansas City all year. I just know that what the fuck's his Andy Reid is their coach. And the last time I watched them was the first time I saw him in a red jacket. And he looked like a big fucking tomato. And I said, you know what? I'm done with this franchise. And the only other time I paid attention to it was when Paul Verzi kept telling me that us trading Matt Castle or letting him go to the Chiefs was a huge fucking mistake. And do you think he ever apologized to me for making that sort of a comment? I don't think he did. I don't think he did. Anyway, so I'm continuing to try to do the impossible, which is watch every home game of the Boston Celtics and the Boston Bruins while sustaining a healthy marriage.
I'll be right back.
It's not easy. You know what makes it really fucking hard is the Bruins and Celtics a lot of times. play on the same day, and I, for some reason, never think, well, why don't you just watch one of them and then watch the other one on the off day? That's what I have to do. But I watched, I watched the Celtics. Oh, I guess I taped the Pelican game. So I watched the Celtics beat the Pelicans, and then I watched the Bruins fucking play the goddamn Hartford Whalers via North Carolina. And every time we play the fucking Hurricanes, it always goes in. We played them 3 times in the last month. It always goes into overtime, and we usually lose to those cunts. I don't know what it was. We used to own the Hartford Whalers, but once they become the fucking Carolina Hurricanes, we always lose to them. They reminded me of what used to happen when the Patriots would go into Denver. We always lost. Granted, they had Craig Morton and then into John Elway.
I've got to share this. Are you paying around $140 or more per month for car insurance? Let me show you how you could drop your rate down to just $45 per month while keeping the same level of coverage. Take a look. I've removed any personal info, guys. $140 per month to now just $45.
What did we have? We had Tony Eason. We had Steve Grogan. We couldn't match up. The Orange Crush defense, and then John Elway was better than. I'm sorry, he was better than Tony Eason, but he wasn't still on the draft board. And I know what you think. Well, you should have picked Dan Marino. Well, we didn't. Like everybody else, we fucking didn't. And you know who paid the price more than anybody else? Dan Marino, because he went to fucking Miami, and they never got him a running game or a defense. And to this day, people fucking trash him, saying he couldn't win the fucking big one. And meanwhile, they had to change every possible fucking rule in passing and tip it so totally forward to the scales to the offense for Dan Marino's records to finally start falling. Yeah, I'm a big Dan Marino fan. Anyways, plowing ahead here. And I've been watching the Celtics, just having a great fucking time watching both of them. The Bruins, they're hanging in there. We were out of the playoffs for a game. Playoffs, and then we won. I don't know who the fuck we beat. Been watching so many fucking games. We beat Buffalo twice, and then we fucking lost to Edmonton, and then we beat somebody, and then we fucking lost in overtime to the fucking Hurricanes, I believe. I don't know. It gets crazy, dude. Trying to watch 162 fucking games. But anyways, they're both fucking. We play the Blues, and then the fucking Celtics got a huge game against the Toronto Raptors. Now, if you're not watching the Celtics of Boston, this is all you need to know. I'm going to read you their wins and losses, and you tell me if you can fucking pick up what's going on. We'll go back to them beating. They beat the. All right, here we go. December 16th. We beat the fucking. Does that say the Hornets? When did the Hornets stop being the Bobcats? The Hornets moved to New Orleans, then they became the Pelicans, and then that name freed up, and then the Bobcats were like, all right, there's really, not enough Bobcats out here in North Carolina. Can we go back to Hornets? Because them motherfuckers are everywhere. Anyway, they go right out my overalls and shoot fly North Carolina. All right, then we beat the Miami Heat. Then we beat the Memphis Grizzlies. Then we beat the fucking Indiana Pacers. Then we played the Oklahoma City Thunder, and we lost. Then we played the Knicks. We beat them. Then we played the Grizzlies. We beat them. Then we played the Cavaliers, and we lost. You seeing a pattern here? Then we beat the Heat. Then we beat the Jazz. Then we beat the Sixers. Then we beat the fucking Pelicans. And then Tuesday, we're playing the Toronto Raptors. So if you look, we beat all the fucking regular Joe teams, Lunch Pail Larry's, but we can't beat the Cavs. We're not beating fucking OKC, and now we got fucking we got Toronto. So I don't know. I'll be very excited if we fucking I'll be very excited if we fucking win that game, because we haven't really beat a contender yet since I've started watching them. But anyways, they're saying the Celtics are like one fucking player away. They're not one player away. If you really watch the Cavaliers and you watch the Golden State Warriors, we're at least 2 fucking players away. The fact that they want to move like fucking Marcus Smart and fucking Jay Crowder for that white kid who used to play at Butler for Brad Stevens, I'll tell you right now, I'm reverse racist when it comes to fucking basketball. We're going to trade a black guy and draft picks for a white guy who plays in Utah. I don't know. First he's telling me the guy's a beast. Whatever, Hawthorne or some shit like that. I don't know shit about hoop. I just started watching. I'm like a fucking housewife that finally got her Celtic apron and has stopped making ham hocks and is peeking into the living room. So I have no idea what I'm talking about. All I can tell you is that I'm loving watching the games. Dude, the Pelicans got a great fucking announcer too. I was so pissed because I love listening to Tommy Heinsohn and the other fucking guy who I don't know his goddamn name. I should. He's been doing the Celtics games forever. But the That was the Pelicans and the Celtics. The Pelicans, or the Peltics, they actually combined during World War II. They played the Steagles. They got a great announcer. Old school fucking, I don't know, had a lot of elements of Vince Scully. I thought he was a class act. You could tell he was rooting for the Pelicans, but he gave, when his team committed fouls, he said, all right, that's a foul. He wasn't a total homer. I like guys like that, and I also like total homers like Tommy Heinsohn. All right, I'm going to stop talking about fucking basketball because that's about as deep as I go. Let me read a couple of advertisements here. Old setback Billy. Thought I came out of the fucking clouds. Hey, you know what? Somebody came up to me the other day, and they go, hey, did you see that story about the pit bull?
See that guy? That used to be me. Overweight, tired all the time, flabby and unfulfilled.
This family tried to put a Christmas sweater on the pit bull, and it fucking just snapped and mauled this woman. And you know what I said? I said, hey, did you hear about the Cocker Spaniel that bit that little girl's ear off? And then the person goes, no, I didn't. And I said, of course you didn't. They don't report on all the other shit. First, so I look up this whole pit bull thing. Is once in a while people just going like, these pit bulls, man, they're crazy. They're licking your face, and they love their owner, and then one day they just kill him in their sleep. All this bullshit. I looked it up. Okay, two things. One, the dog's name was Scarface. Repeat, the dog's name was Scarface. Number two, they lived in Florida. Okay, can we quit blaming the fucking breed here? Jesus fucking Christ. That poor fucking dog, I can't imagine the abuse that dog went through. The dog's name's Scarface. What kind of dog do you think they wanted it to be? What do you think they trained it to be? That's what the fuck they did. Do you know when I was a kid, we had a West Highland White Terrier, okay? And me and my brothers teased the fucking shit out of that dog, and it bit us routinely. Bit me in the face one time and I almost lost my eye. You know why? Because we were horrible to the dog. That's why. Okay? If you get a pit bull and you name it fucking Scarface and you start feeding it fucking raw meat and making it attack shit, eventually, I guarantee you they abused the fucking shit out of that thing. And what happened is when you put a sweater on a dog, at some point its head is underneath the fucking material and it probably flipped out. And then what happens is you've abused the dog, and rather than it being a little West Highland Terrier that you can push off of your fucking face, you've done it to a dog that is in a weight class that you cannot fucking handle. But then what happens is they blame the dog because human beings are so fucking precious and fucking make no goddamn mistakes. It's fucking ridiculous that they keep blaming those fucking dogs. And I know what you guys are thinking. Well, Bill, didn't you just give away your pit bull? Yes, I did. Because I understood that I didn't have the capabilities as a fucking owner because of the abuse that happened to my dog. My dog, when I first got it, I picked up a hockey stick, the fucking stick handle in my living room, and it ran to the other side of the room and started shaking uncontrollably. Okay? I don't know what the other people did there, but when you do that to a fucking dog, I don't know. I still love pit bulls, and I hate that people come up to me with those fucking stories. I don't give a fuck. Dogs bite people all the fucking time. All these different breeds bite people all the fucking time. Every day, a dog bites somebody. You're bringing a fucking animal into the fucking house. Okay? And if you're not a good owner and you don't know what the fucking you're doing, you could get bit. You get a hamster, you're gonna get bit. You get a pet snake, you're gonna get bit. You're bringing a fucking animal into the house. My whole fucking life, pit bulls were biting people. But it didn't get brought up until somewhere in the 90s. When I was growing up, it was one German Shepherd, one Doberman Pinscher after the fucking, you know? Meanwhile, Dalmatians are out of their fucking mind because they're purebred. Yeah, you know, I don't know. All right, let's get back to the fucking podcast. I don't buy into it. The same way I don't buy into the fact that there's people in other countries, you know, just sitting there more evil than what the fuck is down the street from me. We're all fucking human beings. Some of us are most of us are cunts. I don't know what I'm talking about. All right, let's continue on. Let's continue on with the podcast here. As you might have guessed at this point, still no babies, so we're still fucking waiting. We are still waiting on pins and needles, and I am getting to the fucking point where it's just like, it's like enough already. This is just like, it's like waiting to go on stage in front of a rowdy crowd. You just want to be like, can you just bring me up already so I can fucking get this over with? Oh my God, and I've become an expert at talking people out of the vortex of them giving me advice about what to do on the day, because they just start telling me their stories, and then I'll just be like, hey, did you see that fucking nor'easter they just had back east? You got family back east? And I waltz them out of the conversation, because I've tried being blunt with people, being like, listen, hey, I don't care. I don't want to hear your fucking story. Your fucking story is not going to help me. Your story is all about you and you just talking about yourself and everything that you learned. I don't give a shit. I've talked to 1,000 fucking people, it seems like, and every one of you tells me a different story and a different thing for me to expect, which makes me feel like every fucking thing's a little bit different. So for the love of God, can you please shut the fuck up? Can you please stop with the verbal home videos? I can't wait to be a dad and not tell other people how to be a dad. That is my goal as a parent. I probably won't do it. I'll probably fucking follow the herd right over the cliff and be like, you know what you gotta do? Tell you right now, look out for this. You know?
Hey, listen, if you get your car insurance directly from one of the major car insurance companies, then you're getting scammed. Here's what they don't want you to know. Guys, so everyone is ditching their car insurance and doing this instead. The reason why you're likely overpaying for car insurance every month is because the majority of what you pay goes to commissions for the insurance agent. But my friend showed me this cool website that cuts out the middleman, cuts out the agent. That way you're only paying for insurance and you're not paying hefty commissions every month that just make the insurance companies richer. This website has liability for just $18 per month and full coverage insurance for $1 per day, using the same big companies you already know. You could save up to $1,500 per year with this website, and it only takes 2 minutes.
Do you know, this person told me the other day that fucking I would never play drums again the second my kid's born. Can you fucking believe how ridiculous that is? You won't be playing drums anymore. Oh, really? Well, you know, fucking Dave Grohl plays drums. He plays guitar too, and he sings in a band while touring the world. As far as what I've read, he's got a couple of kids. I think he's doing fine. John Bonham had a kid when he was fucking 19. His band didn't even make it yet. He had a fucking kid before his band made it. He was a teen dad before MTV. And he went on to become arguably the greatest rock and roll drummer of all fucking time. You know what? I think old Freckles could sneak in a couple of paradiddles. What do you think? You know what I really think about parents? I think that there's certain people that know how to be a parent and not lose themselves in it. And actually still have a balance in their life where they have a card game every once in a while. Obviously, your life has to adjust. But these fucking people that just like, they have just sit there staring at their children. No. They never let their kids fall down. They don't let them fucking do everything. They just sit there. Like a fucking penguin with that goddamn egg underneath them. Except the kid's already bored. I don't know. I don't want to do that. I don't want that to be my life. You know what I mean? I think if a kid is inside, considering that we were cavemen and we used to have babies and they were in caves, and at any point a saber-toothed tiger can come in and fucking just take the kid from you, and then that's it. The fact that you're fucking inside the fucking central air and food, you don't have the hunt, you go right down the street, go to the grocery store. I know I'm oversimplifying this, but I have to be honest with you. When I talk to other parents, all they do is just give me anxiety. I'm so excited for this thing to happen, and then I talk to people that have kids, and they just dump all this anxiety on you. And I swear to God, I might be reading into this, but there's like a certain, like 30% of them that take like a certain perverted joy in making you not feel well about this experience that's allegedly the greatest experience you're ever going to have. Like, they actually take this perverse joy. And I think that those people are actually bad parents. Because I think, I'm totally guessing here, I think that they resent their children and what they took from them. And they still wanted to do blow and go around and fucking have random sex with people, and they never quite got past. They didn't quite fuck enough broads or jump on enough dicks. I don't know what it is, but I found it equal. Take a perverse joy in trying to infuse some sort of misery into your fucking life. Because I can tell you this right now, I'm still gonna play fucking drums. I have to, because if I don't, I will go out of my fucking mind. I'm not saying I'm going to play as much as I play, but to sit there, and if you fucking think that I'm going to sit here with the 71 green sparkle fucking like this one, I'm not going to keep fucking playing. Those people who out there who play an instrument, you're living off of it, and you stop playing it because you have a kid. Did you ever think about maybe, just playing an instrument in front of your kid, and maybe then they'll take to it, maybe they'll play an instrument that they can play, and you get together. You could have your own little fucking, good time together, bonding through the wonder of having music as a fucking hobby. Who you hurt? Tell you right now, you better play that ukulele, because once that kid comes, you're never gonna play it. I mean, what is this kid like some little Donald Trump, and he's gonna fire me as a dad if I continue to do my little rudiments on my practice pad? How about I watch less TV? And the amount of time I spent watching all the Bruins and Celtics, why don't I take that out of my life and then put that towards watching the kid and then continue to play drums? I mean, there's adjustments you can make, right? Oh, fuck, I gotta tell you this story. I always look at houses. And, I'm not gonna sell my house. I love this fucking place as much as I bitch. That's why I bitch about it, because I love this fucking house. And I'm gonna continue to fucking repair it. And I'm gonna do the fucking homeowner 360. And when I have the whole thing fixed, I'm gonna start over again on the first job, because now it's gonna be fucked up. Whatever I repaired at that point will then be fucked up. So anyways, there was this house for sale.
Do you really need prop capital to make quit your day job money with trading? Well, not if you want to spend the next 15, 20 years scaling your $1,000 live trading account. But if
And I went to go see everything that you could ever want. Right? It was a beautiful house. From the outside, it was a beautiful house. It had a fucking pool. It had a garage detached from the house with a room above it, which to me is like, oh, there you go. I got the kid. I got the house I got the garage with the fucking room above it. I put my drums up there, turn it into a drum room / podcast room. There you go. That is my fucking dream. So I go over to go look at this fucking place, right? Knowing full well I'm not gonna fucking buy it. Because I can tell at this point, having bought a fucking house that needed all the work it does, but as I'm driving up to it, I can already see the fucking windows need to be replaced and it needs a new roof. Even though they told me, we checked out the roof there, we had some inspectors, they said it's fine. Oh yeah? Is that what they said? Why are all these water stains all over the side of the fucking house? What's that about? I like how the windows don't fucking they're not flush. Look at that. Look at the rot around all of those fucking windows. This house, I can tell you right now, is already borderline tear down. And I haven't even gotten into it yet. So I walk into this fucking house. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, dude. I took a tour of this house. There was 3 separate times that I thought I was going to get murdered. All right? First of all, we go to look at the room above the garage first. And there's just this moss growing on the side of the house. Which, I don't know if it was mold or if it was moss. It was fucking weird. And the guy trying to sell it is, he's doing his best, going, it's a mother-in-law suite. You can fucking do this, you can do that. There's room. I look more under the garage, and I just point. I'm like, what is that? And he goes, it definitely needs a little bit of work. And so I go into the house, and there's this random guy living there who isn't the owner, has a ponytail. It's sparsely furnished. It was made in the 1920s, so it's already like creepy. You can already feel how many people have lived there and are now dead. And we just walk around the house. It got remodeled sometime in the 90s, yet it still had the fucking, Lon Chaney Jr. vibe of it from the 20s. And I go downstairs. It was like a basement, which they just don't have out here. And the guy's like, you can make this into a TV room. And there was all like these fucking files and film and all this shit down there. And like, that was the first time I was thinking about like Saw or the Blair Witch. And I'm like, all right, can we go back upstairs? So we go back upstairs. We go all the way upstairs. Then there was this random like teenage girl living there. It was the door downstairs. She wasn't fucking, he lives there. I don't know, it's not his house. Up there, and there's this stuffy fucking smell. And then as we go down to go to the master bedroom, they said, oh, the owner is just to let you know, the owner is there. He's in the house, which usually they fucking leave. There's all these people just there, and this fucking cat just sitting there looking at me. And I do the after you to go to the master bedroom, and he does the after you to me, and then I didn't want to be rude, so now I'm walking towards the master bedroom down this creepy fucking Pennsylvania hall. The guy smiling real estate agent behind me, who I'm sitting there going like, he's regular looking, good looking guy. That was to make me feel safe, and now I'm fucked. And I'm walking towards this fucking door. And I open the fucking door. And I look in there, and I swear to God, there's this guy with like gray skin, totally fucking bald, like the landing strip, and then like like the little fucking Mr. Whipple fucking hair around the side that he sort of dyed at some point, but now it was like this gray. He was totally gray. You could see the veins on the side of his head like Clint Eastwood, but not like I wouldn't want to fight Clint Eastwood, more like, did this guy die and then come back? And he was sitting down, hunched down. I think he was typing on the side of his bed. The place was a mess. He just sort of looked over at me and just went like, hey. He looked like the fucking dad in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And I was just like, what the fuck? So I went like, hey man, how are you? I sort of stepped around him, and then when I went to look into the bathroom, which I did for fucking 2 seconds, trying to feel the backside pressure, by the way. Like when a quarterback doesn't feel the rush, trying to feel that fucking axe that was about to go into my back. I look into the bathroom, and all along the bathtub, this guy had knee-high dress socks dry on it, and I was just like, all right, man, I'll fucking see you later. And you ever see that walk racing that was a big fad in the 70s? I did that right out of that fucking house. And I said to the real estate guy, I go, Jesus Christ, I can see why this has been on the market for so fucking long. How the fuck are you supposed to sell it when the goddamn creep keeper is creep keeper or the crypt keeper? I'm like verbally dyslexic. Forget about trying to read.
Seek fluid intake.
He's sitting up there. I didn't dare look. I was standing there and I said all this shit. And I know those old houses, you can hear everything when you're outside. I was standing right underneath the fucking bedroom window, and I didn't dare look up there because I had a feeling he was going to be standing in the window staring at me, and I was going to have fucking nightmares. And I fucking left.
Vital signs stabilizing.
I left. And I have this creepy fucking feeling that because I went into that house, I got exposed to something. And at some point today, my home phone, which I never use, so it never fucking rings, is gonna ring, and I'm gonna pick it up, and it's gonna be that guy's voice going, 7 days. And then I gotta somehow expose somebody I know to it so I don't fucking die. Having said that, it was a great house that had a lot of potential. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, that house needed a giant fucking hug. Needed to get that guy out of it, and you needed to buy all the sage in the state of California and fucking set it on fire. And one thing either happens, either it burns out all the spirits or it burns down the house and you start over again. Having said that though, despite how fucking creepy it was, the fact that it had a room over a garage, that's the only way I would ever leave this house, is if I could find a fucking house. You know, I don't know. I got to get out of this fucking state. I got to get out of this fucking city. It's so fucking stupid. Every fucking house, I don't care how nice it is, you can literally stick your hand out the window, and before your hand completely extends, you can touch your neighbor's house. It's unbelievable. It's like, where the fuck do you have to go? There's just too many fucking people. Anyways, plowing ahead here. Should I do some reads for this week? Let's do some reads.
Big news for product managers. You're about to discover the exact way to fast-track your career to product leader.
What do we got here? I got a little more advertising to go. Who the fuck wants to listen to me read out loud anymore? Let's read some of the questions for the week. I'll read 2 of these and then the last 2 advertisings. How about that? All right. And then I'll read the rest of the questions. All right. Polish invention. Hey, Bill, I saw this on Reddit. How the fuck do people go to Reddit, by the way? How do you even figure out what's going on? It looks like computer code. People always tell me, you got to go on Reddit. It's like, looks like the fucking Declaration of Independence. I'm not reading all that shit. I saw this on Reddit. It was a machine made by some Polish guy to cut wood.
Like, you never feel unsafe, right? Like, for most normal people, I feel like they would just feel unsafe around prisoners. They'd be like, oh my God, these are prisoners. Like, they're just normal people. And I think part of that, and this sounds silly, but part of that comes from me consistently playing basketball at public parks, because I don't know what people's backgrounds are. I don't know where they come from. There's a lot of homeless people that I ball with as well. And it's like, they're just normal dudes. You know, if you treat them as normal dudes, then it's fine. Oh wow, I got a mention on ABC Australia. YouTuber and Twitch streamer Hassan Parker, known as Hassan Abi, alongside actor and fellow streamer Caroline Kwan, have been able to speak to some of the hundreds of people fighting LA's fires as a part of their prison sentence. The US famously uses prisoners to respond to natural disasters and build roads, and the LA fires have drawn huge attention to nearly 1,000 strong incarcerated people deployed across the city. Nice. Actor Caroline Kwan. Very nice. Thank you, ABC Australia. Yeah, I posted the tiny head meme in there, and it's so funny that like everyone is posting it now. YouTuber. Small playlist related. Thank you, Themasius. Okay, so first I want to start off with this Japanese coverage of the LA wildfires, which is the most kawaii thing I've ever seen. I don't know what's up with that. Like, why are they? That's crazy. I don't know if it's the channel color normally that is just making it. Why does it look like an Evian bottle? He's right.
サンゼルス北東の山のふもとの町です。住宅が軒並み焼け落ちてしまっています。
ヘルスケープ。
一部まだ火が残っているのも見て。
信じられません。心が追いつかない。焼け跡で目立つのは煙突ばかり。現地当局によりますと、消失する7万人。
I don't know what's happening here, but it's crazy. All right, but yeah, we got a lot to talk about. Okay, we're gonna recap what happened last night, obviously, and I'm gonna talk to you guys about the experiences that we had One of them even made it to. Yeah, of course.
A lot of the guys out here
Stand right here.
I just want to say hello to my daughter out there. I haven't seen her in about 11 years. And yeah, I love you, baby. And hopefully I'll be out soon. And yeah, I miss you a lot. And, hey, be good out there and teach your mom right, okay? Love you.
He's doing the Lord's work. He's protecting people in California right now, every day.
Do my best.
What's your name?
My name is Salvador from Montclair County, and miss everybody.
Yeah. So I wanna give you guys a brief explainer of what this is. Okay. First and foremost, there are a couple players here that I need to shout out. Okay. Number one is Scott Budnick. So Scott Budnick, who you saw on the broadcast last night, is a Hollywood producer. He made The Hangover, he made Project X, he made Old School, and he basically explained it in his own words, but he is a justice reformer. Okay, he's a big rehabilitation guy, and part of that I think comes from his own personal experiences. I feel like when you meet some of these people that are absolutely at the bottom rung of society, just like forgotten people that have passed, people that have been cast aside, okay, people that are consistently demonized. At least in my experience, these are some of the kindest individuals. Okay, these are some of the most thoughtful, some of the most kindest individuals you'll ever meet. You can tell Hassan thinks he's tough. What? So these are some of the best people. I swear. Like, it's just, and it fills my heart with joy that, you know, any moment that I have working with these guys.
Are you ready to take your content to the next level? Going live on TikTok isn't just fun, it's a game changer. Imagine reaching millions daily. Gaming live alone attracts over 70 million views every day. And that's just
talking to him, having a normal conversation. It's really funny seeing you cuss more than you have all of January so far. Oh yeah, I dropped the whole knot. Are you saying poor people, peasants? No, I'm just gonna ban people like this, I think, instead of responding to them. So, no, I'm talking about homeless people. I'm talking about prisoners. I'm talking about people who are actively demonized by everyone, that just like society is basically left behind. Okay, people that are oftentimes treated as pariahs, and these are just normal people, right? They're normal people that don't have the same support system that we are all privileged and fortunate enough to have. They're normal people who had a sequence of fuck-ups, okay, back to back to back, and just kind of fell through the cracks of the system. And I think like what these guys need is someone to put their faith in them. They need a helping hand, and that's I don't know. That's just I'm going to try to do more stuff like this. All right. Human beings who have faced adversity after adversity in a system that was already set up not to help them. Yeah. Like, what do you think is the most common? What do you think is the most common part of everyone's backgrounds here? Is they come from incredible poverty. Okay. That's it. They come from incredible poverty. They have no support. They have no support system. They have nothing to keep them busy. Okay. That's it. That's the difference between these guys and like even someone like myself. Like I've f***ed up when I was growing up, you know? We all have. And I know that if I did not come from an affluent background, like there is no difference between me and those guys. I probably could have kept stringing along those until it erupted in this grand explosive, like one final big one that got me permanently landed in prison. I never committed a felony. I don't think you understand. Okay. No one is just like, I love committing felonies. No one is born into this planet and their starting position goes, I'm going to do as many felonies as I possibly can. That is the entire point of this conversation. The point is, it starts small, okay? It starts small. You don't have a good family structure. You don't have a good support system. You don't have a good network. And the people around you are like, yeah, this is the only game in town. You're bored. You don't have any after-school programs that you can attend, that you can participate with, your community with. And then you just string along failure after failure after failure after failure until you're doing more crimes, right? It's never, a lot of people think that the way this works is you just one day decide to go pick up a gun and do a crime, or you're in the vicinity of someone else doing a crime and then you're accidentally in jail. And there are, you know, there are some people who do get caught up in this dragnet. Now I know fools that could have done that other thing other than rolling with cholos. Sick, man. Take a week off, okay? Sick, bro. Okay. I hate this rugged survivorship bias nonsense. Okay. That guy's gonna permanently hate me now. 42-month subscriber who literally is like, nah, you don't understand. Well, you know, I also come from a bad background and I didn't do felonies. Why do so many people do that? Why do so many people have this attitude where they're like, how do they not realize that it's just survivor bias? That's all you're demonstrating here. Okay. I'm glad that you didn't, you know, I'm glad that you didn't fall on this shitty path. I'm explaining something entirely different, okay? I'm sorry that they bullied you in high school, and now some of these dudes that bullied you in high school are in jail, all right? Like, maybe keep that to yourself. My brother-in-law had every chance to do well, joined the military, and messed up his back, got discharged being a long-haul trucker, ended up trying to unalive himself, and ended up dealing, and is now in jail in another state waiting for a trial to start. I mean, I can point just, you know, off of what you just described, I can point to like 3 different things where very clearly he got destroyed by the system. Not everybody gets the same hand is my point. There is a lot of probability here. Probability plays a major role in people's outcomes. Okay? It's rarely ever about personal choice. Having said that, however, are there people who are just constant fuck-ups? Absolutely. And there are constant fuck-ups in your immediate life as well. Like I'm sure you know someone that you no longer are friends with, that you no longer keep contact with, who is just a straight up constant fuck-up, okay? He just gets in his own way. He can't help himself. Guess what? That guy's not in prison though, okay? But there are people like that, okay? You just have to keep focusing on people who do want a helping hand, people who may not even recognize that they need a helping hand, and just unconditionally offer them that help. Every single person has infinite potential. It's up to us to try to maximize that, okay? In any case, I just always ask people to have a little bit more empathy, you know? Regardless, I saw a lot of stuff. I saw a lot of stuff last night. I saw a lot of things that reaffirmed my commitment. I saw a lot of things that I think proved me right.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds, and this year our holiday commercial is just stuff I picked up for $5 from a yard sale. Oh, good.
Hey, what's up?
Still doing this. Doing what? Well, the holiday offer. All the big wireless companies stopped doing theirs in January, so I wanted to make sure that we don't stop loving our customers just because December's over. Is future me micromanaging me? Just cut the deal. Well, it's your commercial now. I am insufferable. This is how you're using time travel, you irresponsible son of a bitch! Fuck.
The most affordable 12-month GLP-1 program with the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy. For one payment upfront, 12 months of weight loss by Hers includes 1 weekly injection, app content to help you achieve your weight loss goals, and 24/7 messaging with providers through the Hers app. Start your weight loss journey today.
Once again, the very fact that, you know, like you never feel unsafe, right? Like for most normal people, I feel like they would just feel unsafe around prisoners. They'd be like, oh my God, these are prisoners. Like, they're just normal people. And I think part of that, and this sounds silly, but part of that comes from me consistently playing basketball at public parks. Because I don't know what people's backgrounds are. I don't know where they come from. There's a lot of homeless people that I ball with as well, and it's like they're just normal dudes. You know, if you treat them as normal dudes, then it's fine. But if you don't do that, and if you have no experience with that sort of thing, you develop this sense that these guys are evil, and they're there because they're just like truly evil people. And the reason why they've done crimes is not because of socioeconomic indicators and factors and a lack of support system and no opportunities whatsoever in their lives, but it's because they're evil people. And the media, I think, reaffirms this narrative over and over again consistently. And that's how we arrive at so many people who just have these incredibly draconian attitudes, these opinions about what must be done with these scumbags. Like they need to be cast aside. They need to be treated as pariahs. My dad is a felon who made a mistake, all just to make ends meet for us. He's the sweetest person I know. That's what I'm saying. I think the system is designed to basically churn out like a lower caste of people. And keep them consistently within the carceral structure so that they can use them for free labor or almost free labor. That's what I think. The Shawshank Redemption scene rehabilitated. Oh yeah, so many people love this movie but don't understand. They fail to see the parallels. Yeah, but what is this big drama? A song lyric that I really love. We are only all 2 or 3 bad decisions away from becoming the people we fear and pity. Also, so much of the stuff that I talk about on a daily basis is warning you that the system is designed in a way where you could be, or your next of kin can be in these dire conditions. What do you think happens when the housing market becomes inaccessible, unaffordable, and you no longer can retain permanent shelter, you know? So I want to give you a little bit of a background on this pilot program. So Scott Budnick is the man, as you guys met yesterday. As a criminal justice reformer and advocate, he does fantastic work, and he works with these guys. A lot of them sang his praises. A lot of the dudes we talked to. And I mean, he's a great guy. Basically, he really pushed for a pilot program, just so you understand, okay? The pilot program, we talk mostly to the dudes with the red hat. The dudes in the red hats are a part of a pilot program. It's a new program. It started in August 2023. And the program is for violent youth offenders. So previously, if you had a violent felony offense, you were ineligible for this firefighting program. But Scott pushed for the California state by petitioning Governor Gavin Newsom to expand the existing California wildfire incarcerated firefighter program so that even violent offenders that committed crimes under the age of 25 for their prefrontal cortex developed could actually participate in this program as well. What kind of violent offending? You know, kidnapping, gun charges, things of that nature. Great clip from yesterday about
decisions before our brain was able to develop. Before the age of 25.
Miss your take on current events and investigations.
I mean, this is our second chance. And
I will.
This is our second
I will
chance
one
to prove
day.
it. And you know, at this point, it's a blessing. You know, it's not more about
When
the
y'all start
material,
calling me a cop, though, that
the
shit
growth that we see.
I think it's important too to talk about how there are obstacles though after you
Things are alright,
where
you know.
you
I've
have
been
this
jumping
training,
from
right?
this
You have this experience. You
to
deserve to have this as a career, but
this other game,
you know it's still
Subnautica.
really difficult even with legislation that's been passed to work at expunging
Yeah,
records and make it easier
I see that these dudes are
to get
playing
hired in this
what do you
career.
call
Like it is still
The reintegration process is
As a woman, I have to say that scares me to death.
And
Yeah, guess what? There's a woman
what
right
actually
here.
stopped me from playing RP
And
for the longest was
if you
I
ask
lost
her,
my mouth.
she didn't feel
But I
uncomfortable at
actually
all.
picked up
She
on
was
Christmas,
surrounded
around
by
Christmas time. I picked up a new mouth.
violent youth offenders, and
But you know, I'm glad y'all are here. Thank you so much for the raid. You know, and yeah, you know me, Chop. I'm steady on like just trying to keep a steady diet of like just you know current events, what's going on, You know, the vids is over. Is yeah, I know. I just paused it. I figured it was because usually I'm just quiet. Like 9 times out of 10, it's like I'm just here. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I was playing like Gran Turismo. I play this, play FIFA. I just kind of because I stream for like so long, I jump from like game to game to game because my attention span is shit. And yeah. And so I figured since I'm just like playing for so long and I'm not even really talking too much, you know what I mean? Because people say I'm funny, but it kind of comes in like conversation. It kind of comes in like I'm not funny to the in I haven't like sat down to like write, you know what I mean? Like or anything like that. But in the midst of a conversation, I tend to say some wild shit. So I figured I may as well. I wouldn't even say it's like reacting videos, but it's kind of like I just like play podcasts, but it's like people with like controversial takes, like this dude we're listening to right now. I don't know if you've ever heard of Hassan Piker. I think it's Hassan Piker. But he's like he's online like all the time. He's like really smart, and he's always like breaking down like news. And he's liberal. He's liberal as fuck, and that's why I like him. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck if he's biased or not. Like I'm a fan of like liberal politics. I'm a fan of uh you know just liberal perspectives on shit, and he vomits that shit. So um it's cool. I'll just like have him listen to him, or like earlier I was listening to the stand-up comedian called Bill Burr. I listened to like have you ever heard of Trevor Noah? Like Trevor Noah is somebody, he used to do the Daily Show. I listen to Trevor Noah. And so it's like I just figure I'll have my YouTube playlist set up, and like this is my game plan for my stream, right? Like I kind of wanted to like I'll have like these people talk. Well, I'll have these videos playing, and if anyone's in here and they're listening and they have like questions about it, or it's like, oh, what the fuck did he just say? Or I have a different perspective on whatever he just said, and then I'm more than happy to like pause a video, and then that could like generate a conversation, right? And it's because like I'm grown as fuck. I'm grown as fuck, so it's like I'm not gonna be here just like I honestly, like dead ass, I honestly don't like feel comfortable just like, and it's to each his own, right? I just can't, like, just with everything going on in the world, I don't really want to just be another streamer that's just gonna allow people to really turn their brain off. It's like in a sense I do, this is weird. It's like I'm just always kind of listening to the news and like what's going on with the news and stuff like that. And now more than ever, being that this fucking dumbass Trump is president, it's like holy fuck, you know what I mean? Like what are the next 4 years about to be like? So I'm definitely now more than ever like always keeping an eye. Yeah, like I'm just always keeping an eye on like what's going on in the world, just to kind of, you know what I mean? Like what laws are they going to be putting in place? And yeah, it's just, but it's like at the same time though, I'm dumb as shit. Like I'm dumb as shit. Like I'm dumb as fuck. You know what I mean? So like I'm not reading. It's about to be. I hope not. I hope not. And honestly, like, all right, what Hassan? Well, just get the fuck out of here. Of course you're fucking allowed to curse. You have no idea. I'm a fucking yo. My name is Day County Fresh. I am a demon. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yeah, like Chop is like, oh my god, like yeah, Chop knows what it is, dog. Like that. You know what I mean? Sometimes, like, some streamers are sensitive. Oh, I am not sensitive at all. Unless you fucking call me a cop. Don't fucking call me a cop. Not that I don't respect cops. I know what they do. I do. I'm a paramedic. So, like, the cops will bring people to us that we have to assess. So we tend to be dealing with people at their worst, but I'm not a fucking cop. They get badly in their feelings when you curse in the chat. Oh no, I give no fucks. I give zero fucks. Like a big zero juicy fuck. I give no fucks. I give absolute zero fucks about any of them thing there. Like I don't care. Like I just wanna talk shit, have fun, play video games. Also, hell yeah, nah. You know what I mean? Nah. I don't care. I don't care. I am a pirate when it comes to the profanity. I'm a sailor. So if you just heard the podcast I was listening to, Bill Burr says fuck like every 4 words. Like I love Bill Burr. Like it's yeah, you know. Um I really appreciate the rage. I didn't even realize you were streaming for this long. Like I saw you were online earlier and I saw what's his name was online. Larry was online. I was watching Anunci, yeah, because Anunci rated Larry. And so I was watching Larry for a bit, and then I kind of just like really zoned in on like, just gaming and like my playlists and stuff like that. But right now, Hassan is talking about the wildfires. Oh yeah. Oh nah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. I rock with the Nuncy the most because he doesn't fucking call me a cop. That shit annoys the fuck out of me. I really think these dudes fucking started calling me like a fucking cop, and that shit annoyed the fuck out of me. Like I don't really. That's like a mm-mm. Like you may as well be like a white man calling me an N word to my face. It's like I'll probably swing on you. Like so yeah, but that's about it. Right now, this man Hassan actually he lives in LA, and the LA fires are going on, and so he actually and like in LA they have like prisoners as firefighters. They have prisoners as firefighters, and like the fires over there are like crazy right now. So he actually went out and I guess interviewed the firefighting the prisoners that are firefighters. Um, and so yeah, I just have that playing. We could listen to some of the stuff he says, what he's talking about in the fire, about the fire and all the stuff that's going on over there right now. And that's what I got playing in the background. And let's run a match. I've been I'm like decent at this game, but what sucks is I feel like I am so decent that I've pushed myself into. I guess since this is skill based, I guess I push myself like into um like the tryhards, and I don't even really necessarily care about the win as much. I really just uh as long as I could leave the game with a positive KD, to me that's a win. Because I can't really because I'm playing with random, so I can't really be held accountable for what the next man's is doing. Like I don't even know if I could see the stats of the previous game. I think I could. But I know I didn't end with a positive rating. It was a defeat. Oh, see, it won't show me. It won't show me. Yeah, I was 11 and 13. Like that's ugly as shit to me. That is ugly as shit to me. And look, defeat, victory, victory, defeat, victory, victory. And it's like I don't take this game like too seriously. Like the games like I that will really get under my skin would be something like freaking FIFA. I've broken TVs because of FIFA. I've literally taken golf clubs to TVs because of FIFA. Um, Gran Turismo will get under my skin because people will crash you out in that game. Like you will be trying to like I start every race clean. Even if you crash out on me in like the previous race and I see you again in the next race, well, that kind of depends. But for the most part, like if I see you again in the next race, like I'm not necessarily gonna, unless it's blatant, I'm gonna go look at the replay. Like let me not even say that because because if you crash me out and I feel like you just did it just to like kind of get me out the way and use like some kind of cheating tactics to kind of like bump me off the road in order to get my position and get ahead, I will put you in a wall in the next race. Like I don't give a fuck. I will put you in a wall. I don't care your age. Like I've already got suspended from this game. I just came off a suspension from this game for freaking 7 days for riding obscene things to people in this game. Like Gran Turismo will piss me off. Freaking FIFA will piss me off. And so I feel like I just focus on those two games, and I won't let, and I just don't, I try to not let Call of Duty get under my skin. I really do. I try to not let Call of Duty get under my skin. But, yeah, yeah. More than profanity, I don't care about profanity. I don't care about anything. I don't care about anything. We could talk about anything. I mean, I like to feel like I am emotionally sensitive, or emotionally intelligent enough to kind of talk about whatever, like whatever you want to talk about, personal, real life shit going on, just anything, just anything. Like I'm really up, I'm up for discussion. I'm up for debate most times, you know what I mean? Because I really don't read news articles, and I'm not like that well read. So at some point I'll be like, yeah, yeah, you win. Leave me the fuck alone, you know? But yeah, I just try to combine, like, I guess, staying up to date with current events and fucking video games. Also, in some of the videos, I will have like videos of like video games. I have realized since I started this idea of just having YouTube videos playing, um, I have realized that a lot of the videos I've been choosing have been like straight politics, which is, to me, it's whatever. But I could understand people really do come to watch streamers and really do want to come into an environment where they could kind of turn off. They've probably been working long hours. They're home. They just want to like chill. You know what I mean? So like I absolutely like understand. I lost 2 followers. What the fuck? Man, people be whatever. Like, I absolutely understand. And I was actually talking to my mom about that. Like, I was talking to my mom, and I was saying how, like, my idea of how I would like to stream. And she was like, yeah, but like people come to like turn their brain off. They're not really trying to keep the shit going when, so it's kind of like a balance I'm still like working on. But yeah, let's get into another game. And hopefully I could leave with a positive KD. If I could leave with a positive KD and a win, that's a win-win, right? That's literally the definition to me of a win-win, right? But as long the main thing for me is as long as I can leave the game with a positive KD, because I really can't be held accountable for the other, like, I think, what is this, a 5-on-5? No, it's more than that. So yeah, let's jump into a game. I'm gonna continue playing this interview that Hassan's doing with the prisoners who are fighting the wildfires in Los Angeles right now. And yeah, any questions, shit, feel free. I'll be more. I don't even give a fuck if I'm like, I don't give a fuck if I'm in the midst of a game. If you hear something in one of the videos, you know what I'm saying, and you have like a question about that, like I'll pause the game. I'll quit the game. Like I give no fucks. At the end of the day, it's really just a game. When it comes to the racing, like when it comes to Call of Duty, if it comes to like freaking, and even FIFA, because FIFA, bro, like FIFA, I've been playing FIFA since I was like really young. So I like FIFA will get under my skin like nobody's business. Like Babylon. All right, boom. But yeah, let me go ahead and continue it.
Maybe it's because of her extensive experience
probably turn it
being
down
in
a little
Hollywood
bit, too.
nightlife, where she was surrounded by infinitely scarier individuals who should be in prison, that she did not feel, she stated to me that they did not make her feel uncomfortable at all, that she didn't feel uncomfortable around these guys at all.
It's a little tricky, you know, and I believe it depends and it varies on the individual, you know, because circumstances are such
Struggling to
change,
just maintain a
but
1.0 KD.
At the end of the day, I believe if you want to change and you want to get out there,
How long you guys got? If you don't mind me asking.
1 month time out.
You're gonna use the
1 month time out. 1 month time out. Okay. I reside in the San Fernando Valley.
Okay. All right.
Also, for the record,
Is that a commercial? That is. Damn.
No matter
Horrible time for
how
a
sick.
commercial.
The reading is about to begin. Heed this final warning. Death.
Fuck that commercial.
None of them have sex offenses. They have other violent youth they're violent youth offenders, but not you can't have. They're ineligible for this program. So the types of crimes that render you ineligible for this program initially were violent offenses, if I'm not mistaken. Unless there's like some way to demonstrate good behavior over an extended period of time. And also on top of that, to this day, there are 3 things that render you ineligible to work for, to apply to be a part of the CAL FIRE training structure as an incarcerated firefighter.
I'm there like, is that
And that is sex offenses. Like if you're a sex offender, rapist, you can't do that. And also if you have a proclivity for escaping. I believe that's another. I said 3, but those are the 2 I can remember right now. Oh, and arson. Sorry. 3rd one is arson. Duh.
Well, obviously.
Yeah. If you have an arson offense, if you have a sex offense, or if you have a tendency to escape. Yeah. Morales next to me says you also have to be in a low-level prison as well. So, like, a lot of these guys originally, they might start. Hassan, do you think it's correct to acknowledge people who are automatically afraid of prisoners have a superiority complex, or like, what would you call it? And do you think it's immoral to assume that incarcerated folks are dangerous people? I wouldn't say it's immoral. I think everyone is a victim of their own social conditioning. And if society is constantly telling you that like prisoners are all rabid serial killers, it's understandable that people operate with those assumptions. I would say it's misguided more than anything. What if you want to right the wrongs of your arson offenses? Come on.
Wow.
Come on, chatter. Like, I get why. Really? Mara says that it's a common crime among firefighters that go to jail. Like arsonists. Because I am a rape victim, and he said violent offenders, if you're a woman, your mind will go there too. Okay, well, they're not. Can we please stop having a conversation surrounding your own personal feelings? We're doing, you know, systemic analysis of how people's material conditions end up putting them in these circumstances. You want to say some stuff? All right, I'm muted. All right, what are you gonna say, big dog?
All right, I don't know how much you've talked about like this topic before I got here, but I mean, talking to these guys, it's like 2 very common themes that kept coming up as part of this program was dignity and service, right? Incarceration in prison is a very undignified position. Conditions seem very tough, and they have to go through a certain level of criteria to be eligible for this, and then they have to maintain a high level of good standing to be able to stay in these programs. And talking to the small group of people that we talked to, their attitudes were incredibly positive. I was not expecting this level of positivity. They're getting to living conditions that are way more dignified, and they're getting to give back and, you know, service the communities that, not directly the communities that they've hurt, but that they've done. And so, and some of the you know, they talk about wages a lot, at least you guys do, but a part of that wages also helps the retribution payments. So, you know, it's overall, I can only say positive things about like the attitude of the people that we talked to yesterday.
Yeah, those are the common the common things that I heard as well in all of our conversations. I think number one is the camp conditions. I asked a lot of the old prisoners, which I found out that we were not even supposed to be talking to, by the way. We were only supposed to be talking to the Red Hats, but I didn't realize that was the case. Some of the older dudes I talked to openly stated
This is like my favorite gun, by the way.
they
I
would
love
rather
the
you
DM10.
double the amount of time in camp.
Real accurate.
Because the way that this prison structure works is like you have some of the worst prisons in the state, and then depending on if you can survive without actually getting, into additional trouble in some of these worst prisons, you can inevitably move to a lower level prison, okay, inside the state. And ultimately, the camp structure that they have is basically the closest I have ever seen to like almost a Norwegian style prison system. Okay, like you have regular prison, you got county jails, and then you have the fire camp. Once you volunteer to be a part of this, you can have your sentence reduced.
Got a
which
victory.
is, again,
And we had less
deal
people
for these guys. That's one of the biggest reasons why they do it. Okay, and then on top of that, they also get, a little bit of pay, which is that's like the lowest, I would say.
So the thing they mentioned with pay was that they haven't increased that. They haven't possibly to increase that since like 1984. Yeah, I think that also kind of speaks to why it's at the level it is, and like it also kind of makes sense for why
they were
it hasn't
until
been
recently
raised.
they were getting paid $5 a day. Now it's up to 24, and they want to, like Scott is pushing gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom to once again, increase the pay.
It's telling me ads are happening
Because we
right
talk about
now.
like the coercive elements of being in prison, right? And volunteering for any position whatsoever when you're in prison. You're not doing that because you want to make a living, you want to make a wage.
For sure, Mishi.
You're usually doing that because you're
Thanks for stopping by.
technically
Thanks for the raid and
by
thanks for the
state,
follow.
And this
I
could
really appreciate
lower.
it.
This has a likelihood to lower the
Have a
time
good
that
night.
you serve. That's not a normal level of coercion that exists under, regular wage slavery and capitalism. Okay, it's something beyond that. So I think making it basically bringing up those wages to a standard that is humane would turn this into a much more ethical structure overall. But having said that, the program, even with the way that it's currently designed, has a lot of good things in it. Okay. Now, the reason why I say that is because one thing that I don't even think they personally recognize, even though some of the prisoners we talked to openly mention this, is that when they're in camp, because when they're done fighting, they fight fires for 24 hours. They're out in the field. They sleep out there. They're constantly opening up trenches, right? They're trying to manage the vegetation. It's the most difficult part of wildfire fighting, as far as I understand, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
It's like a tremendous backbreaking labor. You are constantly hiking up and down these windy conditions.
I
If
don't
the
like
ground
to
is
sprint
flat,
everywhere.
Just have a bulldozer do it, right?
Yeah.
These guys are going up to the terrain that is otherwise inaccessible. I mean, and it's not just the inmate firefighter program. Like that's just what this type of firefighting is.
How did he get there?
They're all hot shots. They have to cut 6-foot wide path within, which is a 3-foot scrape that digs up the dirt.
Yes. Well, I
Yeah.
don't know about the exact numbers, but yes, that's the idea.
So it's a very difficult task, a very dangerous task. You're breathing in a lot of these like fumes and whatnot. And the equipment that they have is the exact same equipment that Cal Fire wildfire fighters get as well, which is substandard in general, from what I understand. I mean, it could probably be a little bit better.
I can't comment on that.
But overall, it's a very, very difficult. It's a very difficult job. Like they talked about one of the treks they had to do called the rocket ship, because it's a vertical climb where you have to literally climb up. Where they literally have to climb up a vertical climb with ropes, right?
Somebody hit the corner. Somebody hit the corner.
You're risking injury. You're going up these mountains, and you're putting your life at risk when you're doing this, right? But I think one of the I think one of the most
Why do you always
significant aspects.
just want some
Have you
shit?
noticed YouTube has way more ads than it used to? Here's how you can block them for free.
This is Pi, and it blocks ads everywhere you go online. It's super easy to download and install, and once it's up and
That
running,
ad
it
about
blocks
blocking
shit.
ads,
Ads that
like,
are
yo,
constantly
shut
bombarding
the
you, even when you
fuck
don't
up.
realize it. And that's not even the best part. Pi will actually pay you for the ads you do see, so if one does come up, you actually are getting something for it. Crazy, right? It even
Damn.
has
of their experience is that once they are in this structure, once they've been allowed to get this training, they go to a place called fire camp. And hopefully, if we have the opportunity, I want to shine a light on that as well and go to one of these fire camps, living conditions there as well. But the fire camps, as far as I understand from the interviews that I conducted, is different than prison. So when they're done doing their 24-hour on, 24-hour off cycle,
Oh yeah, that shit's
and the
crap.
wildfire is
Oh,
contained,
we're dying, teammate. We're
they don't
fucking
go
dying.
back to prison. They go back to fire
Shit.
camp, which is still
You're not.
prison, but it's not
You're
the
not.
same kind of prison.
What is
right?
this shit?
And the
Shit
conditions
shoots
at fire
fast
camp
as fuck.
are nowhere near as substandard as like regular prison is. Okay, one of the things that they brought up about fire
Bro,
camp,
this dude
for
is
example,
everywhere.
is that they have weights at fire camp. They don't have actual weights in regular prison. I didn't know that. Apparently, since
Was that
like
a
the
sniper?
90s,
Oh yeah, he
one of
just
the prisoners said
fucked me up.
Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger actually removed the weights.
Damn,
But apparently, it
bro.
was
Not for
removed
you, buddy.
beforehand, like before he became governor.
Got your name on this
And,
bullet.
yeah, they don't have ways on the yard in prison. They use prison band. I mean, not prison bands, like resistance bands. And stuff like that. Which is kind of crazy to think, but
Damn.
like,
Should've
something
got
as
both of them.
small as that.
Should have got both.
Something as small as that is massively consequential. These guys can play on their PlayStation 4s, right? They have PlayStation 4s that they can play video games on. They can have like some connection to the outside world, some semblance of humanity. And I think that's very consequential. Not only do you get your time reduced, okay? Not only do you get your time reduced, which is massive.
You get in trouble. Yes.
But you also end up feeling like a human being, basically. And I think that absolutely plays a major role in reintegration, okay? So this is basically looking at the theory and applying it into the real world and learning that, you know, there's a reason why there's so much empirical evidence that suggests that rehabilitation and retraining and reintegration initiatives like this one are actually massively successful in lowering the likelihood
Yeah,
that
see,
someone
that's why I don't like to
actually
run
reoffends.
everywhere.
Because the
giving them
conditions that these
KD.
guys are
Just giving them
experiencing
kills.
in camp, which is still
So we're
prison,
gonna
is
just walk everywhere again.
significantly better than prison. That
be
positive
more
incentivization structure paired up with the
What
fact
the
that you're getting your
fuck are
sentence
these
reduced
random ass
actually
drugs?
causes you to really work hard to not fuck this up.
Like, bro, these shits
okay?
are ass.
Even if you have a tendency to fuck it up. When you don't want to go back to prison, that's it. Like, you want to stay in camp. Some of these minor things.
Dude, this just makes me want to go
Some
to
of these
bed.
minor
Holy
things
fuck.
that you would never even have to think about
You're
are
fucking
massive
bitch-ass
for their for these guys. The fact that their family members can bring them food, okay, like that's huge. The fact that they can play PlayStation 4s, where they can play video games. The fact that they have regular weights as opposed to in prison where they don't have regular weights. This is huge. So let's hear what this guy has to say.
Okay. And the camp is like much nicer than prison. Yeah, there's little to no tension.
Damn,
Oh,
bro.
Thing there. You know, your family gets to.
Yeah, they also said the COs that are nice make their way to the camps.
I don't think it was particularly that they were nice. It's the more seasoned, like
more seasoned
It's a more coveted
COs.
position within the Department of Correction and
Like
Rehabilitation.
it's a higher.
He's
yeah,
just
it's
jumping
it's
back and forth like a
sought
fucking
after
queer.
position within the Department of Corrections.
I mean, that
and
makes sense. It's a more
Oh, I
peaceful
got both of
environment.
them.
yeah,
I just
but,
spammed,
but
bro.
But that's it. It's more peaceful environment. It's a successful rehabilitative structure. It's a successful rehabilitative structure
Okay.
because
Back to a
it's
1.0
focusing
KD.
not on like deterrence measures
Hey, if you
and
don't come push me,
dehumanizing
you
the
a
people
bitch.
there and treating them like shit and
Ah,
putting them in
shit.
horrible conditions.
Dude.
And that's the reason why every single person that's involved in the program is, you know, a lot nicer overall,
whoever I killed
including the
next is a
COs, the
bitch.
correction officers. That's it. That was also interesting. Like I maybe shouldn't have even prodded that too much as far as like, what do you think of the cops? If they're like some assholes or whatever, like how they treat you.
Wow.
Because I also personally thought it was interesting that
What
the cops
the fuck?
normally, you know, I've met COs before, and I would say that beat cops on the street are definitely the beat cops that you're usually around on the street give off a worse aura than the COs do. At least these COs. And
Fucking
they were
idiot.
very
Beat that
forthcoming with
shit.
this. Like they
Beat that
straight up
shit.
were like,
You
listen,
a
these
bitch.
are even the corrections officers, like there are some assholes, there's some power tripping assholes in general.
Damn.
But like in terms of like
fucking bitch, you're
the experience at
trash.
camp, like most of the COs, they get it, they understand it.
Bring food to you from the street.
That's
you can
it.
eat at visiting.
You feel like a human.
You got real weights there. Yeah.
Oh, they got fake weights in prison?
No, they got no weights.
They don't have weights in prison?
No,
He took him out?
It's kind of funny that Arnold's the one who.
Oh, he on top of the bus.
The inmates corrected in the showers. What the guy said, he said he would get kicked out of camp for saying it, if I recall correctly. Well, they did. They gave him they showered after we were done.
Yeah.
Got him.
I don't know.
He didn't want nobody else to be brolic like him.
I heard that's what it was.
Yeah, he got jealous.
That's what I heard. What it
You
was.
know,
I don't know how true
was
it is.
Was it Kali muscle that got jacked in prison? I think that's what it is.
I heard of something like that. Though.
Yeah, he got jealous. Fucking Arnold.
Yeah.
When he was the governor.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Hopefully they come back. They've been giving us like resistant bands.
Anyway, that's like
Offensive
you're right.
chat
I've known a lot of
one.
COs, and I would say most are decent people.
don't
even
like
if they're
to see that
hogs.
one,
yeah.
do we?
I almost died when you say like,
Oh,
what else are you
yeah.
gonna do? What else you guys do if you didn't have a PS4? Crimes? Lol. No, I was joking. I said, what are you gonna do if you get?
You
out
just got
of the
reported or something?
crimes?
Well, one of the guys was super interpretive.
Yeah, but it was eye-opening. They need proper pay, health care
Really,
protection,
bro?
being a
Someone-
frontline and
Damn.
transitioning.
That-
No, absolutely.
They reported you?
Yeah, no, that's BS,
Yeah,
bro.
those are the
Whoever
guys who are gonna
reported
get
you.
the rug
Because you
pulled.
didn't even say
They're not
nothing.
gonna be doing the rug pulling.
I feel foreign with you guys because I feel like I'm part of the prison. That's who I was. That's what they indoctrinated me to
Camping
be.
in that corner,
They
you a
wanted me to
bitch.
do, like, now they want to get out here and then go to a fire camp and then act like if you're a firefighter when we do get like minimum training, right?
Yeah.
So how is it that you do that? How can I become a better civilian, citizen?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's whack as hell.
About that.
Like, that's
my
whack
biggest
as hell.
question. How do I, you know what I mean? Like, it was not. Okay, what's going on with you guys?
I was finna say, niggas used to do that shit back in Modern Warfare. Used to
Just say
report
whatever. I mean,
like
it's a
crazy.
video game, bro. You should be allowed to say whatever. Like, this whole, like, watch what you say shit, man, that's whack.
24 eliminations, bitch.
Yeah, like, you should be allowed to call somebody a bitch.
Way
Like,
can kill
I'm
me,
shooting you.
idiot.
Why can't I call you a bitch?
That shit should be
That guy's not a camper. I respect that guy. Unlike the other fucking campers that on top of the stairs. Fuck you, man. They're how to fucking play.
There you go. You should be able to say stuff like that.
Right?
Oh, third place.
With me?
That transition is easier. I mean, you're right. When you spend so long in prison, then you either are on the path to being institutionalized or you're there. It is hard to transition out, and there is such a lack of
What is this that you sent me?
It's a satellite image, like a high-resolution satellite image of the Pacific Palisades. You can see like most neighborhoods are gone.
Why didn't you say the crash dummy spot again? What? Okay. Seeing these guys want to come up and talk to you and ask you questions, talk to the cameras, everything. Yeah, well, you have to remember, like, these guys don't get a lot of access to the outside world. You know what I mean? Like, this is something that they consistently brought up. It was like camp conditions being significantly better than prison conditions overall was majorly beneficial. Okay. The fact that they get like work, the fact that they get time reduced was also majorly beneficial. But then they kept repeating that, like, they kept repeating that they were shocked that we were even interested to talk to them. They were like, why do you want to talk to us? That's what they kept saying over and over again. Why do you want to talk to us? Why do you care? Like, what the fuck? And I think it's because, you know, most people treat these guys like an afterthought, or if they think about them at all, they think of them as like evil beings that
The Cleveland Orchestra in Miami. Join the Cleveland Orchestra in Night Concert Hall for 2 weekends of extraordinary concerts.
deserve the horrible conditions that they experience on a regular basis. I noticed that many of them seem to be pretty apprehensive at first until you started talking about being pro-labor and called the American prison system dog shit, etc. No, they weren't apprehensive at first. I think people are just like socially a little bit insecure, especially when there's a camera there. But no, I was with Scott, so they love Scott for understandable reasons. So as someone who works with CDCR, I hope Hassan knows this interaction and ones like it are so morally lifting for these inmates. Yeah, so that's the other thing I was gonna say, is that like the fact that, you know, people write to them, people send them like cupcakes, people send them like baked goods, people send them food when they're out fighting these wildfires. Like, they feel like human beings. They feel like human beings. They have dignity for once. Okay, and that's what it is. Like, it's just, anyone got that clip of the one guy with a ponytail cooking Haas for being autistic? Oh my god, he did. He cooked my ass. In and out giving our incarcerated firefighter Scott and some of the guys you talk to. Yeah, there's Scott again. It's just crazy because like most of those dudes that we talked to were younger than me. Even the adult, even the
wow.
Adult offenders in the program, like they were still younger than me. You know, they knew Kai Cenat. I hope he sees that. Yeah, one of them knew Kai Cenat. That was funny.
Enemy RCXD detected.
What is this video you found, chatter? Goddamn. It's kind of funny. But yeah, they get education in there too. They get a lot of sociology. Apparently they can get a degree in sociology, which I think is awesome. Younger than you and already 10 years in. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Seeing them chop it up between groups, just like any workplace, just some guys doing good despite everything trying to shove them down. Yeah. So one of the things that I wanted to highlight as far as the incarcerated firefighters is, hold on, let me find this real quick. That Scott actively pushed for. Yeah, they offered me their tacos, which was crazy. It's like, come on, dude. I'm gonna tear up. You're gonna make me cry. This is the Youth Offender Camp Pilot Program. Okay, in August 2023, CDCR launched an innovative Youth Offender Program Camp Pilot Program at Grolersburg Conservation Camp. Okay, in Georgetown. The program is designed to expand opportunities to volunteers to serve their time at the conservation camp and encourage improvement and rehabilitation.
Wow.
In addition to educational and rehabilitative programming, camp participants receive wildland firefighter training, enhancing their opportunities for future firefighting careers. The program provides additional hand crew members for emergency response to fires, floods, and other disasters in the state. The initial 17 participants arrived at Grolersburg Conservation Camp in November 2023 after completing training at the Sierra Conservation Center. Now, what's important about this is that a lot of the dudes with the red hats that we talked to, they are youth offenders, which means that they did crimes under the age of 25. Okay, they committed crimes under the age of 25, but the program actually expands, unlike the normal structure. It actually expands to violent offenses as well. So if you were if you committed like assault, battery, you have a weapons charge, kidnapping, things of that regard. And also, kidnapping doesn't mean like kidnapping in the way that you understand it. Okay, just so it's just that's a term for you know, if you steal a car and there's someone in the car, is considered kidnapping. Just so you know, just so you understand. Okay, not like Taken style kidnapping. So all of that stuff is under the banner of violent offenses. These are pretty significant crimes. Okay. Yeah, it could be a custody dispute as well. So the thing is, despite the nature of these crimes, these guys, you met them, you saw them. Okay, I didn't want to like spend too much time on what they had done because I didn't want to, like, I talked to them off camera beforehand. As far as like what they had done. I didn't want to talk to them on camera about what they had done because I feel like it's unproductive. But yeah, like they openly revealed some of the stuff that they were locked up for, and yeah, it's some pretty significant stuff. But it's important for you to understand, like, in spite of what they had done. Like, they were just chill as hell. They were just normal ass dudes, right? And that is because they're actively working against being institutionalized. They're actively working against being a permanent part of the carceral state, okay? And the reason why they have this ability to get out of this structure is because they've been given this opportunity for this training program. They've been given this opportunity to basically work and even work to reduce their sentences. And they don't want to mess it up. They don't want to mess it up and go back to regular prison and lose their shot at reducing their sentences. So that's what it is. Camp Pod program expands access to camp programs and provides participants access to rehabilitative programs and job skills. It also encourages offenders 25 years old and younger to commit to positive change and self-improvement with the goal of being law-abiding members of society upon release. This is one of the, this is one of the closest things, as far as, like, the conversations that I had, this is one of the closest things I've seen, shockingly enough, within the California state prison structure that is as close as you can get to a rehabilitative system, okay? It's genuinely shocking. And I will admit that in spite of my initial saying this is slavery, 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 like, I would not want this program to go away. Do you understand? Like, I would much rather expand this program. I would much rather ensure that this program also offers reintegration after you're done, if you want to work in this field. Some of the guys I talked to didn't want to continue doing firefighting. They literally were like, yo, this stuff is like, this is dangerous. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do this shit. You know? And that is a part of the element, I would say, of coercion to a certain degree, right? And I think this program can be expanded to other fields as well. But the issue is, it cannot be to displace the
and one of our teammates quit.
Civilian, non-carcerated population, and that is the problem here.
Yo, these people are not coming through any door.
Offering not substandard pay, but having some semblance of pay parity.
That's what I get for freaking sprinting. Had I not sprinted, at least we probably have a positive rating.
Turn this into a regular program where there is pay parity. Okay, where you're getting paid decent wages. Then all of a sudden, it's no longer extra coercive, and that is something that I think the state could also use. In my assessment, while this is a good program overall, I think the low pay on the low pay in general, I think, basically creates this unique where the state can benefit from firing firefighters that are getting, you know, regular firefighting pay, especially wildfire firefighters in general already have really low wages. They're some of the lowest paid federal government employees, for the record, and it's not supposed to be displacing the civilian population, the civilian firefighters. It shouldn't be used as a way to devalue the wages that exist in this sector. Do you understand? I think you should apologize to chatter earlier. See prior chat. The insensitive messaging doesn't help the mission. They were chill, very human and deserving a second chance, but it's also very fair for the chatter to earlier to feel nervous and scared around them. Okay, you get a week off. Dude, imagine we're having, again, larger conversation about the carceral structure, and you just chose to chime in to be like, no, it's actually okay to immediately assume that these guys are rapists and it's totally fine to be afraid of them, while I'm directly talking about these guys might have committed, some of these guys committed violent crimes, okay? They committed violent crimes. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't. It's.
What did you just
They
say?
were chill, very human and deserving a second chance, but it's also very fair for the chatter to earlier to feel nervous and scared around them. Okay, you get a week off. Dude, imagine we're having, again.
Is that what he said?
They were chill, very human and deserving a second chance, but it's also very fair for the chatter to earlier to feel nervous and scared around them. Okay, you get a week off. Dude, imagine we're having, again, larger conversation about the carceral structure, And you just chose to chime in to be like, no, it's actually okay to immediately assume that these guys are rapists and it's totally fine to be afraid of them. While I'm directly talking about these guys might have committed, some of these guys committed violent crimes, okay? They committed violent crimes. And it doesn't matter. It's not the entirety of their personhood. It's not. Everything. They should not be reduced to a sequence of awful things that they've done that have led them that have led them into going into prison, okay? And you're like, no, you don't understand. I'm gonna reduce them to that, and I'm gonna be fearful. It's normal to be fearful. Shut up. How can you not see that this quite literally undermines the point that I'm making? The point that I'm trying to make here is the exact opposite of what you are trying to draw the conversation back into. And I don't care. God damn, Americans are so fucking selfish. It's so incredibly frustrating to have any conversation like this, especially as it pertains to sexual violence. What a crazy situation. How many rapists you know actually get incarcerated? What are you talking about? It's like one of the least punished, most commonplace crimes of all time. You are more likely to get raped by a fucking coworker or a boss or a family member than some random dude in prison. What the fuck? Shut up! I can't stand some of you motherfuckers, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you have to pay a lot of fees when out of prison as well. So that's the other thing. That's the reason why there's more. I think that's more of a reason to actually elevate their pay as well. It's so crazy because, like, even in a supposedly quote-unquote progressive community, people still somehow find a way to use emancipatory language to center themselves in this conversation and then aggressive and actively defend, using academic emancipatory language, aggressively defend their self-centered attitude. It's a reactionary take. Anyway, what was the page? Like, imagine being like, oh, dude, I know you're actively trying to, in a nation where prisoners are treated like evil, dehumanized serial killers, every single one.
Okay, that's gonna hurt.
And you're actively trying to combat that narrative by showcasing the humanity of these people that have been left behind by our systems. But you should apologize to the one chatter who wanted to bring the conversation back to that exact point. You can get that anywhere you want. Okay? Go watch, I don't know, MSNBC or something. I promise you, they will have a very different approach. Please, Jesus Christ. You get that everywhere else. Why do you want to get it here too? I can't do anything different. It's very frustrating. And then we wonder why America has the largest prison population on the planet. It's crazy. You're identifying an internal, consistent contradiction within the abolitionist framework. It's something we struggle with constantly. Reforms that do genuinely improve material conditions of the incarcerated also serve to lengthen the lifespan of the institution of prison. It's something people grapple with, and I'm glad the combo is happening out in the open. What is this? I went to prison around 15 years ago for a burglar one, which is a Class A felony. I was in dope and desperate to get high, so I stole shit. One of the people I was with stole a gun safe, which makes it a Class A violent crime. I never even interacted with the people at that house. Did my time and have been crime and drug free since. Married homeowner with a career. Nice, dude. Vast Stampede. Are you a Trigun fan too? Or is that like randomly W chatter? Proud of you. I think the problem you posed, the question of whether we would be safe with these prisoners at a time when you were alone on screen surrounded by 10 men. A lot of people would never feel safe in that situation. That's all they could think of when you said that. I don't care, dude. Please. The point is, it's incorrect to feel that way automatically. That's my issue. Okay? Like, dude, there are 1,000 inmates at that camp. There are 6 corrections officers at that camp. Do you understand? 1,000 inmates, 6 corrections officers that I could count. Do you think that if these guys wanted to be like violent, it's the 6 corrections officers that are stopping them? Or do you think that it's because they don't want to mess this up, that they've gotten a new lease on life in their assessment? And also because inmates are not like ontologically evil individuals who just want to do serial killing and crimes across the board, and the only thing stopping them is the corrections officers and the fact that there are cameras there. The problem with this kind of attitude is that if you have this opinion, if you operate like this, then you do not want these guys to ever be out. That's the problem. And I think it's understandable to have this position if you've never encountered it, but in a situation where you're encountering them where they're at and recognizing their humanity, if you're still resistant to that, that blows my mind. I'm like shocked, okay? Like, how can you look at these guys and be like, no, they need to, you know, they're scared. They need to be incarcerated. Like, I don't care. It's fearful. I'm fearful. No, look, I will say one thing about Gavin Newsom, and this is something that I've defended of Gavin Newsom against my uncle Shaky Gurga as well. His approach to rehabilitation has been pretty solid. Like, California is a devastating carceral state. Don't ask me about the housing market. Don't ask me about his approach to homelessness and combating homelessness. That stuff is awful. But the very fact that the Republicans came after him so aggressively for releasing 85,000 prisoners, like, these are the guys he's talking about. Do you understand?
Get a UAV in the air.
I think it's time to watch this again. I don't want to watch this one again. And yeah, for me, it's not even about like it's not even about like me being fearful or whatever. Of course I don't, because I'm a big dude and I can handle myself. But like, not that I even thought that would be a situation. There would be a situation like that. But like, Caroline is, you know, Caroline is surrounded. She's a woman, and the fact that she didn't feel uncomfortable is important for people to recognize. It's not the way you think it is. That's what I'm trying to explain. And there are still chatters in here who are just actively under the assumption.
Running. Commercial. Oh, peek that corner, bro. Come on. Oh, get the.
From its aggressive stance to the 290 horsepower engine under the hood. It's powerful from every angle. The Kia K5 GT is here. Kia, movement that inspires.
Check your fire.
We have the edge, but don't get cocky. This shit ain't over.
Right into that one.
Come on, you're losing this fight.
Oh, we're still. Of course we are. Nice. GG's.
100%. Yeah, right here, baby. Well, white.
De una manera fácil y sin máquinas costosas es muy sencillo. Solo necesitas 25 minutos al día.
Like, no, these guys are just waiting for any moment to do a crime. It's so frustrating. And that once you've done a crime and you've gone to prison for the crime, that you're automatically always thinking about new crimes that you want to do. And it's not about what do you call it? You know, having something to grab onto once you're out of prison. If that's the attitude that you have, you will never be on board with any sort of reintegration initiatives. Like, you'll always further the stigma against people that have done crimes, and you won't want to hire them. You'll push them further and further away from normal civilized society. You will be a hurdle in front of them actively becoming better people and productive members of society. That's it. In a system that is designed to destroy you outside of the carceral structure, as an average citizen, okay? When you have societal pressures that you have to deal with on a daily basis, a bad job, a shitty boss, inconsistencies in terms of how much money you have in your bank account at the end of the month, not knowing if your rent is going to go up, okay, once your rental agreement is over. All of these forces literally put you so close, much closer than you think, in the throes of the carceral state. Okay, Hassan couldn't deal with the steam off my piss. Don't act hard. Hell yeah, brother, you are the hardest. Hard body. Been on this platform since 2013. When I think about how hard that is, this guy is like, the attitude here is like, that's right, baby. You wouldn't last a second in the COD lobbies that I was in Modern Warfare 2, baby. Xbox. Yeah, I'm hard body, dude. I'm a cool guy. Yeah, I shit my pants when I think about going to a big city, because every single person is probably trying to do violent crimes to me, but also I'm hard body, you know? One thing that the incarcerated youth we work with often thank us for treating them like normal human beings and not threats. Yeah, that's like, that's the a major thing. That's crazy that there's such a major incentive. It's FYI, certain actors and other chats are going back to this violent criminals talking point continuously. The stun lock, keep that in mind. Yeah.
Deathmatch. Eliminate the enemy. Take him out.
No matter how progressive you think you are, certain people are just too American and jail pilled. I agree. Exact same thing with homeless people. Exactly. That's the issue. Anyway, Complex wrote this article. Hassan Piker interviews inmate firefighters in Los Angeles. Popular Twitch streamer Hassan Piker has been interviewing incarcerated firefighters who are working to get wildfires in Los Angeles under control. Piker hopped on X to explain why he's speaking with firefighters on Twitch. I try to use my platform this way because there are lots of normal people out there who fell through the cracks of the system with no support whatsoever. We cast them aside and choose to dehumanize them. Everyone's trying their best. Rehabilitation and reintegration lowers recidivism. Several of Piker's interviews have made it to X and gone viral. In one of them, he speaks with one prisoner about whether it's better fighting these fires than being in prison. It's way better because if I was in prison yard and I'm seeing guys get stabbed, get beat up, the cops shoot us like shit, but here we get better treatment. They talk to us like humans. We got a job. We're underpaid, but we have a job. And then the community shows us all kinds of love. We never received that growing up.
Will you like it? Yeah. All right. Will you?
Kimbo's a man, by the way.
Will you like it? Yeah. Do you feel like it's almost like a
I could have got one of them.
Is it better than being in prison or no? It's way better because I was in a prison yard. I'm seeing guys get stabbed, get jumped, get beat up. The cops treat us like shit. But here, we get better treatment, right? They talk to us like humans. They talk to us like humans. We got a job. We're underpaid, but we got a job. Yeah. Feel me? And then the community comes out and shows us all kinds of love. We never received that growing up. We never received that kind of love, that kind of recognition for anything we've done. So now, doing this kind of stuff and all this love coming, that's life-changing for a lot of guys. That's all they be needing is a little.
It didn't look like you were checked for weapons by the COs before you got close to the inmates. That speak volumes about how safe they perceive things to be in that situation. Like you said, these are just normal people. Exactly. That's a great point. That's a great point. No checks for contraband, no checks for weapons whatsoever. Now, you might think that that's a crazy thing to notice, but absolutely. You think you can have normal interactions with prisoners in America without having that level of security? No, this is a collaborative effort between the COs and the prisoners, okay? That's it.
With this, it's life-changing. We get opportunities at careers. How long was your sentence? You know what I mean? 17 years. 17 years? Yep. God damn. They're going to shave it off. Yep. They're going to shave it off now. They're going to shave it off. They shave it so long. They better shave it off. But you feel me?
Crazy how you try to do a good thing and it still gets clip chimped to make you look bad and failing. You also did pop a Zin in front of them. Yeah, I wanted to actually give him Zin too, but I didn't want to push. I didn't want to get Scott in trouble, and I didn't want to ask either. In another interview, Parker listened as the inmate explained the experience of being in the world after being in prison for so long. I've only did it for 12, 13 years, but the point is that I'm about to go home next month. The man said, "You go from a cell to this right here, and it's culture shocking. It does help you because you get to start mingling with the public like you guys, the civilians, you continue. I feel foreign with you guys because I feel like I'm part of prison. That's who I was. That's what they want me to be. This was that combo."
Institutionalized, right?
The what?
Institutionalized. Have you heard that word before? Institutionalized, like.
Oh, institutionalized. Yeah.
So now, I've only did it for like 12 years, 13 years, but the point is, I'm about to go home next month. So you go from the cell to this right here. It's like it's culture shocking. So now, I guess like the fire camp, bringing back light to the fire camp, right? It does help you because now you start like mingling with the public, with you guys, the civilians, right? Which is, I feel foreign with you guys because I feel like I'm part of the prison. That's who I was. That's what they indoctrinated me to be. Yeah. That's what they wanted me to be. So like, now they want you to get out here and then go to a fire camp and then act like if you're a firefighter. And we do get like minimum training, right? So how is it that you do that? How can I become a better civilian, a citizen, coming from prison to this? Like maybe you guys know something about that.
It's really sad. He needs the help of a counselor, but he thought his best chance of getting that kind of help was asking you guys. Yeah. I learned that most of the stuff against you was just bad faith. I saw a post saying they were mad at you for saying you were frustrated about how they were treated expendable. They were mad because you haven't been to prison, so you can't relate. But dude, that's just called empathy. Wait, people scour through 3 hours of footage of me interviewing prisoners that are fighting wildfires to find something that makes me look bad. I'm sorry, dude. You should be in prison. Actually, fuck prison. You should be lobotomized, dude. It is a sickness. Like, actually a sickness. These guys work so goddamn hard, dude. Holy moly. It blows my mind. Like, how do you fucking sit around and just actively work. Do you feel good? Does that give you happiness? There's no way that gives you happiness. In another conversation, Piker wanted to get the opinion of one inmate firefighters about the fact that they are private firefighters making up to $7,000 a day. Wow, that's crazy. It's a big pill to swallow to the prisoner. But the return that we get is our second chance at life, you know? This is a pilot program. A lot of us made our decision for 25. This is our second chance. At this point, it's a blessing.
$1 a day to do basically what you guys are doing. Wow.
And
Think about that.
You know, and it's crazy. You know, it's a big pill to swallow. But in this case, the return that we get is our second chance at life. You know, this is a pilot program. You know, a lot of us made decisions before our brain was able to develop, before the age of 25. You know, so I mean, this is our second chance, and this is our second chance to prove it. And you know, at this point, it's a blessing. You know, it's not more about the material, but the growth that we gain from this experience.
The inmates are fighting fires through the Conservation Fire Camp Program, jointly operated by the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection and Los Angeles County Fire Department. There are 35 fire camps in 25 counties in the state of California where inmates can volunteer and receive classroom and field training. Hey, chat, fellow institutionalized person, how easily we are dehumanized is insane. I committed a victimless crime, speeding, turned, resisting arrest without violence, but turned into assault a police officer thanks to test of lying. But I'm looked at the same as the worst criminals. The dehumanization is the worst. I may be subhuman by some people's standards, but at least I still have my humanity. Yes, that's the point. And the reality is, like, there are plenty of people. Like the thing that Scott mentioned, at the end there, New York Times put an article saying these guys make $10.24 a day max. No, I think they now make $24 a day in California at least. But the thing that Scott mentioned was really good. Like, he brought up his own personal experience, right? He brought up his own personal experience when he went to a prison creative writing program.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional grade suppliers in the industry.
Play